Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the Post-Gazette NFL Draft live stream. We did 3 hours last night. We're going to go power on through tonight. Tonight, I'm joined first by Paul Zeise, Post-Gazette sports columnist. Paul, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I am great. I'm excited, fired up for another night. We had a lot of excitement here on the Post-Gazette YouTube channel and the Post-Gazette Facebook pages last night. Now we got 3 picks tonight, at least as we're speaking here, with about 7 minutes to go till the start of round 2. So looking forward to probably a more action-packed night from a Steelers perspective. We're going to have a lot of guests coming through. Ray Fittipaldo and Brian Batko are down at Steelers headquarters. On the south side, they're going to tell you what Omar Khan, Coach Mike Tomlin, if owner Art Rooney speaks tonight, they'll tell you everything that's going on down on the south side. Andrew Destin will be joining us a little bit later. You guys all loved him last night. He has great analysis. He covered a lot of college football this past season as our Penn State beat reporter. Obviously, now he's moved on to Pirates and Penguins, but he still knows his cookies with football, so we're happy to have him. And Christopher Carter, the host of the North Shore Drive, will be mixing his way through here as well. He always brings the excitement, so we're excited to have Chris coming through. But Paul, I'm going to start with you because this is your first appearance on the live stream. Let's first get your reaction to the Broderick Jones pick last night.
Well, I mean, I think they got the guy they wanted, probably. They got the guy that many think is the guy who has the highest upside potential of the tackles in the draft. He looks like he's a mauler. It looks like they're a team that wants to maul, that wants to play that kind of football where they're going to maul teams, and run in the run game and really just be physical. I don't think it cost them hardly anything at all to move up, if you think about it. So, to me, at the end of the day, I'm not sure what's not to like about it. It's one of the few times where, I mean, even last year when they got Kenny Pickett, there was a lot of people that were naysayers of the Kenny Pickett, the pick. They didn't like it. They didn't like that he was selected from the standpoint of it. Some people didn't think he was good enough. Some people thought that they should have moved back and they still could have got him. Some people thought maybe last year address the offensive line, then come back this year with a quarterback. This is one of the first times I can remember, Adam, that honestly they picked somebody that is universally, I think everybody thinks it's a good pick.
Yeah, I think people are pretty happy. I'm going to ask you the question this way, though. I asked Joe Starkey last night when he was on. I asked a few other guys, where does this fall for you on the safe versus exciting continuum? Does this get you fired up as a possible blindside protector for Kenny Pickett for the next decade? Or was it just the most sensible and safe thing for them to do, especially considering the way tackles were flying off the board last night?
Well, it was an offensive lineman was what they needed, right? That's what they wanted, and that's what they needed. So I don't know if it was safe from the standpoint of they picked the best guy. I mean, if it doesn't work out, I don't know anybody who's going to look back and say, boy, they made a mistake, right? It just so happened the guy didn't work out. As far as a flashy pick, I don't know that there was a flashy pick to be had there at that point. So I think it's a good pick. I'm okay with it. I think it gives them flexibility. One of the things that they were really good at doing in the offseason was making sure they were adequate at every position so that they didn't have like these overriding absolute needs. You desperately need to get this. There wasn't any of those really on the board for them, was there? And so at the end of the day, I would tell you that I think it's important to note that they got the guy they needed to get, and they didn't really give up that much to get him.
Paul, I'm going to pivot to we're about to start round 2 here. The action's going to get started real quick because the Steelers are going to be on the clock unless they trade back, which is a possibility. I'm going to assume they're going to hold on to 32 until I'm told otherwise. What do you think the percent chance is that it's Joey Porter Jr. or Brian Branch, one of those two guys?
I don't think it's going to be Joey Porter. I could be completely wrong. I've said it from day one that it wasn't going to be Joey Porter. And not because I don't think he's a good football player. I just don't think he fits what the Steelers are looking for. I think what he does and how he does it is not really how the Steelers play from that position. And so, there's also the questions about whether or not this guy is going to be a safety, or if he's going to be, eventually be a safety, or if he's going to stay at corner. And I think at the end of the day, they're valid questions. So to me, I look at what the Steelers, want from that position. It's generally not what Joey Porter does. And I think that's something that is important, because fit is always important.
So who's the guy you have your eye on then in that case, if it's not Joey Porter?
Well, I know this is I'm switching this up a minute here so I can watch the screen. Do you say so I can flip on the so I can kind of follow it on the on the screen. I know it wasn't very popular when I just put it out there on Twitter. How's that? Is that better?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're good.
I know it wasn't very popular when I put it out there on Twitter, but I would love to see them take what's his name, the tight end from Notre Dame. I'm going to tell you, they want to play that smash mouth kind of football style where, they run the ball, they run it with authority, and I've heard a number of people compare him to Heath Miller, which obviously that was, I would also say, if you look at Pat Freiermuth, and I know it's not fair always to say this, but the guy's had 2 or 3 concussions. He's had some injury issues. And I don't know that he's as good of a blocker as this kid from Notre Dame. So to me, I think you upgrade a position, you get another weapon of sorts for Kenny Pickett. I think you actually would then enhance what you just did in getting Broderick Jones. And the next thing you know, the offense looks a lot different.
That's interesting. I've heard some people certainly talking about the tight ends. Darwin in the chat mentions Darnell Washington. He's the other tight end who's kind of on the radar here. I think he's in Mel Kiper's best available. What do you think of Darnell Washington in kind of that same mold?
Well, I mean, I like him a lot. I like them both, to be honest. But if you ask me who I like better, watching film, and of course, all we do is watch film, Adam. I mean, I didn't watch every snap from both guys. Watching the film, I love this kid from Notre Dame. I think he's a guy that really would make your run game better. I mean, he'd obviously be, help you in the pass game too. But he's really good at coming off the ball and knocking people on their ass. And I think that's really what you're looking for somebody that you're trying to enhance your offensive line. One thing also that's going on is that we're starting to see a little bit of a revert back to a running kind of league. Not that it's ever going to go back to what it was in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. But I think for a while there, people were really trying to convince themselves that you don't need any running game at all. And I think we're starting to see there's some teams that aren't afraid to say, you know what, we're gonna have a model where we run the football with power and with authority and when we want to. And so when that happens, you'll see a guy like him will start to become more and more valuable again.
Yeah, I was talking a little bit about that last night, Paul, as we were kind of looking at, what the options were. And, I think that's a real shift. I think you look at the way Philly did things. If you look at the way San Francisco did things, obviously they had some really skilled players and that gave them the ability to do different things than other teams. But they also had a commitment to running the ball, putting the ball in Deebo Samuel's hands, for example. And the way you're arguing it, I can see it because I don't think we're ever going to go back to, 1990s football where you're going to have a guy doing 30 carries a game. But this is kind of the evolution, right? This is in the same way there was a lot of innovation with the pass. Maybe we're swinging back to there's going to be innovation with the run. And that, that doesn't, when you say we're going to the run, that doesn't necessarily mean power I formations and hammering it 30 times a game with 3 short.
No, but it does mean that, it's okay. It's okay to run the ball, and it's okay to be a team that doesn't have to throw it for 350 yards in order to win. And I think teams are figuring out it's hard to keep your quarterback upright in this league with all of the pass rushers and all the different ways that they, get after the quarterbacks. If you can mix it up to a point where you're a little less predictable, right? And you're able to mix it up in a way that, hey, If we want to, we're going to run right at you, and we don't think you can stop us. Now, all of a sudden, a guy like Kenny Pickett, because the play action game becomes an actual real factor, because, he now doesn't have to make nearly as tough of throws. The thing about a guy like Pat Mahomes, for instance, they run the ball better than you think they run the ball, but it's still a team that they need that kid. They need him to throw the ball over the field for them to have a chance to win. I think what the Steelers are saying and some of these other teams are saying is, if we can, if we don't have Pat Mahomes, we can sort of minimize, the disadvantages we have on offense by being able to run the football a little bit.
Paul, what do you think of Brian Branch as the other defensive back that a lot of people have, really coveted? I think, there's a large contingent here in our YouTube community that loves him. You mentioned you don't think Joey Porter's a great fit. Brian Branch is more versatile, can do more things. His NFL.com scout Lance Zierlein said his NFL comparison is Minkah Fitzpatrick, who the Steelers obviously have and obviously love. What do you think about Brian Branch as a prospect if they don't go that tight end route in round 2 here to start?
Again, I don't know that they really need a safety, I think the biggest thing is obviously he's a really good football player. Here's the thing we found, Adam, over the last 2 or 3 years. When in doubt, take a guy from Clemson, Alabama, or Georgia, and you're probably going to get a pretty good football player, right? I mean, that's pretty much what we figured it out. But I would actually rather them take another offensive lineman, believe it or not, than a safety. I'd rather see them take a corner than a safety. I'd rather see them take a tight end, like I just said, than a safety. I think that's a bigger position of need, but I also think there are better players at those positions. And the Branch kid, I think, is somebody who they would obviously like, but I don't know that you necessarily need him quite yet. So I would not be excited about that.
The slot corner thing doesn't appeal to you because, I do think ever since Mike Hilton left, that's been a obvious, visible void on this defense. And I think, Brian Branch could do some of that stuff, and he could mix in at safety. He could mix in at that kind of hybrid linebacker spot that has become in vogue. None of that intrigues you at all, other than beyond the safety part of it. Because I would agree if we were just talking about safeties, I don't see the need there considering what the Steelers have done in free agency. But considering everything else he can do, that would be the thing that would appeal to me about him.
Well, if you could convert him into like a Mike Hilton type role, that's different, because that role is very, very important. And obviously, I mean, the what I would say the ideal scenario would have been to keep Cam Sutton around and draft a corner, and then you have Peterson in another corner, and now you have Sutton for that role, which he was really good at. But again, I think that's a position. I think that's a skill set. I think that's somebody that you can get with a later pick. I mean, I think with this pick, you're looking probably for this pick to be somebody who's legitimately an impact player. And, I think a tight end could be an impact player. A corner obviously would be an impact player. Those are two positions that I would focus on. I think that the fact that they got a tackle and the fact that they signed like 90 guards in the offseason probably means their offensive line is good. But if you could get another tackle, I don't know that that's the worst thing in the world either, because then you could probably think about getting rid of or moving on from Chuks Okorafor and saving some money on the salary cap. And who knows, go out and sign a guy that can fill that Mike Hilton role.
I think the problem with tackles, Paul, is other than DeJuan Jones, I'm not sure there's anyone I really like that's in this range. Maybe you get into, late day 2, early day 3. Maybe there's some guys that are worth taking flyers on. But, in terms of strict, what are they going to do here at 32? I don't really see anyone other than DeJuan Jones on the board. Let me ask you about a couple more of these corners. Julius Brents is someone who Christopher Carter specifically loves a lot. Keely Ringo might have the most upside of a lot of these corners in the draft. I think he's, one of the few guys that could be a number 1 corner someday, but he's 20 years old, so he's probably not that guy now. Do either of those guys appeal to you as Branch and Porter alternatives and maybe closer to 49 than at 32?
Well, you said Ringo, right?
Yes.
I think the thing about Ringo is he's tall. He's tall. He's rangy. He's about 6'2", 6'3", right? He's got a little bit of length to him. He's got a little bit of that. And again, the other thing he has, he's from Georgia. So, I mean, the Eagles have made a living over the last 2 years of getting these Georgia defensive players. But I do like his height. I like the fact that he's got a little bit of length and he's rangy and he's got the longer arms. And to me, I think he's a better fit than Joey Porter, to be honest, for what they're looking for from their corner. So he's the one guy that you said that I really, I've been looking at him and sort of thinking about him as a second or third rounder for the Steelers, probably for the last month. Who was the other guy you said?
Julius Brents from Kansas State.
Yeah, from Kansas State. See, the thing about him, and I look at him and I say, at Kansas State, he probably did play at a pretty high level, but he wasn't in the SEC. And so I got a bias, and it's terrible, Adam, but my bias is if I've got two guys that are similar, I'm going to take the guy who was a starter in the SEC. I'm looking at this Brents. He's tall, and he's another one with some length to him and some he's rangy, he's got longer arms. I like that. But I look at him and I look at the other guy, Ringo, as being very similar. And if I'm going to have to break a tie, I'm going to go with the SEC guy every time.
We've got some pre-draft festivities here. Salutes to some service members. I think Roger Goodell just officially put the Steelers on the clock, so we're about 6.5 minutes away till their clock expires. Paul, quickly, I think there's a lot of talk about whether teams want to trade up to get Will Levis, trade up to get Hendon Hooker. Are you entertaining any of that talk at this point, or what's your read on teams wanting to get those guys and maybe getting 3 picks out of the second round or the second and third rounds instead of just 2?
Well, I think it was our former colleague Mike DeFabo said it the best, okay? And that is, everybody knows the Steelers aren't taking a quarterback. Everybody knows this. And if you were confused about it, Mike Tomlin said as much last night when he had his press conference. It said something to the effect of, well, we're not in the quarterback market, but there are some teams that are, and maybe we'll see, what they want to do. And essentially what that means is there's not as much leverage as everybody thinks that, well, if you want to go up and get Hendon Hooker, or you want to go up and get your boy from Penn State via Kentucky, guess what? Maybe we can go get the 33rd pick, and we're still going to get a chance to take whoever we want. So the Steelers have some value, and I'm sure that, teams are calling them. Did you see, I think it was Andrew Filipponi put out there, according to one of his sources, I think it was with the Raiders, they would move down to 38. The Raiders would get 32. And I want to say they'd get like pick number 100.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is it doesn't shock me that that's what the market is, because if you think about it, it only took a 4th rounder to go from 17 to 14. So, I think the market for those kind of trades might not be what people think it is. And so to move back 6 spots to get one guy and not one more, top 100 guy, I don't know if it's worth it. I think at that point, you just take the best guy that you have, and the best guy that you want, and you move on. Now, if they were to throw in another pick, say they were going to give you top, number 100 and then say like number 130 or something, then you start to think about it, because the Steelers, if you think about it, the Steelers after pick 80, they don't have another pick till the 7th round.
Yeah, that's the tough part. No, go ahead, Paul.
But now I would say this, though, honestly. Think about it this way. All of those guys they picked up in the offseason, what was it, 3 guards I think they picked up, the 2 inside linebackers, Peterson, even the punter. All these guys, you could almost say those were our mid-round picks, And if you look at it that way.
You took the words out of my mouth, Paul, because that's kind of the way I see their logic going right now.
Right. I mean, you say, well, look, we filled all the positions that we would fill with mid-round picks. The only difference is the guys that we filled it with all have experience. And then you throw Allen Robinson in there. I mean, Allen Robinson probably would be like picking up a receiver in the 6th round at this point in his career.
Omar Khan is on the phone. The pick is not yet in. Art Rooney and Andy Weidel are giving some wry smiles. The draft room is everyone else in the room looks a little pensive. So I don't know what we're supposed to read into that. Things had looked quiet about 2 minutes ago, which led me to believe they'd sent the pick in and they were just waiting for all of the theatrics in Kansas City to unfold. But Omar Khan's on the phone, and there's 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. So, man, some early drama here, Paul. I really don't know what they're going to do.
The Chargers picked up the 5th-year option on Justin Herbert. 49ers picked up the option on Brandon Ayuk. And the Falcons did the same for A.J. Terrell. So I love all of these deals that are being just kind of signed quietly. Even the Lamar Jackson deal, they signed it yesterday, and it's almost an afterthought because of the draft. I think that was by design.
Paul, the pick is in. I am seeing your colleague at the Fan, Doran Dickerson, saying it is indeed Joey Porter Jr., and Doran Dickerson has been nailing these picks for years now. We'll say it's still unofficial, but it is looking very Joey Porter Jr.,
Yeah.
And that's not your guy, Paul.
That's not my guy. But, hey, if the Steelers like him, they like him. But I'm not a big fan of him. I'm not a big fan of him for the Steelers. I think he's a good player, though. I do think he's a good player. And I think that, maybe he'll turn out to be a good player for the Steelers. I will say this. This was probably the head coach's pick because I know that in talking to some people, let's just say below the head coach, without really, compromising anybody, I don't know that everybody was on board with this pick. So if it's Joey Porter Jr., I would tell you that that's probably the head coach that made this selection.
All right, we're going to do a quick reset here because we are going to recapture this part of this for YouTube now that we think things have become official. So hold tight. I'm going to do a quick pause here. All right, everybody. It is the Steelers live draft show here on postgazette.com. My name is Adam Bittner. I'm here with Post-Gazette sports columnist Paul Zeise. The pick is in for the Steelers. Reports are on Twitter as of now that the pick is Joey Porter Jr. Alan Faneca is now at the stage announcing the Steelers pick. So we're pensively waiting here for it to become official before we begin to analyze things. I can't hear what Alan Faneca is saying, but like I said, reports say that the selection is Joey Porter Jr., and that is now confirmed. Alan Faneca has announced that. Paul, our viewers who'd been here for the first 25 minutes already got your reaction, but for people who may just be tuning in, for people who are going to see this tomorrow on YouTube, give me your reaction to this pick.
Well, like I said, it's clearly, to me, it's the head coach that loves him. That's really what it comes down to. I mean, because at the end of the day, what you really look at is how he fits into their system. And I don't know that he really fits in well. What would be very interesting, Adam, what if they use him in that role you were talking about?
In the hybrid slot corner role.
That Mike Hilton type role. I mean, some would say you're not going to take, with number 32, you're not going to take a guy like that for that position, but maybe that's where they're going to have him slotted. Maybe that's where they're going to have him fit, and he's going to be that guy because that fits more of what he is than being on the outside and being a corner. I think, honestly, to be honest, I think it fits a lot better with what he is as a player. And so who knows? I'm not all that excited about it, but he's a good football player. And I thought there was some other teams that he probably would really, really fit in well in their defense. I just don't know that he does what the Steelers want their corners to do.
Well, let me pull at that thread a little bit, Paul. Why do you not think that he is necessarily an outside guy? We were talking, Andrew Destin and I, last night. He was only targeted 30 times playing the outside for Penn State last season. I think 10 of them came in that first game against Purdue, where Charlie Jones, one of the best receivers in the Big Ten, they were going head-to-head. He dominated Charlie Jones. And then, when they got to the Ohio State game, a lot of people bring up that, oh, man, Marvin Harrison Jr. toasted the Penn State secondary. As Andrew pointed out, he wasn't matching up with Marvin Harrison. That was more of a Kalen King thing because Kalen King had a little bit more length. And Marvin Harrison was just running loose across the middle against him, but that wasn't necessarily Joey Porter Jr.'s fault. So I guess my question for you is, what don't you like about him as an outside guy?
I think because he's a guy that wins at the offense at the line of scrimmage. He does a lot of his winning at the line of scrimmage. He does a lot of his winning at recovering after getting beat off the line. If he gets beat off the line of scrimmage, I don't know if I put a lot of stock in the whole handsy thing. He gets handsy and grabs, but he's a physical player. Up at the line of scrimmage, he's a physical player, but the Steelers like their guys to roam free and do a lot more in coverage. I just worry that if he's not able to be physical at the point of attack in the NFL, I think he's going to get toasted a lot. We'll see. And again, maybe they have him slotted for that Mike Hilton role. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I think it's always possible that you say, hey, I mean, you have Patrick Peterson as an outside guy. You have some, Akella Witherspoon. You have Levi Wallace. Like right now, maybe those guys are better fits for those roles. And maybe Joey Porter Jr. can grow into that rather than being, the rookie day one, number 2 across the field from Patrick Peterson. I could definitely see that. But I don't know. Are you talking about that in terms of a long-term role as well?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe a couple of year role to see how he does and then move him to the outside. But I'm talking about, just what we were talking about with the kid from Alabama. You could slot him into that role and he would do well in that role. But my thing is, if they're taking a corner at 32, they ain't thinking about taking him as a slot guy, a hybrid slot guy. And so we'll see. I mean, he might turn out to be really good. I'm not saying he's not going to be. I'm just saying I know what the Steelers asked their corners to do. I've talked to people on that staff. I don't know that Joey Porter's ideal for what they're looking for.
Paul, let me ask the question this way, just because I think if you told a lot of people that they're going to go into, pick 49, which it appears they're going to do now, with both Broderick Jones and Joey Porter Jr., most people would have been over the moon. I think a lot of the things you're bringing up are definitely relevant to picking him at 17, and I think his drop kind of reflected that, right? Is that it wasn't just the Steelers who were passing him up. Emmanuel Forbes was a guy who I think jumped him in the action, from where he was regarded in mock drafts to where he was actually drafted. So I think there's a lot of merit to what you're saying in terms of league-wide, but I can't get away from, if you told Steelers fans, 24 hours ago, you're going to have both Broderick Jones and Joey Porter Jr., I think a lot of people would have called that a huge win. Does the fact that they got him at 32 change the math for you at all?
Yes, I would have hated this pick at 17, but at 32, obviously, considering he's somebody they probably considered at 17, this actually, couldn't have gone better for them, really. And it's funny, my thoughts were before the draft were they'd get an offensive lineman early and then use this 30-second pick on Jordan Addison. Well, as it turns out, it was Addison that went in about 24 or whatever, and Joey Porter is the one that's still on the board of the guys that everyone talked about. So they got him, and now we'll see, what it looks like when he's there. But it's a nice story. Local kid, North Allegheny kid, right? I mean, Penn State kid. That always adds to the story. That always adds to the name recognition. The fact that his dad played for the Steelers. There's a lot of reasons why you should be excited about it. I'm just telling you, from my standpoint, I kind of thought that I would like to see them go in a different direction. But it is what it is. They did what they had to do in terms of getting. There's your boy off the board. There's your boy. I was
scrolling Twitter there briefly to figure out what was going on after Tennessee traded into the 33rd pick. They have selected Will Levis. The drop stops for the former Penn State signal caller, the guy who was beaten out by Sean Clifford to be Penn State's quarterback the past couple of seasons. Obviously, he went to Kentucky. He's been, I think, the big national story of this draft, Paul. He goes to Tennessee. What do you think of that situation?
Well, I'm going to assume that this is one of those situations where he's going to talk about how he has a chip on his shoulder and he's going to prove everyone wrong and all this other stuff. Everything I've heard about the kid personally from people that I know is that he's a little bit arrogant. He's got a little bit of arrogance to him and maybe a little too high opinion of himself. And that could hurt him in terms of, if you're a quarterback, you got to be a little bit cocky, but apparently he's a guy that maybe takes it a little too far. The measurables are there, Adam, but I still, and you know about this a lot more than me because you follow it a lot closer than I do, I still can't get over the fact that here's a guy that lost his job or got beat out by Sean Clifford and ended up going somewhere else. No disrespect, but you're I guess the same could be said about Joe Flacco, going to Delaware, but he got beat out. At least Tyler Palko was coming off of, and Tyler Palko actually played in the NFL and stuff. I'm just going to tell you, I don't understand how anybody that watched this kid play at Kentucky, and I actually saw Kentucky play a few times, I never said to myself, this is a top 5 pick. Never once. Nice. He's got some nice measurables, right? He's got a pretty good arm. There's a lot that you can like about him. He's 6'4", all that stuff. But I never said to myself, boy, he's a top 5 pick. And, yesterday morning, there were some people that were talking about how he might be the number 1 pick overall, over the other 2 guys, Stroud and what's his name from Alabama, the kid from Alabama. And I'm thinking to myself, that's lunacy. Are you high? What are you talking about? I didn't ever think I never once looked at him and said, top 5 pick. Now, much like the Steelers, right? If you're the Titans, you got to be happy because in the first round, you got your guy. What did they do? Where'd they go in the first round here? They got Darnell Wright. No, who did they get in the first round here? Skoronski. They got Skoronski. So you got your tackle, guard, whatever he is, and then you were able to fill your need for an offensive lineman. So you got your top offensive lineman who was on the board. And then you turn around and you still get the first-round quarterback. You didn't have to trade up for him. In fact, you didn't have to do anything. And he dropped to you. So if Levis becomes a good player, then you know what? This looks like they're geniuses, right? It looks like they're brilliant. So we'll see how it all turns out. I was not a huge fan of the guy after I watched him for most of the season. Oh, there's a tight end off the board, and it's not the kid from Notre Dame.
Correct. It is Sam Laporta from Iowa goes to the Lions at 34. Paul, I want to talk a little bit more about the Malik Willis situation because he's a guy we talked about, as being a potential Steeler last year, as being that potential first-round pick, as being I think he was the primary alternative to Kenny Pickett in a lot of people's eyes. And now, he's going to have to battle it out with not just Ryan Tannehill down there, but now they have Will Levis. So talk about an interesting quarterback room, Paul.
Well, I think what they found last year, Adam, is that Malik Willis is nowhere close to being ready to play in the NFL. That's what they figured out. Very quickly, that's what they figured out. And so this doesn't mean they're giving up on Malik Willis. It means that they're basically delaying his arrival. And maybe he sits on the bench again this year and never plays, and he's their 3rd guy this year. Next year, he kind of moves up and becomes their 2nd guy. You get rid of gets rid of Tannehill in the offseason. And so basically now you have 2 years of Willis. So you basically have 3 years of Willis learning and developing, and then you hope he's ready to go.
Paul, we got a commercial break here. The Raiders pick is in. I don't know if we'll see it while they're in commercial or not. Just getting back to Joey Porter Jr. a little bit. Does the fact that Will Levis and Sam Laporta are the first two guys off the board kind of say, hey, maybe they could have had him at 38. Maybe they could have gotten another player. I think that's now the big angle of this is how far do some of these other corners fall, and maybe they could have had him later on, as clearly these teams wanted these guys more than they wanted Joey Porter Jr.
You mean the corners?
I'm talking about so far, Detroit, and obviously if you're Tennessee and you're trading up for Will Levis, you never entertained taking Joey Porter Jr., right?
Right. No, you're right. And I think that's the whole point, is that there were some teams probably that wanted to trade up a little bit, but they probably, at the end of the day, I think that there's a lot of people that are afraid of this Will Levis, that they are worried that he is not close to what his measurables would suggest. And so I think there were teams that were intrigued, and they were intrigued by the idea of going and getting him, but not enough to give up a real haul to make sure that they drafted and traded in to the first, to that first pick.
It's going to be interesting to see, I think, what Las Vegas does here. Just because they were the team that in the final hours, I think they were most rumored to be the team that the Steelers were talking to most about maybe moving. So I think that's going to be one of the more interesting picks here early on. What do you think they're going to do, Paul?
The Raiders?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, because it's the Raiders, who the hell knows? It's interesting right here. They say the best fit is this kid from TCU. 6'4", 332 pounds. So they're talking about a defensive end, I'm assuming, looking at his – oh, no, he's an offensive guard. Steve Avila from TCU. That's what they're talking about. But looking at their needs, it's really big guys and corners. That's pretty much what their need is. But here's the other thing. Don't be surprised if my guy from Notre Dame goes right here.
Yeah, you
tight
think
end.
I mean, they lost
is one of their needs.
Yeah, they lost Darren Waller, so I think that's an interesting situation there. Here comes the commissioner. We will announce this pick, and then I got a question for Paul about where we go from here from a Steelers perspective. All right, Roger Goodell is introducing the pick. It is – come on. It's hard to sync it up when you can't hear what they're saying because I have the TV on mute here.
Michael Mayer.
Michael Mayer. You called that one, Paul.
Yeah, I knew he was going to go pretty early in this second round. I think he's a really good football player, man. I still say the Steelers should have drafted him as opposed to Joey Porter. Not that I have anything against Joey Porter. It is, he is what he is. But I really like this kid, man. The more I watched it, the more I said, boy, that guy looks like a Steeler. Plays like a Steeler. He's 6'5", 250, which means he's going to be 6'5", 265, something like that. Big, strong, physical tight end. I like him a lot. So I think that's a good pick for them, for the Raiders. So next up, who is it? The Rams are next up, right?
Yes, the Rams are next in the order at 36. We are, we're really not that far from 49, Paul. We're only 13 picks, and these things go pretty quickly, so we're not going to be far from 49 here.
That's why I've always said I like the second and third round the most. I like it a lot better than the first round. The first round takes too long. There's too much pomp and circumstance, and there's too much nonsense. So here it looks like the Rams need a receiver, a corner, a linebacker. So best available fit. They've got a defensive tackle here from Wisconsin is the best fit for them.
Keanu Benton, I think, would be interesting, Paul, because he was tied. I did a couple in our mock draft tracker today. You can find that on post-gazette.com. Two of the mock drafts that I tracked as day two mock drafts had Keanu Benton as a potential pick for the Steelers. I guess that probably segues well into my next question for you, Paul, which is what are you looking at now that the cornerback situation, whether you're thrilled about the pick or not, that situation's resolved for the rest of this draft. as you're looking toward 49, what is on your radar now? Is it a guy like Benton?
Well, I don't think he's going to be there, to be honest. Maybe he is. But I'll tell you what, getting a corner and getting a tackle, I look at the fact that, so say let's just take a look at this list here, right? Just so what number are we on here? 34?
36.
Right? 36. So what, 13 more guys? I mean, I'll tell you who's the 13th best available on this list. Do you like Jaden Reed, the receiver from Michigan State?
I know Andrew Destin likes him a lot.
He would be, based on the value, and of course, who knows what this is? I mean, who knows? These are all, guys making their projections. But based on the value, right around the Steelers would pick, you've got Jaden Reed, Jalen Hyatt is right in there. Who else would make sense in that that area right there? You know what? Both of the corners that you mentioned, you can never have too many, right? Isn't that the cliche? Both of the corners that you mentioned in the pre-show part of this would be right around that area. Looking at this, Keon White, although I don't know that they would need a defensive end like him, 6'5". You know what?
Keon White did visit, Paul. He did visit the Steelers.
Keon White, and I'll tell you, I'm reading about him. I don't know that he could play inside much. He's got power, though. He's a defensive end, 6'5". I don't know. He's quick and can win, it says, with his moves, but he's got the question if you're a Steelers defensive lineman, you probably have to play both spots, right? Inside and outside. That's an intriguing pick right there. How about Keon White? Let's throw that name out there. What do you think?
I mean, that's a name we talked about as high as 17, Paul. So I think a lot of people would be pretty happy with that. I think that edge rusher debate is probably the biggest flashpoint in Steelers Nation right now, because there's people who say you need a third guy. You learned last season how this defense changes when you don't have a guy who can get after the passer on that side where TJ Watt is if he's injured. And you don't know what's going to happen with Alex Highsmith. If you don't extend him, maybe you don't want to extend him, Paul. Maybe if you can get cheaper production there, maybe if you can get a guy who can do the same stuff Alex Highsmith did for a cheaper price than extending Alex Highsmith, that's a worthwhile thing. So I think that's a real pointed debate. I think there are people who would really like to see a third guy who can, maybe be that second guy, if not in 2023, then in the future. And I think there are people who just say, hey, you have Watt and Highsmith, forget about it.
Right. I mean, I don't have a problem with going out and getting. I mean, you're the Steelers. You need to. It's not. You'll never waste a pick if you get an edge rusher. If you're the Steelers, to be honest, there's a lot of guys that guys get hurt. Guys get at that position get very, very expensive. Like you said, there's a lot of reasons why you want to have a really good flow of edge rushers coming through your system. Steve Avila is gone.
He's the guard from TCU. He is the pick for the Rams at 36.
From Jamie Dixon University, 6'4", 332 pounds. Seahawks are up. You know what? They got a receiver. Did they get a receiver in the first round? Yeah, I think they did. I forget. It's funny. It was last night, but so much of it runs together. Let me look real quick here. In the first round, Seattle got Devin Witherspoon. They got their corner, and then they got Jackson Smith and Njigma. So they're not going to go receiver here. I was looking at their needs. They got their corner. They got the receiver. All of their needs. Well, I'll tell you where they could go because they have Geno Smith. They have him for what? 2 more years? I think this year and next. Geno Smith.
Yeah, and there was some talk about maybe they want to go get Will Levis because maybe they want to move on from Geno Smith. They'd said Pete Carroll had told Geno Smith they were looking at quarterbacks. But at this point, Will Levis is off the board, so I think the only other person that we could really be talking about here is Hendon Hooker, right?
And it would make sense because he's injured. And he might not be ready to play in early September. Well, they don't need him to play this year. so they could rehab him and bring him along. You know what I mean? And you know, in September maybe he's back as the backup. But even if he's not fully back, they could develop him, right? Which is he probably needs a little bit of development, and you can make sure that he's 100% healthy before you put him out there in the competition next year. So really, I mean, they've got some other needs on the offensive line and things of the such. But if they wanted to make a pick, if ever there was a team that drafting a quarterback who would be drafted higher because because of his injury, he slid kind of a little bit. It would make sense here. But that's not who they're going with.
It is not him.
Derek Hall, defensive.
You set it up to only be disappointed, Paul.
Yes.
Derek Hall, the defensive end from Auburn.
Yeah. That's the next question that you have to ask yourself, right? That's the next question that you have to ask yourself. So the Falcons are the Falcons going to go quarterback? Probably not. Right? Maybe.
Yeah.
What do they have? They have Mariota, but no, they have Desmond Ritter. They have Desmond Ritter, so they're not going to go quarterback. Carolina took their quarterback. How about at 40, the Saints?
The Saints are an interesting team for Hendon Hooker, I would think.
And I would tell you this about that. They would be another team like the Steelers and Tennessee who stayed put. It might end up getting the guy they wanted anyway.
Doesn't that happen so much, Paul? We talk about these trades all the time, and it just seems like if you would stay put, a lot of times you can get the guy you want.
And again, if Hooker is their guy, you know what I mean? Because there was a lot of talk about them trading up to get a quarterback, and they're coming after the Steelers pick and all this other stuff. If they were going to do that, it's for a quarterback. And they didn't do it, and Levis went off the board. The only other guy really that would make sense to take at 40 would be Hooker. And,
I'm going to interrupt you here, Paul. The Falcons have traded up, so I don't know if that changes your thought process at all. The Falcons have taken Indianapolis's pick at 38.
Oh, they've traded back.
I think they've traded up.
See, on my board, I had the Falcons anyway. So I remember we were talking about Desmond Ritter. So TV must be behind where I'm at here in terms of these trades and stuff, because I've been talking about the Falcons and Desmond Ritter. But I'm just saying, if you're right, how many teams stay put and end up getting the guy they wanted anyway, without giving up all that other stuff?
Well, I think that's probably the thing with the Steelers is that I think Joey Porter Jr. is the guy they wanted, and that's right. Probably ultimately why they did it and didn't trade back, because they said the guy we want's there now. We're going to go get him. The
guy that we wanted, right? The guy that we wanted, and the guy that basically we were going to take at 17 maybe at some point earlier in this offseason. So, the Falcons now are on the clock, and it says the pick is in, but I don't know what that means.
Yeah, we will see here in a second. I wanted to ask you about Jeff in the chat said Trenton Simpson at 49. He's someone who came up on our mock draft tracker today as well. What do you think of him? He's another one of those inside linebackers. Maybe there's higher value on those guys than we thought, given that Jack Campbell went to Detroit last night. I think a lot of people were pretty surprised by that. What do you think of Trenton Simpson? And before we go on, Matthew Berger on the offensive tackle from Syracuse is the pick for Atlanta at 38. That's the guy they traded up for. But let's pull at this Trenton Simpson thread a little bit.
And wait, didn't the Falcons take a running back in the first round? Because they're a team that hired a coach that is going to want to play smash mouth football. So clearly their first round and second round picks show a priority here, a running back and a tackle. Trenton Simpson, 6'2". Obviously, we like Clemson guys. Says here is one of his greatest strengths is his ability to match up with running backs and tight ends in coverage. Well, I'm sold already. I don't need to read the rest of what it is that he does or doesn't do, because the Steelers desperately need a guy with that skill set, don't they?
I agree. The one knock on him that I read from Lance Zierlein at NFL.com was Doesn't have the best recognition. He's more projectable, I think, than Campbell was. I think Campbell was the more polished inside linebacker. But given the odyssey the Steelers have been on since the night Ryan Shazier went down in Cincinnati, at that inside linebacker position, I think that's if he's there, that's a hard thing to pass up. Especially, I know you were talking about the receivers, Paul, but I think there's going to be some good guys in the third round. They don't have that fourth round pick anymore, but Nathaniel Dell, Charlie Jones, those are guys that I'm looking at as guys who will probably be there in the third round and that the Steelers could grab if they do want to get a receiver. That's why I wonder about Trenton Simpson or someone who can kind of play the inside and outside along that defensive line.
Right. I mean, if you look at some of the big guys that would be available, Trenton Simpson, now that I've read sort of about him, I think that actually wouldn't be that bad of a pick. I think he would be a good fit in the Steelers scheme. Look, what we found out is they got Robert Spillane up off the scrap heap, essentially, and he turned out to be a functional player in the run game. That's not the problem that they've had in terms of their inside linebackers. The problem they've had is in coverage. And so if you have a guy that's really good in coverage, to me, I think it's somebody you really got to seriously think about going to get.
I agree, and especially if he does need a little bit of a development. That's why you have a Landon Roberts. That's why you have Cole Holcomb. You signed those guys. I don't think any of us think that they're going to be long-term fixtures on the inside there. I think, honestly, Paul, I kind of look at them as like Miles Jack. You're just taking a swing at them, seeing if you can catch lightning in a bottle or whatever, and then you kind of go from there. So I don't think the fact that they signed those guys would preclude them from taking Trenton Simpson. Do you?
No, not at all. I mean, I think again. I mean, look. I think what the Steelers have tried to do this offseason is try and create depth and competition at a lot of spots. And I also think that, Adam, at the end of this summer, at the end of training camp, there are going to be some guys who are established players that get cut. They will be, casualties of, their salary. But that's what they're trying to do, is create a situation where they have the luxury of cutting guys that they might want to cut or might think about trying to cut.
Yeah, I think that'll be really interesting. The pick is in for Carolina here at 39. We're going to learn that shortly. They're in commercial still. I think they're committed to telling us who the pick is on camera through the second round before we get, in the third round, they just start announcing it in commercial, and you just got to be paying attention to that bottom line. But I think it looks like tonight they want to keep, they want to announce the second round guys at the podium on TV.
Is this where the kid from Ole Miss, the receiver,
Jonathan Mingo? Yeah, I think that would be really interesting because he was a guy. A mock that I saw today had Joey Porter Jr., Keanu Benton, and Jonathan Mingo being the Steelers' haul tonight. I believe they entered the night as 3 of the top 12 on Mel Kiper's best available. To me, Paul, that would be a huge coup. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Mingo go off the board here. He's big. He's physical, especially against, interior defensive backs. I think he's going to do some really good work. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's him at all.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a guy that would make sense for them. I've got the list of the best available up, and I'm trying to match it with needs, to see when these guys pick. To me, the most intriguing pick, though, is probably the next pick. I want to see what the Saints do. I'll be shocked. I want to see if they're going to pull the trigger on their quarterback. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially because, things are pretty unresolved down there. I think the Saints are an interesting team for a lot of reasons.
So is Jameis Winston? I lost track of who is their quarterback right now. They signed somebody. It wasn't Baker Mayfield, but I think it was one of those guys like that, wasn't it?
Let me look this up, Paul. Saints depth chart. While we're looking that up, they got Derek Carr. That's who they got. How did I forget that?
Derek Carr. Oh, that's right. There you go. Jonathan Mingo. There we go.
Jonathan Mingo goes to Carolina. That is, I think, kind of a sleeper pick for the Steelers. I liked him a lot. I didn't like him more than Joey Porter Jr. I don't think he's a guy you trade up to get. So I think that's a bummer for the Steelers because I think he would have been a valuable guy if he fell, but I don't think you can fault Carolina. They just got Bryce Young. Pair him with a nice physical receiver. He's 220. He's going to do some work. I like that pick by them, Paul.
Yeah, I do. I think he's good. I do. I really do. I liked him actually for the Steelers. I thought he might be a guy that slides to what do they pick? 49th? I thought he might be one of those guys that people were real hot on early. Seemed like they were just cooling off a little bit. And maybe if they just, cooled off just a little bit more, he would slide to them. And I thought he might be a guy they might get a chance. All right, so our guys are on the clock here, although it says here that they don't need a quarterback. I would disagree.
I mean, they spent all that money on Derek Carr. I think that would tell you that they don't need a quarterback, right?
Yeah.
Whether you think they should or not, they spent all that money on him.
Right. Who did the Colts? But who did the Colts? Did they draft a quarterback? All this is running together. Who did they draft?
Richardson was the pick at number 4 last night for them.
Okay. So I'm just trying to look for a place for. I like to always look for a place for for the dynamic quarterback. And I'm going to make this statement that out of this draft, either Hooker or Richardson will be the best quarterback out of this draft. That's just my. Right?
I don't think that's a very hot take, Paul. I think I forget who on ESPN earlier on the pre-draft show was saying. I think it was Louis Riddick. So a Pitt guy said he thought Hendon Hooker was the second best quarterback in this draft.
Now I take it back.
He was hurt.
Now I take it back because I don't ever want to agree with Louis Riddick. Anyway, so let's go through this. Saints probably not. Cardinals have Kyler Murray. Packers have Jordan Love, although they probably could take a guy for a backup, I guess. I doubt they're going to use a pick this high on him, though. They got other needs. The Jets just signed Aaron Rodgers, and they have, a bunch of other guys. The Colts, let's see. The Colts just picked their quarterback. Then you've got Green Bay. The Patriots could be a team where maybe he goes. Washington, I don't know. He's going to go here in the next 7 to 8 picks, I think.
Paul, I want to just tell everyone now we're welcoming Brian Batko into the chat. He has been down at Steelers headquarters, listening to everything that's been said, reading the reactions in the room. Brian, let's go back to Joey Porter Jr. We'll keep people updated on the picks, but what do you think now that it's official, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, it just makes a lot of sense, right? It's the type of player they need, and it's in a position of need. He slipped further than a lot of people expected. So I really don't want to hear if anybody's saying, it's the same old Steelers with, a nepotism in the family pick. I mean, that's just not the case. They got him at 32. It's great value if his name was Joey Johnson Jr. So I just think that it fits their scheme and what they want to do. It's the type of corner they really don't have. And, I think Paul was just kind of going down the list there of all the weapons right now that are in the AFC, not just quarterbacks, but those big physical wide receivers who we saw time and again last year. It was difficult for the Steelers to match up with the likes of A.J. Brown and Gabriel Davis and, Amari Cooper lit them up in Cleveland. So I'm not saying Joey Porter's going to be able to step in right away and be the antidote there, but they've at least got the plan in place depth chart wise that he's not going to have to. He can take his time and develop into it.
We're also welcoming Christopher Carter here, the live stream. Chris, first reactions to the pick of Joey Porter Jr. at number 32.
I feel like this was the too obvious pick that, we all kind of was sitting there like, well, if they don't take him, what does that say? But you look at what the Steelers are getting here. Going into the draft process, a lot of us talked about the rankings and needing to get an offensive tackle or a top corner, a top tackle or a top corner. And, a lot of us ranked, Broderick Jones as a top 3 tackle and Joey Porter Jr. as a top 3 corner. and somehow they round up with both of them. And I think that if you look at that and compare it to the pre-draft process and where we were ranking guys, that this is a win. But of course, he has his downsides. I think the lack of ball production as far as getting interceptions is a concern. His lack of pure recovery speed is a concern. He's more of a physical cornerback. I think that's what they like the most about him, is that he can get in the face of receivers and duke it out with them, maintain inside leverage, and then kind of win routes by taking them out of their routes and ruining their timing. And like Brian was just finishing saying there, he's going to have time to grow. They don't need him to plug and play right away because they have 3 veterans on the roster in Patrick Peterson, Levi Wallace, and Akella Witherspoon. Of course, you'd like him to start over one of those guys. But this way, if he needs some more polishing, you have time to polish him before you start putting him out there against receivers like Jamar Chase and just saying, hey, rookie, go figure it out against those guys. So I think it's a good value pick. I was a little concerned because I was wondering if they would go with a different position because cornerback still has a lot of depth on this board. I believe Julius Brents is still available right now, as is Kelly Ringo, as is Cam Smith, a lot of guys that I had pretty solid grades on for the second round. So, whereas I don't have that for a lot of other positions that way. But, Brian Branch, unless I've missed a pick here, he's still available. If they were able to get him at 49 somehow, I think that the Steelers could walk away from this and be like, we accomplished a lot of objectives today.
Isaiah Foskey is the pick for the Saints at number, whatever it was, 39, 40. He's the defensive end from Notre Dame. I want to bounce a couple questions here off Brian because he's going to have to go back inside.
It's cold out here, guys.
Yeah, I know, right? So we'll throw a couple questions Brian's way.
Yeah.
What do you say to the criticisms of Joey Porter, the football player? I know you spoke to the nepotism, but Paul and I were talking, before you guys came on. Is he the perfect outside guy for this team? What do you think of his game and his ability to be the long-term number one once they've moved on from Patrick Peterson, once Akella Witherspoon, Levi Wallace, those guys have moved on? Because those guys aren't long-term solutions. They're kind of solutions of the now. Joey Porter's the guy who's going to be here. What do you think of him as a player in that role?
I mean, by all accounts, he cleaned up some of the biggest obstacles for him that prompted him to return to school last year. The penalties, the handsiness, the physicality to his detriment at that position. I think his penalties were way down from 2021 to 2022, maybe only 3 total and 1 pass interference. Feel free to double check me on that. But the ball production stuff, yes, it's concerning to a degree because I think there is something to be said for if you're a guy who has that innate ability to get your hands on the ball and make the tough catch, that's difficult to coach up. You can certainly drill it, work on the technique, but I think a lot of guys are playmakers in that way or they aren't. Ike Taylor, who Terrell Austin just kind of sort of compared Joey Porter Jr. to in the media room right up there. He was never that guy, right? It became a running joke that, he had stone hands and, he could have been a great receiver, but that's why he ended up at corner. But I think that in terms of making plays on the ball, that's a little bit different. I think Porter's got plenty of that on his resume when you talk about the PBUs. And there's also something to be said for not getting thrown at. Was he taking away his side of the field early and often? Was he smothering guys so that quarterbacks didn't even look to that option in their progression? I mean, that's ideally what you want. It's going to be a lot easier, a lot tougher to do that against NFL receivers like Jamar Chase and T. Higgins than it is to do that in the Big Ten. But, he did it at a high level. He's a guy who I think he's going to help against the run. The Steelers assistant coaches are always Tomlin are always talking about how they need their defensive backs to help against the run. Tomlin likes to say big guys running and little guys hitting. I think they checked both of those boxes with Broderick Jones, his athleticism, and Joey Porter Jr.'s physicality. I am most intrigued, Adam, by how he's going to deal just with the expectations and the weight of being Joey Porter Jr. in Pittsburgh. He's actually going to come down here and do his introductory presser in person on the South Side. So stay tuned for that
tonight.
How is the dad going to act in the stands in games in Baltimore and Cincinnati and places like that? That's what I want to know.
I don't generally see too many players' fathers watching practice during the regular season, but this is a little bit different situation. So Yeah, I mean, I also the last, to my last point there, even if Joey Porter Jr. doesn't become 4 interceptions a year type of guy, you do already have players in your secondary who that's kind of their specialty. Patrick Peterson, early in his career, albeit, but Levi Wallace has a knack for finding the ball and catching it. And we know what Minkah Fitzpatrick brings on the back end. Even DeMonte KZ, really good ball skills on his track record in the NFL.
BJ Ojulari is the pick for Arizona at number 41. Brian, before we let you go back inside, obviously they got another pick coming up here in 7 picks at number 49. Given that JPJ is in the fold, given that you got Broderick Jones last night, where do you think they're going given the guys on the board? We were talking a little bit about Trenton Simpson as being one of them. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I like the 3 names that our guy Jeff Snyder here in the comments threw out. Keon White from Georgia Tech, Trenton Simpson from Clemson, and I'm going to call the dude from Northwestern Bobby Adebaware because I really cannot get his first name down. So, I think, you've got 2 versatile defensive linemen among that 3, and then you've got Trenton Simpson, sideline to sideline, rangy inside backer, rounding out that trio. I think the offensive rebuild to some degree, fellas, is complete by plopping in Broderick Jones as your potential franchise left tackle. I will have a profile of him online either later tonight if you're up watching the draft, or maybe it'll be posted early in the morning. But he's still a fascinating prospect. Joey Porter Jr. he's going to be a big story nationally, getting picked by the Steelers with the first round pick of the second round because of the name recognition and the legacy there. And whoever they get now at 49, sort of what Chris was saying, it's almost just gravy at this point. I think when you hit your 2 biggest positions of need with 2 generally considered top 3 prospects in this class, I say continue to bolster the defense up the middle and see what you can build this unit to as you fill in around the likes of TJ Watt, Minkah Fitzpatrick, and Cam Hayward. And I guess we should start throwing Alex Highsmith into that mix as well.
Last question for you, Brian. We got Luke Musgrave was the pick for the Green Bay at number 42. He's the tight end from Oregon State, which means a lot of those corners that Chris was mentioning, Cam Smith, Keely Ringo, those guys are still on the board. Does that change your read on getting JPJ at 32, given that you probably could have had some of these guys at 49?
No, not really. I mean, the fact that they picked him here tells me they're so familiar and comfortable with him. Sometimes that can be a double-edged sword, right? Sometimes you're familiar, but that means you're not comfortable because of what you know. But clearly this is a case of they know a lot about him. They like what they know about him. And like I said, I mean, it's just going to be really fun to follow this career starting now with the early stages. And like I said, I mean, we really got word just a few minutes ago in the media room before I came down here that I guess the Porter family's in the area. I mean, they're just going to drive right on down from Wexford or wherever to the practice facility. So it's going to be so intriguing to see. Sometimes it's bad for guys to be in that spotlight and it doesn't pan out. Other times it's great for guys to be in an environment where they feel right at home and they know exactly where to go. And that's just going to be one less difficulty for them transitioning from college to the NFL life. Well, time will tell how that works out for Joey Porter Jr. But no, I'm not bothered by the fact that some of those other guys are still on the board, especially because, the Steelers, they simply can go in other directions. It's not like they filled all holes or anything like that, or missed out on some sort of can't miss guy on the D line or an inside linebacker or anything like that.
All right. Well, we are going to let Brian go back inside Steelers headquarters for the 49th pick. Brian, you'll be back later, right?
Yes, that's the plan. And I think Ray Fittipaldo is going to swing on by as well.
We don't want him.
You don't want him?
No,
Ron
I'm just
Cook's in
joking.
there too. Do you want me to get Ron out here?
Oh,
Yeah, Ron, I'm sure he would be very, very willing to do that.
If you can arrange,
I'll see what I can do.
If you can arrange the technology, Brian, go for it.
That is absolutely true. All right, guys, I'll see you in a little bit. Okay.
All right. Thanks, Brian. Gentlemen, any thoughts here as we are? They're in the middle of an NBA promo here on the main ESPN broadcast, or did they just straight up transition? I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, I got a black screen.
Oh well. I'm going to check my TV guide here. They didn't just switch out of the middle of the NFL draft. I guess they did. I guess I got flipped to the deuce. No one calls it deuce anymore.
The Jets just took center Joe Tippmann, so he goes off the board before John Michael Schmitz, which is very interesting to me.
I was going to ask you guys both about John Michael Schmitz. Talk about him. I'm going to go refresh my glass. I'll start with Chris and then Paul. Get reactions to, is John Michael Schmitz in play here for you guys?
It's tough, man. There's so many other needs that they have right now. Paul, I like John Michael Schmitz. You know me. I love to watch tape. That dude moves people. And the Steelers in their best teams, they have dominant physical centers, and he defines that position there. Man, it'd be tough. It'd be very intriguing to take you that, but there's guys like Brian Branch who's still available and can fit in as a safety, as a slot corner. There's guys like Keanu Benton, who I think could be your sort of Stephon Tuitt replacement as a big physical guy who can get after the quarterback and stuff the run with long arms. There's guys like Darnell Washington who can be an extra offensive lineman who's really tall at 6'7", can catch the ball and can get down the field. There's so many options to go here. That's why I'm just not so sure about John Michael Schmitz being the move, but we all know the Steelers, they love to have really talented centers, and Schmitz, I think, is a really talented one for sure.
Well, and I think they could survive with Mason Cole for one more year, right?
They could. Yes, I agree.
Think he's fine. So to me, if you're going to take a guy, I still am in the camp, Chris, that whoever they take at 49 has got to be a guy that can play this year. And I think
agree with that. Yes.
If you take a center, I don't know that you are going to ask him to play this year. I think that you probably are going to essentially redshirt him, right, for a year. So to me, I agree with you. There are so many other guys on the board. I mean, right now, how many more picks are there? What pick are we on here right now?
I think 43 was just made, so they're on 44. So if they have 44, they have 5 picks in front of them right now.
Okay, so let's take 5 guys off the board. I think I'm surprised Branch is still there. Are you surprised that Branch is still there? I'm surprised he's still on the board.
I am surprised. I know people were down on him because he ran in the 4.5s on his 40-yard dash, which is not fast for a defensive back. But at the same time, that guy's extremely versatile. He can flip between positions. He can play in the slot. He can line up outside. He can line up at safety, deep safety, or box safety and look comfortable. But I think this might be less about Brian Branch and more about the NFL just doesn't value safeties like they used to coming out of the draft and free agency. I mean, you look at the safety position, a lot of guys had to wait to get paid. So I look at how the safety position has been used in the NFL and how there goes Julius Brents off the board to the Colts. I think that's a good pick for them. I really liked his tape. So that's 44 there. And then we're moving on to 45, and that should be the Packers here. So that'll be interesting. But yeah, I'm with you, Paul. I think it'd be good to get a guy, if not a guy who starts, at least a guy who's in the rotation, right? Like Keanu Benton as a defensive lineman wouldn't start, but he would be on the field a lot because he'd be on that second platoon of defensive linemen.
Here's a great question for you, though. If and it's not that much further, if Branch falls to the Steelers and they get Porter and Branch and Broderick Thomas, good Lord.
Yeah,
I mean, you basically have to say Omar Khan and company better play the lottery today, because they basically got 3 guys who all 3 at various points by various people had first-round grades.
Agreed, Paul. Like, this is, if someone had told me that they would get Joey Porter Jr. and Broderick Jones without expending some crazy picks to get them, like trading up to get an extra first round pick and a higher pick that cost them a bunch of picks in the future, I would have called you drunk and a liar. They didn't need to do any of that. So yeah, I think what Brian said, they're playing with house money right now. They've got this is gravy. But when you're in the Steelers position, they're young, they're rebuilding, they're trying to build their new nucleus. They need to not look at this like a luxury pick. They need to look at this like they're still getting a core piece for the nucleus that they want to build and be the foundation of their future here. So Paul, I'm right with you, man. If they find a way to land Brian Branch, I mean, that's three guys who I personally had first-round grades on being in your draft this year. At least coming out of the draft, we never know how things play out, how they practice, how they play, how their career goes or anything like that. But at least for evaluating how they took on the draft process, these would be three very solid picks.
And I would think, I'm looking at need here. I think your guy Benton might be off the board here. I think this might be where Detroit might take this guy.
They might.
Because it looks like defensive tackle is one of their big needs.
Yeah, they were a team that I was slating as a guy who covers Pitt. I slated them to take Kalijah Cansey in the first round at the 18th overall pick. He then, of course, went 2 picks later.
Did you?
1 pick later to the Buccaneers. I wouldn't be surprised if Keanu Benton was the pick there. I also wouldn't be surprised though about Keon White, the defensive lineman out of Georgia Tech, big and athletic. He's still on the board as well as Adebaware, who Brian didn't want to pronounce his first name, and I'm not going to either because I'd butcher it. But Adebaware, those are other guys. So there's a few options there. Keon White, also a decent option for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think he would be potentially your first edge that comes off the bench to give breathers for T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith with the way the roster's lined up right now. But again, just so many paths to go. And wait a second. The Lions are on the clock. I thought that they traded away for a second here.
No, they traded in. Hey, Chris, I want to pull at that thread with White before you move on. Because do you put him in that group with Brian Branch as Paul was mentioning of guys? I mean, we talked about him at 17. I mean, it did happen, and I don't know that he was ever like a front runner for that, but there were some mock drafts that had him at 17 for the Steelers. Would you put him in that group with Brian Branch of that's house money if you can get him at 49?
Brian Branch is that guy. Keon White, I feel like 49 is where I value Keon White, actually. Okay. I feel like if the Steelers had taken Keon White at 17, there would have been a similar reaction to how people felt about Terrell Edmonds. Like, that guy, we thought he was a 3rd-round pick, and he's being, you can't take him there. And how teams view players is how they view players. They have more analysis, more scouts, more resources than we do to analyze who they are. But Keon White is a fine pick at 49. I personally have a few other guys ahead of him. I have Keanu Benton ahead of him. I have Brian Branch ahead of him. He's working his way up there. But yeah, certainly I'd keep him there. I also would keep an eye on Trenton Simpson. They haven't gotten their linebacker here, and they only added 2 linebackers in the free agency process. I think that they'd like to get one, and Simpson is a very athletic guy who's fast, and they've got 2 thicker run stuffers. Looks like the Patriots just took Keon White off the board here. So that's another pick that's flying. Man, these things are flying here. Just looking at this.
If you're watching TV, Chris is looking at the social media, which is often ahead of the game. So just a reminder that that's where you're getting them from, Chris.
The Lions are taking Brian Branch, so he's off the board now.
So both of those guys off the board in the 45 and 46.
Yes. So Brian Branch taken by the Lions here.
Wait, who did the Patriots take?
They took Keon White, the defensive lineman I was talking about out of Georgia Tech. So
any thoughts on that, Paul? Brian Branch and Keon White both off the board?
Yeah, well, I mean, those are 2 guys, obviously, the Steelers. So if you take those 2 out of the mix, hold up. I'm looking at. Oh, I see. Okay. Mine just hasn't updated or whatever.
Well, some of this is reported, Paul. They're not officially announced.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit ahead on Twitter here.
So are you saying that Benton is still on the board, Chris?
Benton is still on the board, but so is the tight end Darnell Washington.
I was going to ask both of you. I was going to set you guys both up with that. Is that intriguing for you guys at all? We're now 2 picks away from the Steelers, if we count Detroit and New England is done.
I tell you, boy, that's a tough one. I probably would go with the tight end there, Chris.
I love Darnell Washington.
Yeah, I would probably go with the tight end. I was of the opinion if they took the kid from Notre Dame, the tight end from Notre Dame, with the 32 pick, 32nd pick, I wouldn't have hated that. I think the one thing about Darnell Washington, first of all, you can play 2 tight ends. Secondly, Freiermuth has had some concussion issues, and that's nothing to take away from the player that he is. But if you can add a 6'7" guy, especially the way you want to play, run the football, and the fact that you did take Kenny Pickett last year, so building and keeping an offense in a good place is part of your priority. I'm okay with it if they went tight end here, honestly. Now we've got to see if either of those guys are still on the board, but if it comes down to Benton or Washington, I would probably lean towards Washington. But either way, if we're sitting here after pick 49 and the Steelers added Porter, what's the kid from the
Broderick Jones.
Broderick Jones. I think I called him Broderick Thomas, but Broderick Jones. If they added Jones, Thomas, and say Keanu Benton, that's a really good first 3 picks. Would you not agree, Chris?
At least as far as how I evaluated guys in this draft class, walking away with all 3 of them would feel like a steal. I had Benton as a guy that maybe if they were lucky, who fell to 49 and they didn't take any defensive linemen early, that he would be a good value there. I think he's a guy. I loved his Senior Bowl tape. He has long arms. He's big. He's strong. He's physical. He's also really good. He can get guys off in the pass rush. Man, if they land him, but it's again, this is just the dilemma is all the talent here. These are good problems to have, as Mike Tomlin would say, because I think either Darnell Washington or Keanu Benton would be a win of a 49th pick here, and the Steelers could be able to go back and say, you know what, we got a top corner that we really liked, a top offensive tackle to protect Kenny Pickett, and we got either a playmaker on offense who can help with the run blocking, or they got a defensive lineman who's going to be part of that next generation of defensive linemen that they want to build with him and DeMarvin Leal behind Cam Hayward. There's so many ways to handle this, I think, in a way that I think would be a very good pick.
Guys, Brian Branch looks like he was just given the death sentence, and he's walking out of the courtroom, walking up to see. What do you think of Detroit's draft? It's kind of been all over the place, but they got Brian Branch, who you could have seen them taking where they took some of these questionable picks earlier, Chris.
Yeah. And it's a question. Bless you. It's a question as far as what did they value him at? Where did they want him to play? They added Keanu Neal and they brought back DeMonte KZ as safeties here to work with Minkah Fitzpatrick. So maybe they feel they're solid there. But I also like there are some ball hawking slot corners still available. That I think that would be very good picks in the 3rd round. One of them, Travius Hodges-Tomlinson, who's I think a nephew of LaDainian Tomlinson out of TCU. He has really good ball skills, smaller but quicker, and can run in the middle part of the field. And then the other guy, Clark Phillips out of Utah. I love his tape. He's physical and he can go get the ball. Again, smaller, quicker guys. And I think that it's fine to get another corner right now, especially if you're getting a slot guy. So lots of different options here available to them, but man, they've got some moves to make.
Yes, they do. So now we're at pick 47. So we're in this weird holding pattern, guys, where we're 2 picks away from the Steelers. Man, it's just I think. What do you think of how they've played this, Chris? It's something me and Paul were talking about earlier. They stayed put, and it kind of feels like guys that they wanted fell to them rather than making trades. You were a big advocate for trades, but given the way things have played out, how do you weigh not making the deals that we had talked about for months versus what it appears they will have the ability to get with the guys who are still on the board?
At least on its face, I think that they've gotten great value. As far as the players when they wanted them, Broderick Jones, getting him at all in the 1st round to me was a win. Joey Porter Jr. in the 2nd round is insane value to me. I think that I valued him as a mid 1st round pick. That would be a solid cornerback that could be part of your future. And then if they get one of these guys here that I think is a real part of their answers here moving forward. Yeah, they're handling things well. And they haven't sold the future. Like I had them slated. If they were going to trade up with the Patriots, I thought they were going to have to give up the 80th overall pick and then maybe like recoup a 4th or a 5th round pick in a trade swap. But instead, they just give up the 4th round pick. So,
Chris,
man,
are those kind of trades changing a little bit? It seems like the value for those kind of trades the last 2 drafts have not been what it used to be, which is, you got a real haul. Even if a team wanted to move up 3 or 4 spots in the first round, they had to give up a bunch. We saw, who was it? The Eagles and whoever, swapped 9th and 10th pick last night. It was a 4th rounder. The Steelers only needed a 4th rounder to go up 3 spots to get to 14. I mean, at the end of the day, is there something different? Are teams starting to say that basically they value some of their picks more than moving up or whatever? I just don't know why. It seems like those kinds of picks don't bring as much as they used to. Those kind of moves.
I feel like part of it's also this draft class, Paul, especially this year, because there are so many good 2nd and 3rd rounders this year that I think that everyone is really happy. Okay, the Buccaneers are taking North Dakota State offensive lineman Cody Mock, so let's take him off the big board there. I had him slotted a little bit later, so that's fine. All right, so the Buccaneers were
Keon White's a bad dude.
Keon White's a bad dude. I agree.
Keon White is a bad dude. I'd love to have him on my team.
No, I agree. Like, you'd love to have him on your team.
Look at I think 6'4", 285. He looks
wow.
6'4",
The Commanders took Jartavius Martin, another safety, off the board. So I think we are 1 pick away here.
Oh, if you said Tampa, did they pick?
Yeah, no, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers picked. So we are
Steelers
upon us.
are on
We
the
know
clock
who the Steelers
now.
are going to get. Yeah, this is it.
So we know who's available. Gentlemen, I think we all talked about Benton.
I'm going to go with Benton.
Yeah, I like Benton or Washington. Either one is a solid double, a stand-up double that brings a run home for the Steelers.
Here's the other name, Chris. Jaden Reed. Jaden Reed. What do you think of him?
80. Wait for him in the 3rd round. I love him. He's a shifty route runner. He was tough in the Senior Bowl.
You think he'll be around at 80?
I think so.
Okay.
He's number 8 on Mel Kiper's best available, Chris.
I know. That just comparing him to other receivers out there, I think that he's more of a slot guy, and I think that he's a tough slot. He reminds me a lot of Juju, on the field, not off. But in how he does and how he gets open and he's shifty and he can try to fool you with his routes a little bit there. So I think that he's going to be a guy that you can wait on. But again, at 49, I'm betting Washington. Those are those are the guys.
I'll start. I'll pose this to Paul first, and then I'll have Chris answer this. But the receivers, obviously, you mentioned Jaden Reed, but there's some still interesting guys out there. There's Nathaniel Dell. Scrolling down here, Jalen Hyatt's still there. If Josh Downs is still there, he's a guy who came up, I think, early in the process. Haven't talked a whole lot about him in the last couple of months, but or just generally speaking, would you be happy with any of those guys? Charlie Jones is another guy, Purdue. Would you guys be happy with any of those guys at 80?
Sorry, give me a minute here. I'm updating my big board because things are moving fast.
No problem. Paul, what do you think of those? I mean, just so many receivers available. Do you like any of those receivers at 80 if they're available?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you. Wait, we're talking about.
It's Benton.
Is it?
It's Keanu Benton.
All right.
There you have it. If you're just joining us, the Steelers appear to have made their 49th pick. It is not official yet. We're still a few picks behind on television, but there are a lot of reports on social media. Our Christopher Carter has spotted them that it is Keanu Benton, the defensive tackle from Wisconsin, as the Steelers' second round pick. I'm Adam Bittner, digital sports producer for the Post-Gazette. I'm here with Christopher Carter, Paul Zeise. I'll start with you, Paul. What do you think of that pick?
I mean, I think we've been talking about it for a while now, haven't we? If they were able to get him, I mean, again, they should play the lottery. If you think about it, they should play the lottery. I mean, he's the guy that you would have thought coming into this thing. Maybe, they trade back from 32 to, 35, 36. They might have a shot at getting him. Here they got him at 49. Yeah. So essentially, you're talking about all three guys are guys that are going to play this year, are on the field this year that fit exactly what the Steelers are looking for. I don't know how you can hate any part of this early part of their draft.
Chris?
People are going to try to, Paul. They're gonna say, "Oh, Joey Porter Jr. They only picked him because of his dad," and I don't know who this Keanu Benton guy is. But I think that this is great value all across the board. Again, your top offensive tackle. He was Jones, my top graded offensive tackle. Porter, my number 3 rated cornerback. And then if I'm to go back and look at defensive linemen, I think I had Keanu Benton as my 1, 2, 3, 4. He was my 4th graded guy. I even had him above Mozzie Smith, who the Cowboys took in the first. Wait a second, back. Oh, okay, sorry. I saw the Steelers tweet back on the clock, and I thought they traded back into the next pick, but that was just we're faster than them as far as their tweeting, so we're fine. But man, yeah, this is great value across the board. Getting a defensive lineman like Keanu Benton. I mean, go back and watch what he was doing during the Senior Bowl practice. He was just moving people out the way, just like using his arm, just moving entire offensive linemen. He gets off the ball well, has a high motor. I really like the way he plays. This is I like Paul's been saying, like I think you've been saying here, Adam. These are all wins of picks, in my opinion, as far as value to where they're getting them.
I think, guys, that this is maybe the most conclusive pick that they've. I guess Broderick Jones was too, given the way things played out. But I don't. There's the only other person that I really would have wanted, if we're really boiling it down, is Darnell Washington, who we talked a lot about.
Yeah,
I think that was the only other realistic option. Is there anyone on the board that you would have preferred to Keanu Benton, or is this a true best player available that they just got?
I think it is. I personally, I had Darnell Washington ranked a little bit higher than Benton, but it's like one of those things, like a tight end versus defensive lineman. How do you tell who's actually better at football? Unless they're significantly better. But I had them similarly graded as far as how good they were at their jobs. So I take Darnell Washington in that situation, but Keanu Benton, a heck of a pick here. I'm not mad at that at all. It's kind of like an either or situation for me. Now, but here's a question though. We've seen a couple other tight ends fly off the board. Not only Michael Mayer, but Sam Laporta out of Iowa, Luke Musgrave out of Oregon State. So now we're looking at those guys flying off the board. How much farther does Darnell Washington fall? Does he keep falling, to the 3rd round? Also, to you guys' point, you guys were talking about Jaden Reed. I was wrong. I had him slated as a 3rd round pick. The Packers just took him right after the Steelers, so he's off the board as well. So let me take him off my big board here. There he is. Okay. But yeah, so I maybe Washington keeps falling. But all in all, right here, still like the value that they're getting here, I have no complaints as far as how the Steelers are handling this.
Guys, how does he fit on this defensive line? I think we've talked a lot about this guy can do this and this guy can do this. And I guess the best question to ask, I'll ask the question this way, Chris. Who in Steelers history would you most compare him to in terms of the role he fills on this defensive line?
Oh, it's tough to so if we're doing comparisons, okay. So he's big, he's physical, and he can play the interior spot. He's 6'4", 309. He can get after the quarterback. He had 6 sacks this last year. He's also, he's also a solid run defender. I think he can get a little bit sharper there. I'll do this. I'll compare him. I'll say he's a smaller Stephon Tuitt, if that makes any sense. Because Stephon Tuitt, what was Stephon's size? Let me go back and look that up real quick. Because Stephon was just huge.
This guy's 6'4", 309.
Right, and that is huge. That's huge.
Not
exactly
I just remember a small guy. Yeah.
Was Stephon Tuitt was 6'6", 303. So around the same weight. about 2 inches longer. But that's the comparison I often thought about with how physical. When I would watch Keanu Benton tape, he would just move people out of the way. He would make some really good pass rush attempts to get up the middle. If you're asking where he plays, Adam, I think he's on your second line of defensive linemen. I think it's if you're coming out and the Steelers are doing what they do most of the days, they don't run as much 3-4, more like, 2 interior defensive linemen, they're edge rushers, 2 off-ball guys, and then maybe a third off-ball linebacker or, an extra safety on the field. But the way I would look at it, you're starting 2 interior defensive linemen in those type of packages, Hayward, Ogunjobi. Right after that, Leal, Benton. And these guys can, and that's a rookie from last year, a rookie this year, guys that you drafted in back-to-back seasons. Those guys can maybe become the future of the Steelers defensive line, and they have time to learn, because I think Cam Hayward's got at least 2 more years on him. Ogunjobi was just signed to a new contract, so no pressure on them to be the guy right now, but certainly time to learn, and I think that they have a lot of upside to bring in the upcoming year.
Paul, what do you think of that? Alan Faneca is currently announcing the pick officially. Looks like he's with his son. But Paul, what do you think of that comparison to Stephon Tuitt and kind of that conception of where he is going to start his career, given what the Steelers already have in the fold?
Well, what did we say that they needed to get early and often in this draft? Offensive line, corner, defensive line.
Bang, bang, bang.
I mean, really, and the fact that they got 3 guys that probably, if you look at what they were projected as and what a lot of people say about them, they got 3 guys that probably slid a little bit to them and probably could have gone higher, and nobody would have batted an eye. I think it's so far, I think it's a tremendous draft. I'm not a guy that gets all excited about drafts from the standpoint of, I think a lot of these day after the draft grades are silly, but in terms of filling their needs and getting guys that look like they're really good football players, they've done a pretty good job of that. And I think, when you look at Benton, the fact that he can play inside, but he had 6 or 7, 7 sacks or whatever it is. He could probably play outside with his size, his length. He could probably play outside a little bit if he has to. He's versatile. He looks like he's a guy that's really good at getting off the ball. Looking at some of his film here, I think he's, you put him next to Cam Hayward, you put him next to Ogunjobi, you put him in a rotation, and all of a sudden now the Steelers' defensive line is deeper, a little bit more athletic, I think. I don't know how, again, I've said it, I don't know how you could dislike the 3 picks that they've made so far.
Well, Paul, I was going to, because you were a bit of a critic of the Joey Porter Jr. pick early on. But in the context of the 3 picks, Paul, what do you think of I mean, I guess you've answered the question, but
I'll
just
say
explain
this.
your perspective a little bit more.
I'll say this. Of the 3 picks, the Joey Porter Jr. pick is the one that I like the least. So, but I acknowledged, even when I said I didn't feel like he was a great fit for the Steelers. I think there's some things that there's some deficiencies he has in his game that might not translate to the NFL. But I acknowledge he's a really good football player who, some people thought was going to be a first rounder. And even Mike Tomlin, looking at some of the quotes or whatever from down at Steelers land, Jerry Dulac said they didn't love him at 72. At 17, they absolutely loved him at 32, which means they probably had a few reservations about some of the things about him as well, because, at 17, you don't pass on a guy who you think is a no doubt can't miss corner. So there's some questions about Joey Porter. But again, they got a good football player. Whether or not it translates, we'll see. But in the context of the 3 guys they got, I'm just glad that they actually went and attacked 3 positions that they need.
Let's do grades, guys. That's the coin of the realm. And it's mock drafts before, it's grades after. Through 3 picks, given where we are, obviously it's not a complete, but really this 3rd-round pick coming up at 80 is the last premium pick they have left. And there's really nothing going on at 4, 5, 6. As things stand, they only picked 2 players in the 7th, I believe, after 80. So given where we stand now, what grade are you guys giving this draft? I'll start with Chris.
I mean, an A? Like, I think first round values on Joey Porter Jr. First round value is definitely on Broderick Jones. I mean, Benton's definitely second round value, but that means you got a guy that I think is worth the pick there. So, yeah, I think that this is an A so far. I always hate assigning letter grades to drafts right away because it's like, who knows? You know, at the time, we all thought Devin Bush was a great pick at 10th overall when they traded up to get him because he was one of two linebackers that were swore to both. Him and Devin White were both going to change defenses in the NFL. Neither of them did. You know, they're kind of all bouncing around right now. But so it's tough to assign that. But if I was to assign one right now based off of how I evaluated and graded out, you know, the players in this NFL draft process, sure, I would assign them an A because these are all guys that I had either first or second round value on.
Paul?
I would say this, as far as filling needs and getting guys that seem to be at the top of their position groups, I would have to give them an A. But honestly, I probably give them a B, B plus, just because, again, I think there's a lot of questions about Joey Porter. I'm not saying he's not going to be a good football player. He's going to be, but I have to see it. So I can't give them an A because I think there's other guys that it probably would have drafted with that 32nd pick. And that's just me.
Guys, Cam Smith just went off the board to Miami at number 51, and now Zach Charbonnet, the running back from UCLA, goes to Seattle at 52. Chris, Cam Smith was one of those guys who was on the radar for the 32nd pick, you know, going into yesterday. Obviously, I think everyone here probably prefers Joey Porter Jr. to him. But you know, what are your thoughts on Cam Smith as a prospect, given that he went right around a Steelers pick? I feel like we got to touch on him at least a little bit. Good
player, good speed. You know, I think I would definitely take Joey Porter Jr. and a few of these other cornerbacks ahead of him, but he's right with Kelly Ringo with me. I like their athleticism, but I think they have a lot more polish that they need to put into their game before a Julius Brents, a Joey Porter Jr., and some of the other guys that went ahead of them. But, you know, solid pick here in the second round.
Just a reminder for everyone who's watching, we are going to try to make the grind here to pick 80. It's 52. Andrew Destin's probably going to be stopping by pretty soon here. We also have Brian Batko and Ray Fittipaldo at Steelers headquarters. I expect Ray will be coming through relatively soon. So stay tuned for that. We're going to try. I mean, we got 277 people right now. Thank you all so much for joining us. We've been really thrilled with how these live stream audiences have gone. We didn't know what to expect. We've never done this before. We've never tried to do more than about 30 minutes of live streaming, and you guys have responded really well. So thank you all for joining us. Thank you for trusting us. You have a lot of options on draft night, and we're really thankful you came here. So yeah, stay tuned for those guys. We're going to stay tuned. So where are we now, Chris, in terms of, you know, what are you curious to see how things unfold between now and pick 80? I think it's probably going to be an hour before we know who the next pick is.
Probably. It's tough to always tell in the moment. I'd say another hour. Yeah, sure. That sounds fun. I mean, actually, yeah. So 80. How many picks are in the third round this year with all the comps? Let's see. It's 102 picks. So this thing is supposed to end at 11 tonight. There would be 42 picks after the Steelers. And there are, sorry, I'm just trying to do quick math here. If we're at 53 with the Bears to 80, so that's 29 picks, 42. Yeah, I'd say another hour. That's fair.
So dig in, folks. We'll have a lot more talk. We'll have a lot more guests, but I think we're having a lot of fun here, guys.
Yeah.
So
you have to give me. I'm gonna check out for a few minutes. I gotta charge my phone here. It's dying.
Okay, no
charge
problem.
My phone, and I'm gonna stay on, but I won't be using my headphones. But I gotta put my charger in. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we'll throw you out of the stream here for a bit, and then just signal us when you're good.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can still hear you. Yes.
Well, if you can hear me, I can stay on. But I'm just saying I got a charge, so I'm not going to be on my headphones, right, for a few minutes here. Uh-oh. We're
Fair
getting
enough.
somebody else. Who's that?
Hey,
Paul, how
Andrew
we doing?
Destin.
I'm good. How are we doing?
Doing well.
Andrew, welcome to the stream. Andrew was here with us for the long haul last night. I think he's going to be digging in for the long haul here. Andrew, I'll just get your gut reactions to Keanu Benton at 49, Joey Porter Jr. at 32. For those of you who aren't familiar with Andrew Destin, he was our Penn State beat reporter last season, covered Joey Porter Jr. extensively. But, in the Big Ten, he also was familiar with Keanu Benton. So what do you think of these two picks, Andrew?
Yeah, I know you and I talked about this a little bit last night, but Benton was a guy that I was even pegging as a potential spot there at 32. And Joey Porter Jr., Chris and I were on the same page about that at 80% and 79% respectively for JPJ. That was the right play there, but if it wasn't going to be him, it was going to be Benton. That was a name that to me seemed like a lot of sense, and he falls to them there at 49. I mean, this draft, you guys have all said all the right things. This has played out exactly how they want it to. And I think to Paul's point that, it's hard to get too excited just, the day after the draft, the day of the draft, because, prove it on the field, let me know when it's on Sundays instead of Saturdays, all that sort of stuff. But in terms of how you want to plan out a draft, of addressing needs, love both these draft picks. And I like the order with which they approached it too, because I think that's to be said as well, is kind of the sequential order of this of importance. You could have addressed all three of these needs with the 3 draft picks in any order, but I like the way that they went about it, especially here with Benton, who's a guy who's more projectable and was somebody that you could get later in the draft to fill a spot that was probably your 3rd priority versus the first one at offensive tackle, specifically at that blind side to help out a young quarterback and a young running back. So all around, love the picks, and I like the Benton pick specifically.
Andrew, I want to get your perspective on Will Levis. He obviously was the big Penn State prospect, a former Penn State prospect, ends up with Tennessee. He was, I think, the big national story of the draft going into tonight. What do you think about his landing spot? What do you think about the end kind of that long arc, considering we thought he might get drafted in the top 5?
Yeah, this is honestly probably healthy for him. And that's not by any means to say that, he's not a talented guy or he's not capable of having a good NFL career. But, and this is not by any means to put him in the same stratosphere as an Aaron Rodgers. But look how that worked out for him, going to a healthier landing spot, a healthier franchise that he could sit for a little while. In Tennessee, given their quarterback situation, there's the potential for him to sit for a little while. He can be pressed into action if need be, but that's a franchise that obviously has an elite running back in Derrick Henry. Well, Levis is a guy who is mobile. That fits what they want to do as an offense fairly well. His rushing abilities, in addition to being able to throw it deep to the weapons that they do have. I don't know. I think it's a good pick there. I'm not sold on Levis. I know you and I have watched a lot of him before. For myself, watching him back in my college days, he was somebody who never truly impressed me aside from the physical intangibles. But, if there's ever a landing spot, if there's ever a learning spot, I think Tennessee is as good of one as he could have gotten from that group. I know other names were being thrown around, like at the end of the first round, potentially to the New Orleans Saints. The Las Vegas Raiders was another one. I think this is a pretty good landing spot for him in a lot of ways. And I think if you're Will Levis, you're not thrilled about making it to day 2. But if you're going to make it to day 2, it's about as good of a bet as you could have asked for.
Chris, I wanted to ask you about Trenton Simpson. He was a guy we spent a lot of time talking about. What do you think of him as a guy that the Steelers passed on? I kind of liked his game. I don't know that I liked him more than Benton, but he filled an obvious need and what has kind of been a white whale for the Steelers here in terms of, really filling that long-term need at middle linebacker.
I mean, here's the thing is that Simpson is going to be a smaller, less physical dude. He's going to be a pass coverage guy, linebacker, maybe kind of like an extra safety. I like him too. I think that when you compare him to Benton, I'd take Benton with their other needs as well. Linebacker is also becoming a less and less valued position by a lot of teams in the NFL just because based on production and value and such. But I also think that, compared to Benton, the one hesitation point that I would have had on taking Benton was that, I also like Gervin Dexter from Florida, and he had a great build, and I thought that he could be a good pick in the third round, but he just went 53 to the Bears, so he's off the board. So again, I think that reaffirms that Benton was the right pick. Sorry, lots of jumbling here trying to keep.
Oh, there goes Tuli Tuipulotu from USC, defensive end. He was connected to the Steelers at various points. I think he visited the Steelers. So he goes to, did I say San Diego? The Los Angeles Chargers at 54. Guys, reaction to that, because I think he was an intriguing prospect because I think he had a lot of versatility.
Well, how about, I think that what we're seeing now is, I think, a little bit of a run on these defensive linemen. So it's a good thing the Steelers got their guy because, those are guys that are hard to find. And I think that if you get these guys in this part of the draft, there's still guys that could be impact players for you even as early as this year. But I was going back and looking at the last few the last few picks. How about the kid from UCLA, the running back? We saw him, play for UCLA this year, and of course, Pitt fans are very familiar with UCLA. Going to Seattle, I thought that was an interesting pick for them.
Andrew, your thoughts as a future Big Ten team there with UCLA?
Yeah, totally. I mean, Paul just hit it right there. I thought Zach Charbonnet was an underrated back in this draft and somebody who, you look at what he did when he was in the Big Ten. Previously played at Michigan before he transferred to UCLA. Really a great story for those who aren't up to speed with him, returning back home to be closer to his family. Some extenuating circumstances there. Charbonnet was a heck of a back there at UCLA. Don't have the number exactly in front of me, but I think he was among the leaders or led the nation in yards after contact, would average something like 4 yards per carry after contact, some crazy stat like that. And, you might chalk that up to some weaker Pac-12 defenses out there with a lot of arm tackling and things like that. But Charbonnet always impressed me, somebody that I don't know how that really fits in there at Seattle, just based off of what they've already got in the running back stable. So I couldn't agree more there with Paul about how that's kind of an interesting pick. But skill position guys seems to be a theme that Seattle is targeting here early, with going with Smith and Jigba, and then going there obviously with Charbonnet. They're looking to help out Geno Smith, and it seems like that's the guy they're running with at quarterback. So I had an option to go with Will Levis, obviously, and didn't. So yeah, it's kind of interesting there. It's how that's all shaken out on the offensive side in Seattle.
Chris, I want to ask you about Jalen Hyatt. He's been at the top of Mel Kiper's best available for a while. To the extent anyone is dropping right now, I think he's probably pretty high on the list. What's going on there?
Just, wide receiver is always a tricky position. There's so many different types of talents out there, right? Like there's guys like Jonathan Mingo, who's a bigger slot guy, can go up and get the football. There's guys like Jaden Reed, who he's not bigger slot guy. He's more of a shiftier slot guy who can get open a little bit better with sharper routes. So it just depends on what type of receiver you're looking for, right? There's different feels on who wants what moving forward. So, somebody's got to fall at the end of the day, right? Not everyone can just be the guy there. But I think Jalen Hyatt, I liked him at Tennessee. He ran a 4.4 flat, which was one of the better times in the 40-yard dash. So he can fly a little bit. His 40-inch vertical was fourth best among guys that tested at the combine. I liked what he did there. He's 6 foot. He's a good size. He's a good player, but there's a lot of good players out there. So it's just one of those things where values just getting chosen at different spots over guys. Do we know who the Chiefs pick is yet, by the way?
I don't. TV is full commercial, so I don't even see the bottom line here. So I can't tell you who he is.
All right, hold on.
Paul, I wanted to bounce this off of you.
Chiefs just took Rashee Rice, another wide receiver, off the board. Now that's not
okay. He was an interesting receiver. That was, I think, first mock to the Steelers today for the first time I saw in any mock draft. Paul, I wanted to ask you about John Michael Schmitz. He's a guy who Jerry Dulac has loved throughout this process. If you follow Jerry Dulac, our Steelers beat reporter Jerry Dulac, esteemed, he does his chats every week. He's brought up the name John Michael Schmitz, I think, 15 times, and he's still available. I don't know if he's going to make it to 80, but does that intrigue you at all? That if he did, would that change your math at all about the guys you might want to pick?
Well, I think Chris and I talked about him earlier when you were off camera there for a few minutes. I would love the pick. I think the thing about it is you have Mason Cole. Mason Cole is what I would call adequate or whatever you want to say. I think he's good enough to get you through this year. But you're probably not married to him long term, and you're probably not married to him much beyond this year. If you could get John Michael Schmitz, bring him in, and have him, he's now because now we're talking about your third pick. You got the 3 impact guys you're looking for in the first 3. If you could bring him in, he kind of learns the ropes and everything else like that, and he's ready to take over next year as your starting center. I think you're probably going to be in really, really good shape with your offensive line long term. So I wouldn't hate that pick. I didn't like it at 49, but boy, if he drops all the way to 80, I almost think you have to take him at that point because I've read about him, I've heard about him, and everything that I've read about and heard about is that he would actually really fit well with what the Steelers want to do with their centers. So I like that pick. I know that people could say, well, you just used the second rounder or whatever it was, or third rounder, whatever it was, on the kid from Illinois, Kendrick Green. What was it, last year, the year before? But the big thing with that is you have to be willing to make mistakes and admit them and cut them and move on. And Kendrick Green, to me, I'm not even sure he'll make it to training camp. But at the end of the day, if you can upgrade that position and give yourself a shot at having a long-term answer at a very important position, somebody who's going to work with your young quarterback for like the next 10 years, it's something you have to think about.
Just for the record here, Adam, Rashee Rice was the pick to the Chiefs. Tyreek Stevenson, cornerback from Miami, goes to the Bears right after him. So we have 7 picks left here in the second round. Paul, I'm right with you. If John Michael Schmitz is there at 80, that's as crazy as Joey Porter Jr. being there at 32. I thought that he would be a second round pick for sure. And if you're right, if they got him, my goodness, like this, I'm not going to compare. It's no fair compared to this, to this crew, but you remember how, well, Paul, you're not that old, but like Ray Mansfield was the starting center for the Steelers when Mike Webster was lying in wait, and he had some years where he was able to wait and then eventually took over. There's no problem with letting your future star center learn for a year and being the first guy off the bench. And instead of J.C. Hassenauer being your center that comes off the bench when a guy gets hurt, it's the future guy. So I'm totally fine with that. I don't know if he falls that far, but I didn't think he'd fall this far. So we'll continue to see.
Paul, any thoughts on that?
What's that?
Never mind. John Michael Schmitz is off the board. He's going to the Giants.
Okay, well there it is.
Exactly what I said. If he would have fallen to 80 for them, this would have been the most ridiculous draft ever in terms of a team getting lucky. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah, man.
One thing I'll tell you, looking at the rest of this second round, I mean, unless the Lions do something or someone trades in, I think Herndon Hooker is going to fall to the third round looking at the teams that are left.
It certainly looks that way.
I mean, the Cowboys aren't going to take a quarterback. The Bills aren't going to take one. The Bengals aren't going to take one. Jacksonville's not going to take one. The Eagles aren't going to take one. So maybe the Lions decide, because who the hell? I mean, the Lions have been all over the board here. Who knows what they're going to do? I doubt they would take one. It's entirely possible that whoever needs a quarterback could be in the third round getting a guy like Hooker, who some think might turn out to be the best one. who might turn out to be the best one of them all.
I think you might be muted there, Adam.
Sorry about that. I was saying, Andrew, I want to get you in here because some Penn State players are creeping onto the board here of best players available. Mel Kiper has Jair Brown at 17 and Brenton Strange at 18 among players on the board. You and I talked in our Penn State preview video about where these guys might go if they had a chance to go day 2. If you're going by Mel Kiper, they do. What has your view changed at all given the way this draft is played out?
Not really. I think Jair remains to me a kind of a locked-in day 2 guy. I would be pretty surprised here. I mean, it's kind of trending in that direction that Brenton might be a day 2 guy as well. To me, just based off how quickly we've seen tight ends go off the board here and how many have gone, and he's somebody who rises up a little bit, but I don't know that there's a ton of value there. And that's not a knock on Brenton Strange. It's just if you're looking for an all-around tight end who can really contribute in both facets of the game, on a day 2 pick, that's what you're kind of looking for. I think if you're looking projectability of what Brenton does at the next level, probably more of your number 2 tight end who's more relied upon to be more so a blocker than a pass catcher. And you're lucky if he chips in maybe 200, 300 receiving yards in a season. That has value, no question about it. I think that just kind of depends on the franchise. That really depends on the organization and how much they prioritize that. Do they want a Travis Kelce type tight end who, is a tight end only in name, not necessarily in what they provide to the run game, things like that. So he's a name that, there's a reason he's kind of risen up to this level. But Jair Brown, to me, is more likely the Penn State guy to come off the board first. The question to me just remains is, can his quickness keep up with the NFL speed? It's something that remains a big, big question mark to me that when you're talking secondary guys, that's got to be a concern. Running, covering field, he made money or is about to make money for himself based on his ability to play center field back in college. It's going to be harder to do that when everybody's moving that much quicker.
Just for the record here, Adam, real quick, the Cowboys took Luke Schoonmaker, another tight end off the board before Darnell Washington. He continues to slip. Man, I didn't think that if this many tight ends were being taken, I thought he'd be gone by now. He's another guy to be interesting to see how far does he get close to 80.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Schoonmaker off the board that early. That's a guy who was struggling to really get playing time at Michigan. He was kind of battling with reps with Eric Gall there for a long time and only really kind of got the number 1 spot there because Eric Gall got hurt. I'm really surprised to see him go as high as he has.
Wait a second. Who did the Cowboys take earlier? They took Matt Zeise. So they took 2 Michigan guys. Wow.
Yeah. Shows they like Harbaugh, I guess. Never thought I'd peg McCarthy for that.
Andrew, there's been a couple people asking in the chat about Juice Scruggs. You and I also talked about him in the Penn State preview video, but for anyone who didn't watch that one, any chance he gets picked tonight in your eyes?
Ooh, that would be a stretch, I think, in my opinion. Like the guy a lot. I mean, was a fun one to cover and just a great spokesperson for Penn State, specifically that offensive line room. Position versatility is great, especially in the college ranks, but it took him a while for him to craft out a starting role for himself. And his ability to play center helps, but I worry about where does he fit into an offensive line room at the NFL level. He might very well just be another guy who's not quite big enough to be a guard and not quite, quick enough or skilled enough to be that center spot. Did it at the college level, but we'll see if he can do it in the NFL ranks. I'd be pretty surprised to see him taking day 2. He's a guy that to me seems day 3, at the very best. He could even be a guy who is undrafted. I know he's starting to creep up a little bit off of up mock draft boards and things like that. But to me, Scruggs, if you're not the best lineman on your team in college, it's hard for me to vouch for you as a day 2 guy, regardless of the program. And in this case, you and I know this, Adam. It's not like Penn State offensive linemen are known for being the best here over the last few years.
True. Chris, can I get your thoughts on those Penn State guys, Jair Brown, Juice Scruggs, and Brenton Strange? Mel Kiper was talking up Brenton Strange on the pre-draft show on ESPN before I hit the big mute button so that we could do this. What's your read on those guys? Do you have any notes to add on them?
I like my goodness, websites are just shutting down because there's too many requests on draft stuff. Sorry. Your question was on Penn State guys. I think Jair Brown's a box safety. And with his lack of speed, that's where I'd put him there. And Parker Washington, I think, is a fine or early to mid day 3 pick. I think that when you look at this draft class, Joey Porter Jr. was a heck of a guy to lead it for Penn State. I think him being a really good cornerback for them was a good guy to kind of be the flagship of the draft picks. But they have another tight end as well. Sorry, like my whole computer's like freezing up right now as I'm trying to like do 1,000 things. When I look at Penn State, they I think that this is not one of their best draft years because there's a lot of years where they have a few more players. But I think that there's going to be some guys they start flying off more so in day 3, like the 4th round. I think that's where you start to see Brenton Strange if they haven't, Juice Scruggs, the guys like that. That's where them go if they haven't gone already.
Brian in the chat just asked, I think, a pretty relevant question here. Do we think it's possible that we could see a Dan Moore, Chuks Okorafor, or Kevin Dotson trade tonight? We know the Steelers, our Jerry Dulac was reporting earlier in the day, they want to get back in somewhere in 4, 5, 6, considering it's going to be a long wait after 80. They want to get some more guys if they can. I'll throw this to Chris first, I guess. Do you think it's possible we see a trade, maybe not before 80, but at some point tonight or at some point tomorrow morning before things get going again, to maybe get a 4th, 5th, or 6th round pick? Do you think any of those guys are worth that kind of capital?
I don't see them garnering that. Maybe someone does jump at it. Maybe someone makes the leap, but I think teams would rather have guys who they can get under their control contractually. I think that if that was going to happen earlier in the draft process. And who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Dotson's been a starter. Moore's been a starter. Maybe someone sees them as essential pieces because they've missed out on, the better offensive lineman of this draft class. But I have a hard time seeing them get that value. I also look at it this way, guys. We're talking about, wanting to get that value back. One thing that we said all year long that the Steelers were just extremely lucky for, they were so lucky that none of their offensive linemen missed a start.
Yeah.
You're not going to get that this year. So be prepared to have an extra offensive tackle, to have an extra guard who can step in there. And they did get Herbig. They got Nate Herbig, who's going to probably battle Dotson for the first backup guard spot. But I think that they'd be fine having depth across the board and being prepared for if karma sort of, balances. Last year you had no starters miss. This year you're going to have like 4 at some point. And I'm not trying to put bad juju or anything on the Steelers, but just I know that's how sports works sometimes. That when you have times where you think, oh, things are great, our guys are well trained, our training staff, we're just in shape. None of my players get hurt, and then all of them start dropping like flies. And you're like, what happened? I thought it was fun. It's just the nature of sports. Guys get hurt, and I think that they could be ready for that. If they make the move and someone wants them, great, awesome, do it and all that. But I don't think they're going to get the kind of value, just like they didn't get the kind of value that they wanted for 32. I think that they'll keep those guys and they'll happily have depth this year on their offensive line.
This is a question that comes to mind for me, Chris, just based off what you're saying there. Is it fair to say then that if they were to have moved those guys, it would have been earlier? Because you mentioned the value. It seems
exactly.
Right. Like this is something that would have happened either yesterday or would have happened earlier on in round 2 that now it's maybe a moot point. I mean, you cover these guys a heck of a lot more than I do, right? So I'm just genuine curiosity on my part.
Just how I think how draft stuff works. I think it would have happened early. I think it would have happened yesterday or early today. I have a hard time finding it happening later today or tomorrow with one of those trades happening. But the NFL draft is unpredictable. I didn't think half the things that were going to happen would happen this year. So. I don't know. Guys, the thing I'm watching right now is can Darnell Washington fall to 80? Because we talked about John Michael Schmitz. I just thought there was no way that could happen. But there were people that were questioning if Darnell Washington would be able to put it all together at the tight end because, he's a freakish prospect, but he didn't have all of the skill sets. He's not as polished as a lot of these other tight ends coming in. Man, if he does fall to 80, this then become like I have nothing else to like. I don't care that they don't have a pick until the 7th round. You got 4 guys in the top 80 that I think they're all happy with.
A couple picks to note here. Osiris Torrance just went to Buffalo at 59, and Cincinnati's announcing their pick now. So I think that's interesting from a divisional perspective. So we'll react to it here in a second. DJ Turner, the cornerback from Michigan. I guess I'll go to Andrew with this first. Any reactions to especially Turner, because he's another Big Ten guy, a guy you've covered. He's going to a division rival. Any reaction to that?
Yeah, I mean, just another guy that came out of an elite defense from Michigan. And you got to give credit. It's kind of like the point I was making to you, Adam, and one that you, I'm sure, will agree with, Chris, is that with the Pitt defense under Pat Narduzzi, it's got such a track record of developing guys for the next level, and specifically guys in the secondary. Michigan's not quite to that same pedigree, but it's hard to pick against anybody who's coming out of the secondary for Michigan. And DJ Turner's another guy who really jumped off the page to me, covering that Michigan game that really wasn't close when you look back to it, the Penn State-Michigan one. And I thought he really held his own and really elevated his draft stock when you go back and look at what he put on tape against Ohio State in that game. CJ Stroud obviously still got his, Marvin Harrison Jr., Abuka, these guys still put up numbers, but DJ Turner really did an impressive job in that game of rising to the occasion, matched up against some excellent talent in a game that really nobody thought that Michigan was going to win, back-to-back wins for the Wolverines. Turner was a key reason to that. He was a big part of that secondary one that the Wolverines prided themselves on. I think it's a great pick there for the Bengals.
Chris?
Sorry, what was the question?
Just thoughts on DJ Turner going to Cincinnati as a prospect.
Good slot. Interesting pick there because they kind of have Mike Hilton, and they kind of got – who was the Michigan guy they got the other – Daxton something?
Daxton Hill.
Daxton
Hill. So, I don't know. This feels like this feels like when they were stacking up outside corners in the mid 2010s, and they had Pac-Man Jones, they had what was the guy from Michigan State, and then they added William Jackson III, and it was like, why? And I don't know. Maybe they're just doing BPA because they feel that strong about Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. A decent player, but one of the corners that I had slotted for if he was around at 80, maybe consider him if you want a playmaker on the ball. But I like Clark Phillips better, and he's still available, so that there's that too.
I'm going to have a question from the chat that I kind of like here in a second, but I want to get your thoughts on Osiris Torrance, Chris, because he's a guy that I think you and I talked about, or maybe it was me and Brian on a couple of mock draft tracker videos earlier in the sequence. Obviously, with the moves the Steelers made in free agency, with Samalu, with Herbig to bolster their guard core, it never seemed particularly likely, but he was a mauler and he was an interesting prospect, and he fell all the way to the end of the 2nd round. Any thoughts on him and where he ended up?
Who's this again?
Osiris Torrance.
I mean, I like Osiris Torrance a bit. I think he is a mauler of an offensive guard. I think he had some more polish to do to his game. And the Steelers brought him in for a top 30 visit, but I think it was one of those things where, they're set at guard, for right now. That'd be, we talked about center being more of a luxury pick. That'd be great if they got their guy there. I think guard's even more so in that category. So further back, I think he's a fine player. I just don't think the Steelers. I think the Steelers brought him in for a top 30 visit to see how he fit. Maybe they were going to ask him, would you be willing to play center? But yeah, I didn't have him being a guy they would actually take.
Noah in the chat was asking me about DeMarvion Overshone. He is a athletic linebacker, ran 4.56 in the 40.
Yeah.
I saw him connected in one mock draft this morning when I was doing our mock draft tracker. Either of you guys have any opinions on him if he falls to 80 as an option for the Steelers?
I had him more of a 120 pick, and now they don't have their 120. Athletic, another guy that could be there. One guy that I do like that could be around there if people really want a linebacker is Trenton Simpson still on the board, by the way?
I believe he is, yes. Unless I missed something. Anyone in the chat can correct me. I believe he's still there.
Trenton Simpson's still available. Dion Henley's still available. Drew Sanders is still available. Dorian Williams is still available. All those guys I would take ahead of the guy you just mentioned. So fine. Take him there if he's the last one. But I think that he's more of a 4th round guy. And some of these guys are more of a 3rd round, or more. Some of these guys are 2nd round guys, in my opinion, that will just be falling to the 3rd round.
Andrew, any thoughts on Overshown before we move on to what I believe is going to be the Jaguars pick, which is interesting from a Steelers perspective because we spent a lot of time talking about this guy. But I'm finish that thought on Overshown if you have any thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, just to me, a guy who was a huge recruit coming out of high school and never really was able to stay healthy. That was an issue with him. I just think there's a couple of red flags there that, not somebody that I would be too high on. Certainly has a lot of potential, and there's a reason he was so highly thought of coming out of the prep levels. But, we're now at the point in this draft where, we're going to nitpick on any of these guys. And I think with Overshown, there's maybe a little bit too many red flags. And not to mention, part of a program there at Texas that has largely underperformed. And he was part of a group that certainly did that defensively for the Longhorns. Never really lived up to the billing there. And, just kind of another one of those examples of guys who went to college because they have to. And NFL was kind of already, written off as a foregone conclusion. And he's there. He's here now. But, just a couple of red flags on my part.
Oh, hey, headline. I was not expecting this. Brenton Strange, the Penn State tight end, goes to the Jaguars at 61. Wow. I'm going to go straight back to you, Andrew. What do you think of that pick?
Wow. I mean, you talk about a cerebral guy. This is somebody who's a conscientious blocker, dual threat in both facets of the game, certainly more of a blocker. I think this is great for the Jaguars in terms of helping out Trevor Lawrence. This is a guy who will benefit the passing game in that aspect, both as a pass blocker as well as the security valve there. This is maybe a little bit higher than I would have selected him. I thought he could have fallen a little bit lower, but the Jaguars must know something that we don't. I cannot believe that he went off the board before a big O from Georgia. Brenton Strange was part of a crowded tight end group, so that's why you see maybe the limited production numbers there, but somebody the coaching staff always raved about. A willing blocker. You put on the Auburn tape. Everybody remembers that play with him paving the way for a Nicholas Singleton touchdown. A gritty football player. Not the most athletic guy, not the most not the fastest guy, but a guy who probably at the NFL level will be a confirmed number 2 tight end with a ceiling as a number 1.
I'm shocked because, Andrew, when we're doing the Penn State preview video the other day, I said, did Brenton Strange make a mistake coming out early because he had eligibility left at Penn State. A lot of people were talking about him as a day 3 pick. He gets picked here at the tail end of the 2nd round. Chris, are you surprised that the Jaguars went that direction with him? And I should note, a guy we've been talking about all night, Darnell Washington, is still on the board, and Brenton Strange slipped above him.
So we just got some answers to that. Aaron Wilson, NFL reporter. What was that?
We'll get to this in a second. Juice Scruggs, Penn State's guard, goes 1 pick later to Houston. Wow. But let's finish the thought on Brenton Strange, and we'll get to that.
Aaron Wilson says that Darnell Washington, who excelled in games and has been pushed down the draft boards, is being done so because there is a knee issue per his league sources. It's unclear how far he falls from original grades because they were high. So the Steelers took a chance on a guy like George Pickens who recovered from a knee injury, another Georgia player like that. Maybe they do it in back-to-back years. Got to see how far Darnell Washington falls, but it seems like that's why he's falling more. But hey, Penn Staters getting some runs here during the day 2.
Yeah, talk to me, I guess, first about Brenton Strange from your perspective, Chris, and then Juice Scruggs, because they go back to back here. How many times does that happen for a local team? Back-to-back picks in the NFL draft.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I haven't studied these guys. Like, I think that I saw them a couple times because they were Penn Staters, but like I haven't watched all. Like, I've watched a lot of all 22 of a lot of guys here, but these weren't guys I had slated for the Steelers to even consider. So because, I cover Pitt football, Pitt basketball, and I do Steelers and I do this, I don't got time to do everything. These were 2 guys I were just like, I'm going to guess that the Steelers don't take them. So I didn't even study them. So Andrew's probably our guy here to talk about that.
Yeah, Andrew, get into, I guess, because you just gave us your thoughts on Strange, get into Scruggs here.
Yeah, happy to do so. Color me surprised. I think, 7 minutes ago, I said that Drew Scruggs could potentially not be drafted. Shows my NFL draft acumen. I am swinging and missing left and right here. But Drew Scruggs, I guess that just shows position versatility. And what a savvy move by him during his college career, willingly saying, yeah, I'll move to center. It was something that he was not familiar with in high school. This is a cerebral guy who made the conscientious move to slide over to the center spot and made the most of it. This is just a surprising pick for me. I think this is a great play. I'm at a loss for words a little bit because I'm kind of shocked. I thought this was not somebody who would go as a day 2, let alone a day 3 guy. And here he is showing off his ability to play both guard spots, obviously man in the center spot where he did an excellent job there, kind of working in tandem with Sean Clifford. And there was a lot of pre-snap movement and variability that Nittany Lion offense liked to use. So very curious, very interested to see what happens with him now here at the NFL level, how the Houston Texans elect to use him, because obviously you're going to be breaking in a new quarterback. And it's a pretty young group with D'Amico Ryans leading that squad. Is this now your center moving forward? Very well could be, which to me, I did not peg that as the future for Drew Scruggs, but here we are today at the end of April, looking already toward the fall is Drew Scruggs, somebody who went ahead of Jair Brown. I didn't think Jair was going to go behind both Brenton and Juice, but here we are.
Yeah, so 3 Penn State players in the second round. I mean, I am shocked. I think Joey Porter, we said Joey Porter was day 1. We said a lot of these other guys were probably going to be late day 2, day 3. But yeah, 3 Penn State players in the second round. Very interesting. Good question from James in the chat. Does the Keanu Benton pick preclude the Steelers from taking Siaki Ika in the 3rd round? Ika is a guy that was in of all the players in this draft that were tied to the Steelers, Ika was the guy who, was probably tied to them the most in most multi-round mocks. Obviously, he was never that first-round guy for the Steelers, but, there were a lot of multi-round mocks that said that this guy's going to eat up blockers in the middle, and he's really going to help the Steelers' running game. He's still out there. Chris, my question for you is James's question, is now that they have Benton on the board, Is Siaki Ika not a need for you at this point because you already have Benton in the fold?
In a word, yes. I didn't like Siaki Ika though. I coming into the draft process, I was like, okay, big guy, all right, maybe something here. I saw his testing tape and I was like, I want a more athletic defensive lineman. I think you have to be really exceptional to have the build and the lack of athletic flexibility that Siaki Ika does. Like, for example, Casey Hampton was not he wasn't going to put on the best testing numbers, but he was elite at what he did. And that was also a different time in the NFL. But you have to be special to have that build, that kind of a build, and still be productive in the NFL. And Siaki Ika could be special. I just don't like the chances of it being there. Like I had him below Gervin Dexter. I had him below a lot of different guys. I was sitting there thinking, like, you know what? That's if you didn't get a defensive line prospect and he was laying there in the 4th round, maybe, but not at 3rd round. I'm not a Siaki Ika guy. I think it's totally fine that they're not looking at him. But again, we talked about tight end with Darnell Washington. We talked about that knee injury that reportedly could be what's holding him back there. I'd be interested also in linebacker because linebackers continue to fall. Sorry, just making sure all my texts are lining up here because I'm getting a lot. But yeah, I'm more intrigued in linebacker than any. They got their defensive lineman, and I think they got a really good one. Next key here, get another position, and that other position could be doubling up a cornerback if they think they got the slot of their dreams there, because there are some guys that have really good ball production there. But tight end, linebacker, all even center. If Luke Whippler of Ohio State, if he's still on the board, I'd consider him over Siaki Ika.
Going to set you guys up with this, and I'm going to take a biological break. So Darnell Washington's still there. We've talked a lot about him tonight. Chris, given the concerns that you just outlined about him, would you take him in 80 if he falls there? Are you willing to take that risk? Are you willing to, maybe take him as a buy low guy? Are you looking at, you just mentioned linebackers. Trenton Simpson is still there. He's one of the best players available left. How do you balance that? And I'm going to let you guys quarterback this because I'm going to tap out here.
I mean, it depends on how serious this knee injury is, right? Like if Darnell Washington, if this reported knee injury is terrible and it's like could threaten his career, okay, yeah, don't like let someone else deal with that problem. But if Darnell Washington is, might just show up might not be able to do OTAs and might show up to training camp, might be a question going into training camp, I'm okay with that problem. Like, this guy has a lot of upside. Again, he was graded very highly. I think it might just be it depends on how serious this knee injury is. We never know what's going on in the NFL. There's smoke screen after smoke screen. There's report after report. The biggest thing that would deter me is if it's a serious knee injury that affects him maybe even coming back this year at all. If it is that, okay, I get it. Pass on him, deal with, that sucks. But if it's something where you think he'll come back sometime this year, I'd get him. I think he's that talented. Yeah,
and here's just a kind of spitballing thought that comes to mind with me, Chris, is I've read this too with Darnell, is that for as talented and as athletic of a guy as he is, let's say hypothetically, just to throw this out there, let's say the knee injury is as bad as reported, and this is something that impacts him for the rest of his career. Isn't this the type of injury that could theoretically, if tight end is no longer in the cards with him, just given his build, what his frame is, he's the type of guy that, if need be, you could try to make him this project offensive lineman, slide him over into that spot. I've seen that been discussed as well. Obviously, that's not maximizing his value and everything that he's capable of. But just to throw that out there, I mean, this is a guy who, just given his body type, who he is as an athletic freak, has so many capabilities. So to me, I think that's not the concern. The injury is not the concern. It's just how much are you willing to project into this guy? How much are you willing to invest? And do you have the time to work with? Do you have, let's say, the Pittsburgh Steelers, for example? Do you have a Pat Freiermuth in place already who can be your day one tight end, who can cover that for the time being? And whenever Darnell is ready to be a number 2 tight end, or usurp him as the number 1 guy, or if he's an offensive lineman, like, you have options there. You just can't have him go to an organization where he's your number 1 guy. And I don't think we're at that point right now. I think we're at a point where now it's teams are drafting with surplus. And I don't think the injury issues are that bad. So just based off of everything that I've read, which you said it, Chris, a lot of smoke screens at play here, but I don't know. He's just such a tantalizing prospect in so many ways that I think he's worth the risk, especially for an organization like the Steelers.
Gotcha. Brian Batko is in the waiting room. I am in a non-managerial role of this stream. So looks like Andrew helped us out here.
Yeah.
Andrew, did you do that, or was that an Adam thing?
That was me. I believe we should be getting Brian here shortly.
Look at you with the superpowers. I logged in through my other StreamYard account, so I wasn't able to access. Oh, we lost Brian. But Brian, come back if you're here. We're going to bring you in. Let's say, let me text him.
We need to be graced by Bats' presence. Come on now.
Sorry, texting him now. Let's make sure that he's on the page with us. But yeah, so Jesus, just trying to keep up with everything while managing the show is difficult. But let's keep it rolling here. Andrew, Brian says he's here. Can you see him in the waiting room?
I got him now. Should be in now. Let's see if this is working. Brian, do we got you?
Go. Okay, we're back. And Adam's back. Great.
Brian, talk. What do you think?
Hey guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. What are your thoughts on Keanu Benton? Obviously, we heard your thoughts on Joey Porter Jr. earlier. Hit us with what you're thinking about this Benton pick.
With that, I'll be back soon, guys.
Sounds good, Chris.
Somebody that, they're pretty, bullish on his ability to do a lot of what you already see from Cam Hayward. I mean, he doesn't have Cam Hayward's size, doesn't have his, reputation in terms of being a first rounder, but they love his motor. They think he's versatile enough to play not just, potentially in the middle of that D line and, in your 3-4 base defense. And he's kind of similar size wise to Javon Hargrave as far as that goes. He's not this big, huge, hulking nose tackle that you normally see taking up 2 gaps, but he also has the ability, I think, to flex out and play as a pass rusher when you go to nickel. If there's only 2 down linemen, they think he can do that as well. So that to me is probably what put him over the top of some of the other D linemen who were available at that 49th pick. It's his ability to move all around, shade over the guard, and just give them a lot of flexibility with how they're going to use him.
If you're just joining us and you missed Brian earlier, he is down at Steelers headquarters. Joey Porter Jr. made a surprise appearance. I don't know if it's a surprise. I mean, I guess it's not a surprise that the family is in town, but they decided to go down to the facility to talk about him going at number 32. Brian was there. Brian, any interesting tidbits or, any recaps you want to give of Joey Porter Jr.'s comments, being earlier than you would expect for a second-round pick at a team facility?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it was still notable that, he could have just chilled at home for the rest of the night up in, the North Allegheny School District. I think we at least know that. I don't know. I'm sorry, folks out there. I don't know if he's in Franklin Park or Ingomar or where exactly the Porter family lives, but just a short, half-hour drive pretty much down to the south side. And he said himself, he figured I'd rather come down here, throw on all this new Steelers gear, hang out with people in person, just enjoy this, soak it up, because he admitted, he went to bed pretty angry last night. He was in Kansas City for the draft. He was one of the prospects invited and agreed to go out there, expecting to obviously be a first-round pick. And then he was that guy along with Will Levis and Keon White, I think, was another, Brian Branch, who, you're just left sitting in the green room. And, your dream is kind of, put on Front Street for the whole world to see. But, he said as much as he was upset about that, part of that included, he thought the Steelers would when they went to 14. Then he sees them pick Broderick Jones, and I think he's probably dealt another little bit of bitterness over that. But crestfallen as he was, he was that thrilled to be picked by them to kick off day 2 of the draft, and obviously come back here. We're very comfortable. Of course, guys, if he was somebody who did not want to be back in Pittsburgh and just wanted to get out of his dad's shadow and wanted to go anywhere else other than the team he grew up watching, you're not going to say that anyway. So he said all the right things, and I do think it's it's a classy move, and I tip my cap to him for coming down here to do this in person, doing the conference call. He does seem legitimately fired up about it.
Yeah, I wanted to ask him, in terms of what the mood seemed to be. Did you get the sense that he knew last night, hey, I'm going to be a Steeler, and that's why he came home? Was there any telegraphing that he kind of had, or do you think he was just done with being in Kansas City after the frustration of not going in round 1?
No, I think he was just done, Adam. He said he did not want to put on he brought one suit, so he didn't want to have to do that song and dance, which is a very just logistical challenge. He didn't want to either put on the same suit again or I guess go out and buy another one. So, no, he was ready to be done with that whole experience, the way that went sideways on him. And, if you believe him, he had no indication. He just learned last night how unpredictable the draft can be. You have a young man who's seeing everywhere online and social media that he's going to go in the first round. He might even go to Pittsburgh, but no matter what, he's going to be one of the first corners off the board. I think when it didn't play out that way, he learned. He probably knew, but it was reinforced to him the hard way how unpredictable this entire process is. So he did not want to get his hopes up about the Steelers sitting there ready to grab him at 32. But it sure is interesting that it ultimately amounts to a Chase Claypool for Joey Porter Jr. trade in the end. And I asked him too, getting drafted here brings great excitement, but it also brings great expectations. And he said, he knows there will be some ups and downs, but he's ready for it. And if he didn't want to have to live up to a legacy like his dad's, then he wouldn't have played football and continued on at the highest level and wouldn't continue pursuing this dream in the NFL. So I think that's what you want to hear from a young man who's thrust into a, not exactly an easy spot when you think of all those factors.
Brian, one of the things we've been talking about here on the live stream is, are the Steelers going to make a deal here to get one of those 4th, 5th, 6th round picks back? Do you have any sense of whether that is a possibility? Jerry Dulac our Steelers, another one of your Steelers beat reporters, had reported throughout the day that they've been trying. Is there any progress on that front?
Not that I've heard rumblings of or anything being down here at the facility. I mean, it could be one of those things that pops up at the last minute. I think just look at last night's trade, for example. I don't think anybody really had any inkling that it was going to happen, and then it just happened because they're constantly working the phones and looking into the value of what they can do. So, hey, I think they're in a good spot regardless right now. They're kind of playing with house money when you get three of the guys at the spots that you needed to address the most in the first 3 rounds. If they stick at 80, they can reasonably go best player available among edge rusher, inside linebacker, wide receiver, or a value guy who just falls at a position where they otherwise wouldn't pick. So if they want to move off that pick and try to recoup some resources, that's an idea too. But it's kind of come into clear focus for me a little bit, fellas, that this draft was more about quality than quantity. The free agency period for, more than we've seen in recent years for the Steelers was about quantity, I think, in a lot of ways. And now they're trying to take some big swings and hit on these, 3 picks in the first 2 rounds, and maybe it'll be 4 in the first 3 rounds. They can pick at number 8.
Paul Zeise is rejoining us. Paul, any headlines for you in the last, 20 minutes since you hopped off there briefly?
Paul, before you
wait, Brian has a question for you too.
Go ahead.
The question was, it's about to start raining here on the south side. Do you mind if I leave this to you and get out of the elements here?
Yeah.
No, you have to stay standing right there and get wet.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I wanted to make sure you didn't have any biting questions, Paul, that I just simply needed to answer for you. Are you good?
We're good, man. Get out of the rain.
It's raining at my house, Brian, so you should probably go.
Yeah, it's coming this way from old Cecil, PA.
Yeah, exactly.
Alrighty, boys. We'll talk
All
to
right.
you.
Thanks, Brian.
No
Catch you in a
problem.
bit, Brian.
Well,
go ahead, Paul. What are your thoughts here on the last handful of picks, the way things stand?
Hopefully my battery can last so we can get through these next 12, 13 picks so we can see who the Steelers get before I have to jump off again and charge my phone. I look at what we're into the phase of the draft now. Probably when you start getting into the 3rd round, you start seeing teams. They're really now focused in on trying to get the best players available that are still left. There's probably, I think if you believed all the guys that like the Brian Batkos of the world, the people that cover these things, and the Mel Kipers of the world, there's probably somewhere between 75 to say 85 kind of what you would call not necessarily can't miss, but guys that are, legitimately graded as they're going to be reasonably good NFL players. And I think that at this point in the draft, a lot of these teams have early on, they've grabbed the guys that are going to really fit their needs and what they're really going to, looking for in terms of some of their impact players. Now you're trying to find quality guys that can fit in some of areas that you might not have a really like a real pressing need, but guys that you could actually, conceivably use. And maybe you've got, for instance, we've talked about it before, but maybe you've got a center like Mason Cole, right? Who is probably a 1-year guy, and then he's probably going to be done. Okay, well, if the best player by far on your board right now is a center, and you're at pick like 75 to 80, you can take that guy, even though he's not going to play this year. I mean, ideally, you want your first 3 picks to play immediately, but that isn't always realistic. And I think when you get to the point when you get to about pick where we're at right now, 70, 75, now it's about trying to find the best players available. See if you can find some of those diamond in the roughs that maybe had some, a fringe first round grade, but for whatever reason slid a little bit. I think right now that's what you're looking for. But as we talked about before, Adam, the Steelers have basically filled all of those spots in free agency and with trades. I mean, that's basically what, however you want to rank if you were to rank the guys they brought in the offseason, I mean, for the most part, like I said, Allen Robinson is probably better than whoever you're going to draft in, like, say, the 6th round at receiver, right? The 2 offensive line, the 2 offensive guards are probably 4th, 5th round kind of guys that you brought in, right? Your inside linebackers, the one guy looks like he might be maybe a late 3rd round kind of player that you would bring in. But for the most part, their players 3rd round through, say, 6th round, they took care of that before the draft. And I'm looking at some of the picks some of these teams that are drafting, they're actually going a little bit off of their board in terms of what they actually need. You know, if you believe the pressing needs on these lists that they have, and they're trying to take players that are just quality, like Brian said, quality players.
I want to ask Andrew, tap him in here real quick on DeJuan Jones. He's the one tackle that I think we all said would be acceptable for the Steelers in the 32-49 range. He is still on the board. There's a lot of Steelers fans that are – I think we're going to assume that Broderick Jones is going to replace Dan Moore Jr., right? And that leaves Dan Moore and Chukwuekorfor to compete for that job on the right tackle spot. But DeJuan Jones is a massive man. He has a potential to be a mauler. It's completely crazy for me to ask, does DeJuan Jones still make sense here as a potential 3rd-round pick for this team?
To me, no, just because you've already addressed that with what you did in the 1st round with Broderick Jones. To me, it's a no. And also, I'm not huge on DeJuan Jones, huge on him, just because he is very good in the pass game. Don't get me wrong, just with his physique. But run blocker, he does some things well. But I just worry about at that size if he's going to actually be able to translate that to the next level, and especially because what you did with Broderick Jones is you're kind of penciling him to be your blind side, right? Well, I think that's where you're getting the most value out of DeJuan Jones is your left tackle. If you put him at right tackle, where there's probably more responsibilities in terms of run blocking, being asked to do that, I just don't know that it's a logical fit. I don't know that it's a great fit for DeJuan Jones, and I don't think that it's something that we see from the Steelers. He's an intriguing guy, don't get me wrong, had a very prolific career at Ohio State during the time that he was out in the field, but such a project guy and somebody that isn't a need anymore. And we're seeing the comment section tend to agree with us here is that, you've already addressed it with the one tackle. You can double up. I just don't think we see that.
Paul, any thoughts on DeJuan Jones before we get to the big headline, which is Hendon Hooker finally being selected by the Lions at 68?
I would say this. So there's, I'll answer your question in a minute, but let me just say this. There's 12 picks left before the Steelers pick?
Yep.
Is there any chance that they have, went to church today and said a lot of Hail Marys or, basically something happened? Is there any chance that Darnell Washington is going to slide 12 more picks to them? Because if they can
he's hurt. I mean, he has some injury concerns, Paul. You weren't here when Chris brought them up, but I mean I think that's why he's falling. He fell behind Brenton Strange from Penn State. So the question for you is, if he's a little bit of damaged goods here at the start, is that your home run pick at 80? If he's still there?
If he falls to 80 and they don't take him, there's something wrong. Honestly, he must be really hurt. The medicals must be really bad. Because I think at 80, he would be a really, 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 incredible value. I can't see how he's going to slide that much further. And I think the DeJuan Jones question, I don't know how you could justify taking a tackle now. Basically, if you take him, you're basically saying that you're going to cut Chooks. Is really what you're saying. That you're going to probably cut Chooks and try and save salary cap money, but then you risk going into your season. You've got 2 rookies and Dan Moore, who you've deemed probably not good enough.
Yeah. I mean, admittedly, it's a bit of a lark. He's just a guy we've talked about a lot during the pre-draft process. So just to calm everyone down in the chat. Listen, we got to kill some time here. We still got 12 picks to go. We're grinding to 80 here. We got to talk about something. But the next big topic is Hendon Hooker finally off the board. I'm going to go to Andrew first. Reaction to him going to Detroit at that space.
Perfect. Great spot for him. Good landing spot. especially with what they're doing offensively. You've got Jared Goff there, and this is not me trying to act like I know anything better than any NFL franchise or anything like that, but with these second and third round picks at quarterback, and really with any pick at quarterback, hasn't the track record shown us that when you draft a guy and you have a starter that you're already content with, that letting them sit for a year or letting them sit for 2 years generally treats them pretty well? This is a guy who you probably only need to sit for a year, and then you can move off of Jared Goff and see what you got in Hooker, because he's a bit of a veteran guy who really has had a turbulent career when you look at it. People had high expectations for him at Virginia Tech, had a total resurgence at Tennessee in his last year there. Great with the deep ball, led some impressive victories there when healthy. The only reason we've seen him fall this low is because he had an ACL tear, and this guy's career got cut short at the end of what was a terrific start to the season. I like Hendon Hooker a lot. I like this fit. He's not going to be pressed into action super quickly. Jared Goff's a great guy to learn from. Home run pick. Great pick for the Lions here in the third round.
Paul, thoughts on Hendon Hooker?
I would echo everything that Andrew said right there. Honestly, I really love the kid. I think that he and Anthony Richardson are the two guys in this draft. If I had to take one or the other, I know that the kid from Alabama, the kid from Ohio State, I know that there were guys that were ranked higher, but it won't shock me if Hooker or Richardson is the best quarterback that emerges from this draft. To me, if you're the Lions, this is I think this could be one of the best picks of the entire draft, because you do have a veteran quarterback there right now. There's no pressure to get this guy in and play this year. You've got Jared Goff. You've got him there. I mean, Hooker can spend the year really, truly, fully rehabbing his knee and learning the NFL game. And you might get to a point where next year or whatever, you now put him in as your starter. You've got a guy who you're paying basically third round money to, and he might be a superstar. So I think I was waiting for one of these teams that had a veteran quarterback that they're not married to for like the next 5 or 10 years, right? I was waiting for one of these teams to say, you know what, this guy's way too good for us to pass up on it. So this could end up, 3 years down the road, this could end up being maybe, the best pick of the entire draft when you consider they got him at 68? They got him at 68 in the third round, and he turns out to be the kind of quarterback we think he might be. I mean, I got to be honest with you. He's going to be, it's going to be one of those picks that is a dynamic pick that you look back on and say, boy, that was really smart of them.
Amir in the chat's asking if I can get a shot of the Detroit War Room. Listen, folks, this is low value production. Watch ESPN if you're looking for the live shots. We don't have that here. But, I appreciate the thought. Keely Ringo is still on the board. I think he's been a guy that I thought a lot about. I feel like I have to define everything in terms of the Steelers here to make it interesting for people. So let me just ask the question this way: is he another guy that you might consider if he's still there at 80? Because we're 9 picks away now, and he's still on the board. Andrew, I'll go to you first.
Yeah, I mean, he's an interesting one because he kind of fits that need of what you're looking for is more of a nickel guy. That's probably not what we're looking for from Joey Porter Jr. You're probably looking at him to take over more cornerback 1, cornerback 2 reps just based off of the depth chart and all those sorts of things. He's an interesting one. Certainly a great matchup corner, big and press coverage. He fits the nickel spot pretty well. If you wanted to address that, you could. He's an interesting guy in that aspect, especially in today's NFL where your corners are playing as many snaps as they are. I like Ringo. I don't know if I'd love him in that draft slot, just based on the standpoint if there's other needs you can fill. But if you feel like you don't need to worry too much about getting a guy like a Darnell Washington or whoever else is going to be available to you there at 80, if Ringo falls, I might take him over Washington because I think he gives you more of an immediate need fix and probably doesn't come with the same concerns from a health reason. But, I mean, I can't fault anybody who wants to take Darnell, take Big O.
Andrew, what about one of the 2 Tennessee receivers? That probably one of them will be on the board. I mean,
I really like Yeah, I was going to say, I really like Jalen Hyatt and I like Tillman. The problem is just that in Tennessee, as much as this benefited Hendon Hooker and his stats, the route tree is limited there. And we know how complex these offenses are at the NFL level. And both of them at Tennessee, they're able to thrive off of a passing game that was just running deep post after deep post and kind of crisscross off one another and get those kind of, those set plays. I like him, but I don't like him to that degree. I think he's just somebody who limited, not necessarily somebody who you can plug and play right away, and especially what the Steelers are trying to do. More of a project guy that I guess with the standpoint
you're talking about Tillman or Hyatt. Which one?
We're talking more so about Hyatt there. I think he's the higher prospect. Tillman's a little bit more polished, but probably doesn't have the same physical skills as what Hyatt.
The thing I like about Hyatt, and again, I was looking at some of these. The thing I like about him for the Steelers is it wouldn't hurt them to have a guy that can just sort of take the top off the defense. I mean, a guy like him, you're not really asking him to do a whole lot at that point, right? Right. He's got pretty good speed. Obviously, Pickens is a guy that gets downfield, but boy, if you had somebody that could actually get down and, I hate that football jargon, but take the top off the defense or whatever. Right. I think Deontay Johnson becomes more dangerous. I think Pickens becomes more dangerous. I think Allen Robinson becomes more dangerous. So I was just thinking in terms of I was looking at the receivers who would fit that sort of speedy guy that gets down there. And the other thing is both of those guys have decent size. That's the other thing I like about those guys. I don't think they should draft a small little receiver. I think they've got, they got enough of those guys. I'm looking here to see what North Carolina, kid from North Carolina, kid from Cincinnati, Tyler Scott from Cincinnati. Is he still on the board? I thought someone took him. But anyway, I'm just saying they're going to have a pretty good selection of receiver. I don't know that many receivers are going to go between now and when they pick. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if they went receiver here.
No, definitely. I agree with you there because I think if you're strictly looking for somebody to take the top off the defense, like you said, reluctantly there. But I think if that's what you're looking to do, that just kind of plays into the notion of, well, what exactly are you planning with Allen Robinson? And I guess maybe that's more of a long-term projection of, this year the role is just run a pattern deep down the field and blow past the defense every time that you're out there. Maybe that's the goal. But that just kind of brings me to the point then I guess that I ask you guys is, what's the goal then with Allen Robinson? Is that just a guy that you use for goal line packages? Is this just a guy to give you an 8-yard out route? That becomes my question because I think that really impacts what they do here at the receiver spot. If they elect to pick somebody, says a lot about what they think of A-Rob and what kind of the plans, I guess, are for the offense with him. I know he's getting up there in age, so that probably plays a factor too.
Paul, any thoughts on that?
Well, I think Allen Robinson, I think the best case scenario is he's your fourth receiver. That would be the best case scenario because that means you've got three, pretty good receivers in front of him. And I think that Allen Robinson will be a package guy. I think he'll be, a guy. I don't know that he's going to be anything more than that, to be honest. I think he's going to be that guy who just sort of is your veteran player. You can play him in the slot some. He's going to make tough catches, probably combat catches down around the goal line, like you said. 3rd and 6 type plays like that. 3rd and 6, 3rd and 5, those kind of plays. But I don't know that you're going to have like a really full expanded role for Allen Robinson. I honestly went into this draft saying I want to see them take a corner. I want to see them take two big guys on each side of the line, and I want to see them take a receiver who's a burner. So that's why I say I like the fact that a couple of those guys are still on the board because I think they got a shot at one of them.
Wanted to ask you guys about, I am texting Brian Batko and Ray Fittipaldo down on the south side, seeing if they plan to come back because it's raining in the Berg right now if you're outside the city, and the Steelers are not being particularly hospitable to our guys in terms of doing stand-ups to talk to us on the live stream. So we're working through the logistics of that. We're going to try to bring those two guys back. One name I wanted to bring up who went off the board was Nathaniel Tank Dell from Houston. Very productive in terms of the numbers, but as we know, as we've talked about the Steelers, they love the big conference guys. They love Big Ten guys, SEC guys. Any frustration? Is he a guy you would have liked to have seen in that receiver mix available to the Steelers at 80? Just because he was very productive. He's a little bit on the smaller side, if I remember correctly. But he did a lot of good stuff in the slot. Andrew, I'll throw that to you first.
Yeah, you remember incorrectly there, Adam. I mean, the guy's 5'8", 165. You like him, but he just kind of goes back to the point of the dime a dozen guys that this draft has kind of gotten a reputation for with its receivers. And Paul's brought it up. I think you're looking for a more physical guy, a more athletic, deep threat. No offense to Dell, but that's not exactly what he accomplishes here. If you're looking for a slot guy, sure, then he accomplishes that for you. But don't you got to feel pretty good about what you have in that aspect, just given what you have with Pickens' ability to catch passes, what Deontay Johnson does as your number one receiver right now, what you have in tight end at Freiermuth. I feel like Dell doesn't really bring a new, exciting dimension to the offense. So, you're not really missing out on anything by him not being available. At least I don't think.
Jalen Hyatt is off the board. He goes to the Giants at
There you go.
73. Paul, any thoughts on that?
I like it. I mean, I like him. There was a lot of receivers I liked in this, but you're the Giants. You need offensive weapons, right? That's one of the things you probably need. It's a position of need for them. It helps. They've got a young quarterback who they just signed to a lot of money, so you want to make sure you've got enough weapons around him and enough guys to make plays for him. So, it fits. I don't have a big problem with that. Right before him, another one of those corners went off the board, by the way, to the Syracuse kid, Garrett Williams. So we are now 1, 2, 3, 5 picks? 2, 4, 6.
I think 6. Yeah, we're 6 away now.
6 picks and 6 picks away. The Steelers may be having a shot to take the tight end from Alabama. That would be amazing if Darnell Washington falls to them. That would be amazing. That would be 3 guys, essentially 3 guys in this draft that basically fell to them. 4 guys, actually. If you really look at all the grades on these guys, that'd be 4 guys.
And the thing I'll say about that is that the luxury you'd have in picking Darnell Washington, if he does have some health concerns, is that you don't need him immediately. You have Zach Gentry, you have Pat Freiermuth. Those guys can hold it down. I think there's a lot of people in Steelers land who are still pretty high on Zach Gentry as kind of doing that blocking and maybe making a few receptions roll in this offense. So he's a guy that you'd have the ability to develop. The Browns pick is coming in here. So before I ask any more questions, let's see which direction they're going to go. Is this the Browns' first pick of the draft? I feel like I haven't seen them on the board the whole time.
I think it is, actually.
Yeah, them and the Niners didn't have any first or seconds.
Wow. So this is the first pick. They go Cedric Tillman. He is the other receiver from Tennessee that we were talking about. Andrew, do you want to react to that in terms of a divisional perspective? Because obviously we take more interest in, Cleveland, Baltimore, Cincinnati. Not a ton of production last season, but he's going to the Browns now. What do you think of that pick?
First thing I'll do is defer to Paul and say he was ahead of the game, saying both those guys are coming off the board and were guys to be coveted. But yeah, I like the pick a lot. I mean, he's a bigger body than Hyatt. I think he provides a different dimension to that offense out there in Cleveland. Lord knows that they need all the offensive threats they can get, especially at these cheaper contracts with what they're dishing out to Deshaun Watson. Surround him with offensive talent. This is a guy who's projectable. You mentioned it didn't have the same productivity last year as maybe a guy like Hyatt did, who burst on the scene with that game against Alabama with 5 touchdowns. But like the pick, don't love it, but had to get somebody there, had to get a receiver probably at some point in this draft to the Browns, and not totally surprised to use their first pick on that.
Paul, thoughts on Tillman? I think Paul is frozen for the moment. We'll see if we can get Paul back here. And now it appears Paul has stepped away. So let's just let's talk through a Devil War from Northwestern. Andrew, he's not a name that a few of you guys in the chat have mentioned him. He's been connected to the Steelers at various points. I think as high as a 2nd round pick. He's now available here at the 3rd. Is he a name that's in the mix for you? I think if I remember correctly from the scouting reports, He's got some versatility as well. What do you think of Adebawar as a possibility, maybe as a dark horse? Because there's people in the chat talking about him, but I don't know if he's a broadly known commodity to most of Steelers Nation here.
Yeah, I actually got the chance to talk with him back out at Big Ten Media Days in Indianapolis in July. Really bright kid and talented player. Was somebody who is, as you can expect with anybody who's out at a Big Ten Media Day, is somebody that was thought of as a pretty highly regarded returning prospect, and somebody very well spoken, as you can imagine, from any Northwestern student. But in terms of his play on the field, he's an interesting guy because he's a tweener in some respects. He's got the physicality at his weight at 282, but at 6'2". How that translates to the NFL level in terms of pass rushing abilities, had the productivity at times in college, getting after the quarterback. He's got an okay first step, and the upper body strength is all right. But, I don't know exactly how that'll translate. This is somebody that you probably, given how much he played at defensive end, more likely going to be one of those classic edge rushing outside linebackers who's more situational than anything. I don't know that he's an every down guy, especially at his frame to play on the defensive line. Could be very wrong, but I wouldn't be surprised to see with him wherever he ends up going, if he's somebody who they try to cut down the weight a little bit rather than try and bulk it up, because he truly does have an explosive first step that's worth taking advantage of.
Paul, you're muted. I'm going to unmute you if I can. Yeah, you're back now. I wanted to ask you about Trenton Simpson. He's a guy we talked a lot about earlier. He's still there in terms of guys who are available. What do you think of Trenton Simpson in terms of being an option here, because we're now 5 picks away?
Remind me who he is again, because
he's the Clemson linebacker with a lot of athleticism, a little bit of recognition problems, but a lot of athleticism.
And that was the guy that we said he's actually really good at he's really good at in coverage, which is kind of what the Steelers need. I could get on board with that. I know that the Steelers like their guys to be able to play against the run and the pass, but they've had a hard time finding those guys to cover guys out of the backfield, to cover tight ends, to cover even at times. You don't want this to be too often, but slot receivers. And so I again, that's the beauty of this point in the draft, is there's still good football players on the board. If you're the Steelers, you just got to kind of take a look at who do you have rated as the highest, who fills a need, and you go from there. So I wouldn't hate it, but again, I had to step away here because I had to plug in somewhere. So I don't have my computer screen in front of me, but tell me if the Alabama tight end is still on the board. That's all I want to know.
I'm going to refresh my page here. I'm 95% sure he is. You're thinking of Darnell Washington? He went to Georgia, Paul, but he is still there.
Yes, sorry, I'm sorry. The Georgia.
No problem.
Yeah, Darnell Washington, 6'7". 6'7". What is he, about 300 pounds or 280 or what? 290. Big, strong guy. If you watch that guy's film, I don't know, man. I think he's the kind of guy. If you get him now, it could be it could be one of those picks, 4 or 5 years from now, where people will be like, "Wow, they got him." At pick number 80.
I'm going to set you guys up with this question. I'm going to go close my sliding glass door here because the peepers are out here in Cecil, PA, and it's starting to rain pretty hard. And I'm not sure if you guys can hear it on the audio. But Andrew, can you just talk a little bit about Trenton Simpson for me as an option for the Steelers?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. I know we've talked about the different linebacker options for what the Steelers could be doing here just based off what you already have there with Watt and Alex Highsmith. I think if you're using a pick here in the 3rd round, that's somebody that maybe you're doing because, you're not optimistic about, and now we're joined by Chris Carter here. With Simpson, I think that's just somebody that you're bringing in because you want to develop somebody to maybe take over the spot of Highsmith, or you're looking to just mix in as a rotational guy. Certainly has the ability to get after the quarterback. He's shown that with some great speed and excellent burst. Worry about the coverage skills a little bit, which is, kind of typical of anybody who's just a true pass rushing inside or outside linebacker. I think there is a fit there. It's risky to take a day 2 pick on somebody like that who's more situational than anything else. But if you feel really good about the other spots that maybe the rest of us think are spots of need, if you feel like you've shored up at cornerback, you've shored up on the offensive line, sure, maybe you take a stab at a guy who can be somewhat of a project and operate alongside two other really good linebackers. I think we just lost Paul.
Did we lose Chris?
I'm still here.
Don't worry, we still got Chris.
What was the topic we were going over just now?
Talking about Trenton Simpson as a linebacker option and how that kind of would he make sense for the Steelers given what they got with Highsmith and Watt? Is this the time to use the number 80 pick on him if he's still available there?
I think he'd be a viable option, but I wouldn't compare him to Highsmith and Watt. I'd compare him to Landon Roberts and Cole Holcomb because he's more of a speed guy. I look at the way that he moves around the field. I'd like him as an off-ball option to be a guy who can kind of be like a bigger, strong safety / a smaller linebacker. The Steelers got two guys in Roberts and Holcomb who I think can be good run stuffers and physical guys at the point of attack, but that neither of them are sideline to sideline guys. Neither of them have the speed to kind of move around, and that's where I see Simpson being kind of filling in there, and he'd be a good third option to kind of counter with those guys. So I do like him as a prospect right now. If I were to look at my big board right now, I still have Darnell Washington up at the top there. Let's see. I would have Kelly Ringo if they didn't pick Joey Porter Jr. there. Trenton Simpson's my number 2. Josh Downs, wide receiver from North Carolina, is my number 3. Dion Henley, linebacker out of Washington State, is my number 4. And Adetomiwa Adebaware, defensive lineman out of Northwestern, is my number 5 right now. So I feel like the Steelers are still in a really good spot. I don't know how bad this knee injury is supposed to be for Darnell Washington, if he's going to miss the entire year, if he's going to be, out till training camp, if it's career threatening. That's a big question I think everyone's waiting to answer.
Yeah, career threat. I mean, that's a lot of like questions to just
that's
pop
pure
up
speculation.
Draft process.
I don't know. Like, I'm not saying that that's definitely what it is. I'm just saying we've just heard that it's a knee injury, and this was a guy who I think a lot of people had a second round grade on, and now we're here in the third, and he's still not getting picked, and we're hearing that there's a knee injury, so we just have no idea how serious it is.
Yeah, I think that's pretty interesting. Here we go. The pick is in for the Packers here at 78. So we're close here in terms of where things are going. Paul is outside now. Paul, where are you going? I think we have lost Paul again. So we'll tap Paul back in here in a moment. I know he's had some charging issues. Tucker Kraft, tight end from South Dakota. So that's another tight end off the board, gentlemen.
Yeah, wow.
What does that say about the Darnell Washington situation?
I don't know about you, Chris. This sounds like it's pretty serious then, right? I mean, if you're taking a guy from the FCS level over Darnell Washington, I'm throwing my hands up and saying they all know something we don't.
There's something going on there. I mean, because here's the thing is that, like, even if it's like he's out for if he's out for like 3 months or something like that, right? And he'll be back for training camp, I'd still take that guy. I'd be like, heck yeah, I'll take those problems. But yeah, this has to be something really serious if Darnell Washington isn't. I didn't see any of this happening. So there's got to be something serious here. So we might even need to move on from Darnell Washington as a potential prospect. He was the one tight end the Steelers brought in for a top 30 visit. Maybe they're on to something. But who knows? But it's also weird because he ran at the combine. He looked good at the combine. So this had to be very recent. I also don't remember there being any notes of this happening at Georgia's Pro Day.
No, you're right, Chris. I mean, this is something that wasn't really made public until very recently. So this is something recent that, yeah, this is concerning for his sake. And if there's any benefit to where the Steelers are right now, it's that you got a lot of different options. You could go with Ringo at cornerback, assuming he stays on the board. You could go with the Northwestern kid. Simpson's another one. If you want to go project lineman with Jones, we hadn't even really mentioned this name yet, but Riley Moss out of Iowa was a cornerback.
I like him.
I
like
really
him.
liked him. Saw him
Yeah.
twice in college and thought he was excellent. Not by any means the fastest or most physical guy, but like him a lot.
The Steelers are on the clock now. Josh Downs was the Colts pick at 79, wide receiver out of North Carolina, a guy who was competing with Jordan Addison as one of the top receivers in the country 2 years ago when Jordan Addison won the Blitnikoff for Pitt. So now the Steelers are on the board, and Josh Downs was one of my top 5 left. So if we take him off, let's see who bumps into that conversation. My next guy would be Travius Hodges Tomlinson, slot cornerback out of TCU, nephew of LaDainian Tomlinson, as the 5th option there. So here we are.
Yeah, guys, can I get some quick thoughts on, because I'm going to assume we're going to know the Steelers pick in the next minute or so. Quick thoughts on Josh Downs, because some early mocks was connected to the Steelers.
Yeah, smaller guy, not necessarily the biggest receiver. Would have been a better pick there if they were drafting a receiver. Maybe not him specifically, but if they were looking to address the receiver spot, there were guys that you could have picked earlier. I like him, don't love him. Maybe it was a byproduct of the North Carolina passing attack and what they kind of had there.
The Steelers have traded. I don't know the terms yet, but Carolina is now on the clock at 80. So I don't know what's going on.
Off the spot.
Have you seen anything, Chris?
Checking.
All right, I'm going to kill time until Chris figures out what's going on here. Listen, what we know is that the Steelers were wanting to get back into the 4th, 5th, or 6th, considering they wouldn't have a pick after 80. If they think their guy is going to be there, I feel like that might be a worthwhile deal for them to make, to pick up another body there in the 4th, 5th, or 6th round, especially the 4th, because I think we've been talking a lot about some of these receivers. There's going to be some productive guys available and guys you'd feel good about in the 4th round, right, Andrew?
Yeah, and just from what I'm seeing here on the draft tracker, looks like the Steelers are going to now pick at 93 from what I'm looking at. It looks like that's the pick that they've obtained. So still remaining here in this 3rd round, but you still have a lot of different prospects available, both Penn State, Pitt, local guys, as well as on the national level.
And they just recouped a 4th round pick, so they will pick tomorrow in the 4th round. They got the 132nd pick. So let's see. They moved from 80 to 93. So they dropped down 13 spots to get a 4th round pick. Not a bad move, especially if you feel like, you're going to be able to get your guys later.
Yeah.
It is good for the Steelers, probably. It is not great for people like us who we've been grinding for the last hour plus to get to 80 and saying we're going to drive hard. But listen, the audience right now is as big as it has been the entire night. So for all of you, we are going to keep going until 93. I'm
drinking coffee.
13 more picks. Everyone get fired up. Like this is what it's all about, the draft, right? So we're going to dig in. We're going to see what the Steelers are going to get at 93. We're not going to let you off the hook tonight. So please stay tuned. All right. I don't know what to do now, though. I'm a little bit punch drunk for the moment. Chris, do you feel good about that move in terms of they're adding another body in the 4th round? They're giving themselves more options. Do we know where in the 4th round the pick is yet?
132. 132 is the 30th pick. I don't think it's I thought it was a comp pick. I actually don't think it is. One sec. Sorry, just going back and confirming this.
No problem. I think it's
132 is definitely the spot.
Yeah, I think it's relevant to the conversation is how high are they going to move up and be in the 4th round. I think just being in the 4th round at all is important. Man, especially if you're just trading back 13 spots, like that seems you're picking up a pick for 13 spots in the 3rd round. That seems like a pretty good bargain. Of course, we're going to have to talk about who these guys are between 80 and 13 because there are still some names that we're interested in, right? Darnell Washington, Keely Ringo, Adebawar, Simpson, DeJuan Jones. You mentioned Riley Moss before, Andrew. And then going further down, I know there's a lot of you guys in the chat who have been talking about Jair Brown. He's now 7th on Mel Kiper's best available. So conceivably he could be there. I think a lot of you have been talking about Clark Phillips, the cornerback from Utah. as well. Darius Rush is a guy who's been brought up quite a bit. Overshown is the guy we talked about earlier. He would still be on the board. Chris, any of those guys interesting to you in terms of it seems like they could still be there at 93?
I mean, right now they have a lot of options that I'm still comfortable with. Trenton Simpson still being there is awesome. Dion Henley still being there is awesome for them. 2 linebackers. Adetomiwa Adebaware is a defensive lineman. You know, I know they got Benton, but he'd be doing it. I'm sorry. I am hard. It is hard for me to contain myself because all of the Omar Khan, if I want it, I'm gonna get it. Omar's coming memes. Steelers fans are losing it right now. they're like just posting all these memes under the tweet that I just put out there. Like what? This is people are going nuts right now. But I think it's a good move. I mean, I didn't feel comfortable with them trading back on any of their second round picks because they were so high up. You know, all top 50. But at 80, if there wasn't the guy that you really felt was going to be, I mean, let's face it, Darnell Washington, if he was their pick at 80, you could look at, man, they're taking, like you just said, they're taking FCS tight ends. Let's just keep dropping down and see how far we can push this envelope. And if someone picks them, oh well, let's just we'll deal with that and get someone else. But there's still multiple linebackers who I think and Javier is asking it's a pick today or tomorrow. They traded down for a later third today, but they also picked up a late fourth, which will be tomorrow. So they now have a 4th rounder again. So essentially, if you think about it, they just moved like for trading up in the 1st round, they just basically moved down in the 3rd and the 4th. So they didn't even lose a pick really in that process. Hey, I think that they've I think this is a smart move on their part in recouping some value.
I'm going to ask the question this way. It's a family program. It's a family newspaper. We're technically a newspaper, right? Even though we're on YouTube. Family program. So I'm going to ask it this way. Is this some Eagles-ish from Andy Weidel? Just still dealing, still taking things seriously here in the 3rd round. I'll throw that to Andrew first.
Yeah, man, it really is. I mean, you're kind of setting this up. You're wheeling and dealing. You're finessing. And I mean, come on. I think Chris put it well there. You were able to slide up a few picks. And in response to that, you slid down a couple for some later rounds. I think that's a fair trade that anybody would make. And I think that's fair, too. I mean, that just kind of goes to show what the market value is of these things. You're taking advantage of it. All the NFL other franchises know that. They know exactly what they're giving up to make these deals. And everybody's on top of it. I don't know. I think this is pretty fair. I don't think the Steelers are getting swindled, and I also don't think they're necessarily swindling any other teams. They're taking advantage of the system, don't get me wrong, but I don't think that they're coming out of these trades in some lopsided fashion. I think these are fair. I think this is market value, and the Steelers are maximizing what this draft is, a deep but not excessively lopsided draft, and the War Room is taking advantage of it. They are making the most of this and dealing picks is the way they should.
Jason McCourty is possibly doing a David Akers up here at the podium, talking a lot. I can't hear him. He's got a Houston Oilers. He's got both the jersey underneath and the jacket over the top. First of all, guys, what do you think of the fit as I'm stalling? Come on, man. Tell us who the pick is.
I hate that. That is the most frustrating thing. You know what the pick is. Stop playing around. Get us the pick so we can get the heck on with our lives. Like I get the initial beforehand fanfare, but once we are in, you don't need to drag this out much longer. But I guess they do because they have ads they need to sell. So what am I saying?
He is still dragging it out. He's giving a stump speech. We're gonna have to put a soapbox out there for him in a second. But the Oilers, I still like the fit. I'm not going to completely destroy him here because, man, the Oilers stuff is good, right? We love the Oilers. And the nostalgia for them. Okay, all right, we have a pick finally. Tajay Spears, the running back from Tulane. I mean, that was a lot of build-up for something I don't super care about, guys.
Sorry, it just keeps getting funnier. Man.
Andrew,
got a good laugh out of Carter on
this
one.
pick that I thought we were going to get something interesting. We absolutely did not.
No, this is. I mean, Tulane was good last year. I mean, I'd be lying if I said that I knew a ton about Spears. I mean, interesting guy in the sense that he played for a pretty good team, but I can't say I know a ton about him other than that they were a team that exceeded expectations and they play in a relatively new stadium. That's about as much as I got for you on Spears. I gotta say I'm a little stumped on this one, and that's not me trying to fake it or anything. That's just goes to show that maybe this was a little bit of a reach pick from the Titans.
I think we're still trying to recover here from the fact that the pick didn't happen at 80. We got to kill another at least 30 minutes, right? Here's a question for you, Andrew. Tank Bigsby is still on the board. You saw a lot of him the last couple of years playing Penn State. I don't think he's super interesting from a Steelers perspective, but he's a guy you've seen a lot of. What do you think of him as a player?
One of the best college football players I've ever seen, and I don't use that lightly. Truly a phenomenal player who got, I know this is a children's show, or we're trying to use parental guidance here. He got screwed with what happened at Auburn, with the dynamic there, with the coaching staff, and just how recruiting went about there. Super talented player who stayed through some turmoil. Basically, didn't have an offensive line for 2 years. Bigsby is a heck of a runner and kept Auburn in the game his first year. The second year really went off for a couple of big explosive plays against Penn State. I mean, look at the draft. You had Derek Hall go in the second round. He was the Auburn defense. And Tank Bigsby, who was the Auburn offense. Those two guys were really impressive. Bigsby stands out to me. And I love his pass catching abilities. He has great run, great vision, good cutting ability. He's a very underrated back. The reason we're seeing him drop this low is just because the college stats weren't that impressive and the college success from Auburn really wasn't. Measurables, all that sort of stuff, checks out a lot. To me, he's a poor man's Bijan Robinson. And I know that's going to surprise a lot of people and say, well, Bijan was a elite pick, first-round talent. If Bigsby had a better college career, he could have been too.
I'm a little perplexed that we've seen this many running backs go before Izzy Abanikanda. To me, he's better than a lot of these guys. He's explosive. He's quick. He's really great in space. He hits the hole. I think that this is I know that our guy Noah Hiles is at the Izzy Abanikanda watch party right now in Brooklyn. So wait a second.
We have
Looks
some breaking
like
news.
Oh, damn. Noah played us. So Noah Hiles tweets this, and he says, Izzy just put a phone to his ear to listen to a video on Twitter. His family, along with the reporter who flew here to capture his big moment, meaning him, says, didn't appreciate this because it was a false alarm. He turned around to everyone and said, my bad. So I thought I saw Izzy putting the phone to the ear, and I was like, finally, that's off. We can scratch that off. Nope, it's false alarm. He just wanted to see something on Instagram.
Well, Chris, I think you set us up well here. Are there any of these pick guys you think can still go tonight? We've talked a lot about the Penn State guys. I think we were all surprised. Brenton Strange, Juice Scruggs jumping up into the second round. So we've talked a ton of Penn State. Let's talk a little bit about Pitt. Do you still think that there's room for any of these pick guys to go tonight?
Yeah, sure. Let me look at who's left here on the board as far as teams. Oh gosh, I'm in the 7th round because I was looking at those. All right, teams left. Broncos, Dolphins, Chargers, Cowboys are an interesting one for me because I think they could use a running back for their future. They pick at 90. I think that'd be a great spot for Izzy. The Rams, I think, could use a younger running back who's really fast and explosive. The Chiefs, I know that they recently picked a first-round one in Clyde Edwards-Helaire, but he hasn't worked out. I know Pacheco was a 7th-rounder, but I think the way that Izzy Abanikanda brings speed to that offense, they would love to have that for Patrick Mahomes. So there's still a chance he could go. Carter Warren, an offensive tackle who missed most of the season with a knee injury, but he's back and healthy now. There were a lot of guys who, I talked to that are more dialed into the whole draft process than I am, and they're like, hey, Chris, we heard that this guy Carter Warren might be like an early day 3 pick, and maybe even a late day 2 pick. What do you think about him? And I told them, I was like, I think he's a leader. I think he's talented. I think he's big and strong. I think Carter Warren could do some damage for somebody offensive tackle now. And I mean, people forget last year before he declared to come back for Pitt for another season, he was a Senior Bowl invite before the season even started. So, he was a guy who I remember when Pitt's offensive line marched in the week before the Peach Bowl last year. and this being the 2021 season where they still had Kenny Pickett, they came in and they announced all the starters were coming back next year. And all the starters were like very excited, like, yeah, we're happy to do this together. The one guy who looked a little not as excited was Carter Warren. He was kind of like, I'm here for my guys. I'm here for my, but I kind of got that sense from him that like, he's like, man, I smelled the NFL and I really wanted to do that. But I think that he'd be a fine guy as well. Other guys, Haba Baldonado, I think is going to be a good mid-day 3 pick. He won't get picked up tonight. Servassier Dennis, linebacker. I think for a while he was a 7th round guy, but he ran very well at his pro day. I think that he's another guy that who could really fit in on a lot of defenses. I'm interested now too with the Steelers having a 4th round pick again, what they would wait for. But Haba's a guy that I think could be an interesting outside linebacker pick. Desmond Alexander still there. Marcus Minor still there. Brandon Hill, a safety who he was the fastest safety at the combine. Very explosive, hits hard, moves about the field. Also, Broncos just took Riley Moss off the board, Andrew. So that dream's done. But I'm right with you. Riley Moss was a sleeper in my draft. Like the Steelers could have landed him. He's also a guy I might have flexed to safety with his skills, man. He would have been a very interesting pick.
Andrew, pull up that Riley Moss
I saw.
What'd you say?
What?
I said, Andrew, pull up that Riley Moss thread a little bit. Are we having some technical difficulties with Andrew?
My phone's still rolling here. Might not be.
Oh, you're back.
You're back. You
dropped for a second. Yeah, give us thoughts on Riley Moss.
I guess he froze again.
Yeah, I think we lost him again.
The Big Ten and Withers stood out at Illinois.
Andrew, we're still losing you. If you're still on the stream somehow, I think Adam bumped you to off camera. Okay, you're coming back now. With Andrew, if you're still having problems because we're having a hard time seeing you, maybe like reboot your computer and come back. Oh, you're a little clearer now. Try talking now, Andrew.
You look good, Andrew. Sorry, we dropped you there for a second.
Gotta love the Shady Side Wi-Fi. Love my time here.
Wait, where is Shady Side you at?
I'm right off Negley and Walnut, man. Who would thought this would be bad Wi-Fi here?
That's like prime spot. What's up with Shady Side? That's a great spot for Wi-Fi. I don't know, man. That's wild. But anyway,
that's on me. That's on me going skimpy on the Xfinity. But with Riley Moss, he stood out to me, man. He was a guy who I got to see Witherspoon in college from Illinois, who obviously we saw how high he got picked. He stood out as probably the best corner that I saw. JPJ was probably number 2, and Moss was number 3. I mean, he was a guy who always impressed me. And you mentioned the position versatility there. They really used him in a lot of different ways in that Iowa defense, which they always tend to do. A lot of mixing and matching guys, mixing up looks, moving back and forth between the 3-4, 4-3. They love going with the 4-2-5. I mean, that was something that was a bread and butter of the Hawkeyes. Moss would have been a nice fit with the Steelers, man, and that's a good pick there.
There's a lot of guys talking in the chat about the hockey game. I guess Florida just beat Boston. Andrew, any quick thoughts on what's that 3-3 now? Are they going to Game 7?
What an interesting thing, sneaking into the playoffs and finding a way to make things interesting against a top seed. I mean, I would say that, there's a certain franchise that has been able to relate to that for many years, but unfortunately no longer the case. No, I don't mean to put salt into the wound. It's just a shame for the Penguins they couldn't get in there because they did really match up well against the Bruins. This Panthers team caught fire at the end, and I would love to say I'm surprised that they're keeping it competitive with these Bruins, but man, oh man, they got a lot of firepower on that team. You can't outscore everybody in every game, but they've done a heck of a job doing that for the most part.
Wait a second. The Bruins were the 1 seed, right?
Yeah.
Miami might be able to take out 2 1 seeds in the same month out of the playoffs. The Heat just took out the Bucks. You're telling me the Panthers might take out the Bruins? Miami must be on fire right now. What is going on down there on South Beach? Our
comment section is right, man. The President's Cup curse is real, and oh man, this is legit. I mean, the Bucks. As a selfish Warriors fan, I am right now watching them lose by 12 to the Kings. Would like to see. Glad to not see the Bucks in there, but for the Eastern Conference sake, certainly would make that a heck of a lot more interesting with no Bruins.
Dion Henley.
Let's go Sacramento Kings in the comment section. I can do without that.
Dion Henley, linebacker of Washington State, goes off the board to the Chargers at 85. Ravens on the board at 86. We're getting closer again to the Steelers pick at 93. Man, this is starting to look really interesting here.
Baltimore now on the clock. Of these guys, we've spent a lot of time talking about these guys, Chris. Is there anyone interesting to you from a divisional perspective? Because the ears perk up whenever it's a divisional opponent here.
I mean, I stick to my big board as far as how it is at this point of the draft. Things are moving so fast, it's tough. They lost Calais Campbell. I'd be intrigued if they got Adebawore here. I don't think that they would get. I saw someone, Nola Sean, talked about Trenton Simpson, maybe, but they just signed Roquan Smith to a big deal. I think that they would pass him. Adebawore seems like a really good fit for them to get a big defensive lineman who has fallen down this far. That's just me, though. I could be off there.
Jair Brown is now, I think, 4th on Mel Kiper's best available. Andrew, any thoughts on? Not just from a Steelers perspective, but just from, you cover Penn State, you know this guy well. You've talked about him, I think, 8 times now, but he's really, now he's at the very top of the board here. Any additional thoughts on Jair Brown?
Yeah, this is the time, right? This is about the right time for him. I will go to, the end of the day saying that Brenton Strange and Juice Scruggs were probably reaches. This is about the right time for Jair Brown if a team is to pull the trigger on him. For the Steelers, that would be a great value pick, a guy who could be your, tweener guy who can play a little linebacker, who can be a field backer, whatever name you want to give it. This is the time to do it. He's not a day 1 guy. He's not an early day 2 guy. Would be an interesting one from a Steelers perspective. I probably like Keely Ringo as well as Clark Phillips ahead of him. I'm not sure there's anybody else. Jordan Battle is maybe a 50-50 split there. He's a little bit more athletic than Brown, but Brown's got the better ball skills. I don't know. To me, this is I would like, if you're a Steelers fan, you probably would like to see Phillips first and maybe Ringo. But, one of our commenters brings it up, and probably a fair point is that, he might be gone by the time that the Steelers pick in a few. But we just got to wait and see. That's why we're on the live stream, right? To keep up with this and be shocked as we have been all night.
And Andrew, I was just told by a good friend of mine who's in the comments here, my friend Harmon Diol. He's a local Pittsburgher, but he said light the beam because he's a Kings fan and he wanted to mess with you. So there we go. Shout out to my man Harmon. I hope you having a good night, sir, watching the NFL draft and keeping along with us here at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Adam, man, this is getting crazier. Keeping up with things here.
You know what's crazy, Chris? I'll tell you what's crazy is that crazy? You highlighted the light the beam thing. I was like, how'd that end up on the screen? Because we are now in hour 7 of this live streaming experience for the draft, and you highlighted. I was like, did I hit a button? How'd that end up there? I now know that we can refer to comments that we're talking about, put them in the stream. So, folks, I've just learned a new functionality. The game has changed.
Just me trolling was how
him getting under my skin because the Kings are up 9. But man, learning new things every day, right?
There we go. Let's see. We're still not seeing any other movement here from the Ravens. Looks like the Niners traded into the pick right behind the Ravens. So maybe the Ravens have already picked and we haven't seen it yet.
The Ravens are on the TV now. I don't know who this is talking, but they're announcing the selection. I don't know if they're doing a Jason McCourty style filibuster. Now he looks like he's reading the pick now. Trenton Simpson is off the board. The guy we talked about all night. What do you think about him? Not just in terms of he's not going to be the guy for the Steelers, obviously, but now he's going to be a guy you're going to have to face twice a year at the very least. I'll throw that to Chris first.
Simpson's an athletic guy. He's fast. He moves around. I think he pairs well with Roquan Smith. I wasn't sure they'd take him because of how, because they had Roquan Smith. I thought they might go with a defensive lineman. They need some answers there. They also have Patrick Queen and Malik Harrison. So this poses to me as their 4th linebacker that they'd have on the on their depth chart here, unless they're making some moves to move some other guys around. But a peculiar move to get that guy out of there. But he might be more of an extra safety on the field. We talked about how he could play kind of an extra box safety role if they really wanted to not put him at the linebacker position. We know that they got Kyle Hamilton last year and how he kind of fits in. So maybe some extra flexibility and off-ball coverage / run support there. But I thought that the Ravens were solid at linebacker, which is why I didn't think that they would go get him. But hey, they did. He was the number 2 guy on my big board left. Give me a couple minutes here to readjust my big board, and I'll give you guys a rundown on who my top 5 is.
Andrew, you want to pick up the Trenton Simpson conversation?
Yeah, I think Chris touched on a lot of important things there. And yeah, I mean, just you can never have enough of those pass rushers, and somebody who comes to mind certainly in that regard. You mentioned pairing him with Roquan Smith, who was a little bit surprising, but I like the pick. It's probably a logical one for the Ravens. Somebody that they probably looked at and said, hey, this is somebody the Steelers are probably eyeing as well in a different capacity, given who they've already got at the linebacking core. Good pick for the Ravens. I like it. I really do.
Joe Staley is announcing the pick here for San Francisco. There it goes. Jair Brown, Penn State goes to San Francisco. That, right. Andrew, is your hometown team. I'm going to let you just let it rip here.
Yeah, I guess I know what jersey I'm getting next. No, in all seriousness, though, this fits a need for them. I was curious if they were going to go secondary or go line, just based off Mike McGlinchey walking away and that they were going to need to fill those shoes. This is a fun one. My family group chat is now exploding as we speak. So, as expected, this is big news in the Destin family, Penn State and all things Niners. Like the pick, fits a need. They got some secondary guys, but obviously were hampered by injuries on that front last year. I like Jair. You can play him either as an extra linebacker or as your 5th guy, as either a nickel or as the safety spot. Transitions well there. I like that, and probably somebody who wasn't going to fit as well with the Steelers as he does with the Niners, and not terribly surprised to see them use their first of 4 third-round picks on him. Chris, is your board updated?
Typing it out now. Another minute, please.
Okay, all right. Because as soon as Chris is back, I'm going to take a quick break before the Steelers pick comes in here at 93. Yeah, I love that destination for Jair Brown. He was just a great player for Penn State. I thought he was more important to that defense than Joey Porter Jr., which is not to say that I think the Steelers made the wrong pick, but in terms of the emotional heart and in terms of the ability to generate big plays, Andrew, he's in recent memory, I think he's one of the best Penn State safeties in recent memory. And I think he defined, I think back to, didn't he make that big play at the end of the Appalachian State game when they almost got upset? He just made big play after big play for that team.
Yeah, and there's so many that come to mind. God, this was a guy who tied for the nation lead in interceptions in his, I believe that would have been 4th year, because this was a guy who transferred from Lackawanna College, and we've seen the track record of success on that front. God, look at the local kid and Jaquan Brisker from Gateway High, what he did going to Lackawanna, and then now making his mark as a guy who's pretty highly regarded with the Chicago Bears. The track record shows those guys were quite the tandem back in the JUCO days, as you can imagine. But Brown meant a ton to this team. He was one of their captains, I believe, for 2 years. A versatile guy who was more than willing to speak up, and also just came from a really humble background. This was a guy who was, I believe, one of either 8 or 9 kids, something like that. Always put on his name about how he represented Jersey. He was fun about talking about all that. Whenever they played Rutgers, that game always meant a lot to him. This is a good pick for the Niners, and I think this is somebody who you can't underscore the importance of what he meant to this Penn State defense. Sure, there were guys that were more talented or more projectable over the years, like a Jason Oweh or an Arnold Ebiketie, who were those first-round kind of talents. Jair Brown was the real deal at Penn State, and maybe he's not going to be the consummate first-team All-Pro type of guy, but Jair Brown, this is a good one for the Niners.
Chris, I'm going to set you up, but I'm going to tap out here real quick.
All right. Well, the Jaguars just took another running back, so Tank Bigsby out of Auburn goes off the board. So we're at the Rams at 89. So we're trying to see how things continue to develop here. But yeah. So my updated big board here, I'm about to tweet it out so everyone can see. on Twitter. Still have Darnell Washington as my top guy just because I just ranked him higher there. We'll see what is up with his knee injury. I put Kelly Ringo back up in there in the conversation because I think we're that far removed of the Joey Porter Jr. pick that I think it's okay to kind of take another corner at this point, even if he is an outside corner. I got Adetomiwa Adebawore, the edge rusher / defensive lineman out of Northwestern as my number 3 guy right now. My number 4 guy is a slot corner, Travius Hodges Tomlinson. Number 5, Antonio Johnson, safety, Texas A&M, more of a box safety, slower, bigger, but more physical. And then my number 6 guy is slot cornerback Clark Phillips. Love his ball production there. So still a lot of options on the board for the Steelers here. Wouldn't be surprised as a double dip to get another cornerback here because they want to add youth onto this defense, and there's some really good. But Jamie here said a guy who I think that makes a lot of sense. Adebawore is a big guy who tested very well. I think he's just very raw, and he's from Northwestern, so people are a little hesitant on it. I think he'd have really good value there. But guys, yeah, really interesting value on the board available for them right now. But Darnell Washington, again, a Jordan Battle. Mike Irwin brought up Jordan Battle. I wouldn't be against him either. He's a decent safety from Alabama. But I wonder how serious this knee injury is for Darnell Washington, man. Like he keeps falling. It's still the 3rd round, which still isn't an obscene time to take a tight end, even one who's injured. Certainly there's been bigger players there who've done it. So I think that could be interesting. But Darnell Washington, man, like I still think if they can get him at 93 and he's not like done for his career, I still think it's worthy of a pick.
I am back. Man, just a lot going on here with Tank Bigsby. Andrew, do you want to touch on him a little bit more? I know you love him.
Yeah, love the guy. I think it's a good fit, and it's I like it just from the standpoint of what have you really gotten out of ETN there in Jacksonville? I mean, I know he was somebody that they liked pairing with Lawrence and what he kind of brought to the table in that regard. But if you're going to take a running back, somebody who is probably undervalued, underslotted, just based off what college looked like for him, I think he's kind of in line with better drafts here from the Jaguars recently, the last year or two. He's probably as opposite of a prospect as Etienne is in a lot of ways, just because Etienne benefited from being on a great Clemson team by operating alongside a great cornerback in Trevor Lawrence and probably having his stats be boosted as a result of that. Bigsby was the complete opposite. So these are probably 2 pretty similar backs. I think Bigsby is a little bit shiftier, and maybe it gives you more in terms of pass catching, whereas Etienne is maybe more of a north-south runner. I think it pairs well. I think this is really a nice little running back compliment and good value out of a 3rd-round pick.
I want to give some time. Or go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say, what I'll do here is I'll run over guys on my big board, not just where I rank them, but also name some guys who were top 30 visits for the Steelers or were pro day visits for the top brass who are still available. Number 1 was Darnell Washington. He received both top brass visit on his pro day, and he was a top 30 visit. DeJuan Jones is still available, but they're not taking another offensive tackle at this point. I don't think that that's going to be the move at all. He was a pro day visit guy. Kelly Ringo, they visited his top pro day being a Georgia guy. Not the same for Adetomiwa Adebawore. So if you're a fan of that, he didn't fit that. Hodges Tomlinson doesn't fit that. Neither does Antonio Johnson. The next guy is Chandler Zavala, interior offensive lineman from NC State. I don't think he's the pick though. There in that position. They didn't have Clark Phillips there, but a lot of their top 30 visits are gone. Darius Rush, cornerback out of South Carolina. He's the next guy I have ranked on my big board who was a top 30 visit. Then after him is Charlie Jones and Siaki Ika as 2 more guys. I'm not a Siaki Ika guy. I know there's someone asked about him. Trying to find that comment here real quick. Ryan Fry asked, what do you think of the Ika pick at 93 double dip at listen, I'm fine with a defensive lineman. I'm just not a big Ika guy because I don't think he's athletic enough. I didn't like how he tested. I think he was a little bit too out of shape for my liking. But maybe with that 4th round pick at 132, I'd be less pressed about that because they can just be like, all right, we just got a big behemoth that's going to be in the middle of our defensive line. And if he doesn't work out, oh, well, we spent a 4th round pick on that. So the Steelers could be looking at that there. I like Ringo. I know that we got some Javier is asking about Ringo here, but I just I think that with the outside corner situation with Joey Porter Jr., I think that they would prefer to have a slot corner here, maybe. And they could get 2 outside corners and say, hey, you guys are the future. Learn behind the guys that are in front of you right now. But it just depends on what they value, man. There's big boards, and there's all sorts of rankings and scenarios and what they want. Ringo, if you talk to people back in the start of the draft process, like before the season even started, Ringo was being slotted as a for sure first-round pick, and now here he is falling down in the 3rd round. Looks like Overshown taken by the Cowboys here, so he's off the board there. So that's another thing. We got a guy here though, Amir, who says, Adam, he sees it in your eyes. You want the Steelers to trade back again so that we can stay up even later tonight. Yeah, that's what we want here. More time on this show.
Well, see, the people you have to feel the most bad for are Ray and Brian, who still have to stay down. Listen, I'm on my couch, so like whenever the stream ends, I'm going downstairs playing some Mario Kart. Those guys still got to commute home. They still got to maybe listen to Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin talk about the picks. So those are the guys you really got to think about. Listen, and here's the thing. We were up till almost midnight last night. It's still only 10:30, so we're okay here. It's just, it was a little frustrating from a production standpoint. But listen, we're here to cover what's going on, and we're here to talk about what's going on. So, yeah, feel bad for those guys down the south side. I think I'm trying to find the comment here to highlight it. It was Ryan who asked about – there we go. Nick Herbig, or what's Herbig? The Herbig who is available. What is his?
Yeah, Nick Herbig.
Yeah, Nick Herbig.
Yeah.
Obviously, his brother is still here with the Steelers, signed with them as the guard. So I've seen him connected to the Steelers in a couple of drafts. Chris, any thoughts on that?
I like Nick Herbig. I had him ranked 66th, on my big board, right behind Garrett Williams, who's already been taken. I also like Andre Carter. I know Herbig's the brother, but Andre Carter has very good, interesting measurables and never got a chance to fully train as a football player, being, he was at Army, so he was doing base training. I love that Paul is raw and coming to us from the car right now, man.
Yeah,
Paul,
which direction are you turning, Paul?
Listen, nobody can ever question my commitment to the team. I've had battery issues. I've had wireless internet issues. I had something happened. I know there's a storm or what's going on. So I've just tried to figure out how the hell can I get back on this show by the time the Steelers pick. I didn't miss it yet, did I?
No, they traded down, Paul.
Again.
Well, no, not again. I'm sorry. I didn't know that you saw the first trade down. They're sitting at 93 right now, and we are at 91. Dorian Williams, linebacker, goes to Tulane here. The linebacker's a 5. We got one more pick. The Chiefs are on the clock, and then the Steelers pick, and we finally get to see unless they trade down again.
Can I jump into one of those conversations I heard but I couldn't talk about?
Sure.
And that is when one of you was talking about the Houston Oilers.
Oh,
okay. Let me just tell you this much right now. The NFL, in a way, died for me in 1996 because I was the biggest Houston Oiler fan on the planet. And once they got rid of the Houston Oilers and they moved to Tennessee, and I can tell you this much right now, it started with Earl Campbell, right? Then the Warren Moon, then the Steve McNair, and everybody in between. My first honeymoon, and maybe this is why the first one didn't work out so well, my first honeymoon, we went to Houston for a Steelers-Oilers game, and I was geared up in all my Oilers stuff. And I might be the only man on the planet who has a Commander Cody Carlson jersey. If anyone remembers Commander Cody Carlson of Baylor fame, who came in, the Warren Moon was hurt. The Steelers, all they needed to do was beat the Oilers to get to the playoffs, and Commander Cody Carlson led the Oilers to a victory. So that's I used to destroy people in Super Tecmo Bowl using the Oilers, by the way. But at the end of the day, someone said the Oilers. That was something that made my ears perk up because that was my team. I love that team more than anyone.
Andrew, I love this. I love this comment here from Christian Matthias. It said, Paul lost all types of points.
That was a good one.
Andrew, you played a lot of Tecmo Bowl, right?
I can't say I did, unfortunately.
That was his generation. That was you and me, Adam. We played Tecmo Bowl.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Andrew, how old are you? You're like you're early 20-something here, right?
He just graduated college. Tecmo Bowl was out when I was like 5 years old. Like he wasn't even being thought of.
Yeah, come on. I'm 12 years old. I wasn't born yet. No, I'm 23. I was born in 99.
Listen, so this is how old I was. Super Tecmo Bowl was like my last year in college. So that's all you need to know about where I was at. Of course, I spent most of my hours of the day either working, trying to do my schoolwork, but most of all playing Tecmo Bowl. And mind you, playing Super Tecmo Bowl and mauling people with the Oilers. But go ahead.
We got Roger Goodell flanked by a cadre of people. We've really reached the shank of the evening, haven't we, gentlemen?
Absolutely. This is when the draft gets to the nitty gritty. This is how you know you're a draftnik if you're still in it talking about this stuff, because this is where a lot of people just hang it up. Also, yes, dude just picked Bo Jackson. So I came across there is still a national Tecmo Bowl league that has a tournament every year around Super Bowl time. And part of the rules are you pick, at least these were the rules the last time I saw it like this advertised. When you play someone, you can't pick your team. You pick your opponent's team. And nobody is allowed to have Bo Jackson or Jerry Rice, because they determined if either one of those players got the ball in Tecmo's Super Bowl, it was just a touchdown if you knew how to use them right.
You know, and the original, and the other thing is, I'm sure they have the rule, which I used to use to my advantage, but the nose tackle rule, which in Super Tecmo Bowl, right, you could actually hit dive when the ball was snapped, and you'd sack the quarterback every single time against certain teams.
Yep.
Yeah.
My father racked up. He used to crack up. He would beat Greg Lloyd and just come off the edge, and Greg Lloyd would have 130 sacks at the end of the season because he would just hit the B button and he would just dive at the quarterback on every play. And it was just a sack every time.
Not to interrupt the Tecmo Bowl talk, but the Steelers are now officially on the clock.
Wanya Morris.
Yes.
Okay.
At 92, they go with Morris, the offensive tackle from Oklahoma, which means, Chris, you get to pick from anyone on the board. Who you got?
I'm still picking Darnell Washington, unless he's dead. Like, has he been kidnapped? Is he Brittany Griner now, stuck in Russia or something? Why is he falling this far? Other than this knee injury, is he never gonna walk again? When I look at that man, how he blocked people, how he goes up and gets to the football, I want that guy on my roster. So I feel like he's the move, man. There's other guys that they could go to here. Ringo could still be an answer there. I think I wouldn't be mad at Ringo, Travius Hodges Tomlinson, or whatchamacallit, the other Clark Phillips, another guy there. But lots of really good options in my opinion.
Yeah, I was going to pull up the Clark Phillips thread. Obviously, Andrew, I got to see him a little bit through the Rose Bowl situation. Any thoughts on? I mean, who's your guy?
Yeah, I mean, Clark Phillips is my guy, and I didn't even get to, unfortunately, see him in the Rose Bowl because he sat out in anticipation of this draft, and that had a huge impact on the passing defense of Utah. Phillips was the most impressive player on the defense for Utah, and that was a really good Utes team this year. He's my guy, and if it's not him, it's Keely Ringo.
Paul, real quick, who's your guy?
Well, I mean, I'm with Chris. Darnell Washington has to be the guy, but if not him, I would love if they were able to get Ringo and grab him. I can't see who's on the board, who's not.
It's the Steelers. It's just the Steelers.
No. I mean players. Which player? Because I've lost track of the last 12 picks.
It is.
Who is the top-rated receiver? The last I looked, it was a guy that kind of reminded me of Gunnar Olszewski. I have no interest in that guy. But if there's a taller guy with some speed that's out there that's still considered one of the better receivers left, that's who I would like to see. Tyler Scott from Cincinnati is the top receiver on Mel Kiper's board. Charlie Jones is also out there. He's only
top 30 visit for the Steelers.
And yeah, he was a top 30 pick. I really like Charlie Jones. I know Andrew really likes Charlie Jones. Does anyone not like Charlie Jones?
He's fine. I'd just be better. I think it would just be better to get Darnell Washington.
Why not, right?
Like, come on. Like, even if he sits out half this season, the prospect of that guy being a future tight end for your offense, I think would be really good. But what do I know?
Also, I'm no math major. I think he's 100 pounds heavier than Charlie Jones. Obviously, different positions, but just throwing that one out there. I think Charlie Jones is like 175.
The pick is in.
The pick is in, and they're in commercial. So wait, we got to start. We probably got to look at Twitter here to see
go to Doran Dickerson's page.
I'm going.
Is Doran still on the air? Is he still? What's the fan doing at this hour, Paul?
No, I think it's actually right now probably the nightly sports call being simulcast or whatever.
Oh man, so they're reacting live. All right, so it's them and us live screen action in Pittsburgh right now for the NFL draft, right, guys?
We're much better looking and much smarter than them.
Well, and there's also 4 of us compared to their 2, right?
Right.
5 if we include our boss Ryan Wynn, who's now joined.
What are you waiting for?
I should say here, I don't know, probably hopefully in the next 30 seconds to a minute, we know the pick. Brian Batko is still planning to join us again from the South Side for his 3rd hit of the night. Ray Fittipaldo, for those of you, for the Ray fans out there, he got, once Joey Porter Jr. showed up, he ended up on deadline because obviously we all wanted to hear what Joey Porter had to say. So Ray's writing that up. You can check that out on post-gazette.com. So that's probably why you're not going to hear from Ray tonight, even though we advertised that he'd be in the stream. He had to, do the written work instead of the spoken stuff. So that is the reason you have not heard from Ray. Is he is hard at work, but Brian, possibly Ray. We'll see who. One of the 2 of them will be back here at some point.
Wait, did I hear this correctly? Don't they have an indoor facility that people could do live stand-ups?
Guys, it is Darnell Washington, I think.
They're announcing the pick now. It is indeed Darnell Washington.
Oh, my God. How do you like that?
About him all night. I'm going to go to you first.
Omar Khan just stole everything. Are you kidding me? Darnell Washington at 80.
First of all, how can you not like that pick? Even if he's banged up or we don't know what his injury is, as Chris said, unless they're going to amputate the guy's leg, eventually he's going to be able to play. And when he plays, you've got a beast of a tight end, a beast of a guy who can obviously knock people on their rear ends. I think he's going to be a fantastic Steeler, the kind of Steeler actually that could become like a folk hero because of his size and the position he plays and those kinds of things. I love the pick, to be honest. Again, you can never have enough Georgia guys. Let's face it. But the other part of it is, as Chris and I have been saying all night, unless this guy is going to get his leg amputated or there's something else major going on that nobody knows about, I have no idea how all these other teams passed on him.
Chris, I'll go to you next.
Hold on, just finishing this tweet right now. But man, Omar Khan, like, oh my gosh, like for a first draft that he's officially run the whole draft process for, this is just extreme value across the board. Like, I mean, okay, if I go back and I look at my pre-draft rankings of how things, I would have considered the Steelers to be very lucky to land 2 of the 4 guys we've mentioned that they picked so far. I thought if they were lucky, they would have gotten Porter or Jones, and then they would have gotten Washington or Bittner. And somehow they got all 4, and they got back a 4th round pick. This has just been a phenomenal managing of the draft process by Omar Khan. This is, and again, this does not mean that all these guys are superstars and the Steelers are going to go to the Super Bowl. I'm not declaring that, but I am saying that as far as evaluating the draft process and looking at guys, how they fit into, with measurables, how they look on tape, all 4 of these guys projected as either first round guys or second round guys, and here they are drafting at the end of the 3rd round and still landing them. This is some crazy stuff in my book. Steelers fans, I think you have a lot to celebrate right now.
Andrew, any thoughts from you? Are you just going to add to what Chris said, or you have any additional insight?
Yeah, I mean, my additional insight would just be this is what you're supposed to do, in my opinion, with your third round draft picks, especially if you've addressed your top two needs with your first two picks. The point of a draft is you're supposed to take chances, buy low, sell high, all that sort of, rationale. This is a guy who fell, and the reality is that he was somebody who was pegged as a potential second round guy, an outside shot at late first round. There's the concerns there, but we've seen time and time again that, yeah, some of these picks don't work out. You could look to a Marshawn Lattimore as somebody who had a torn ACL that team took a chance on and it didn't work out. But what the productivity in college, that warranted that pick as a third round guy. This is what you're supposed to do at this juncture in the draft. If you've handled business in the first round, you've handled business in the second, and you plan to take some more calculated picks in the fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh, hopefully filling in gaps with special teams guys who could be potential starters, fringe nickels, stuff like that. This is what you're supposed to do with your third round pick. And not just that, this is a spot that isn't of a dire need. Sure, you could have gone for a linebacker, but because you already got Pat, this is such a luxury to have. And with what he is as a physical guy, home run pick. I mean, what more could you ask for?
I would add this. I wonder if the Steelers gambled a little bit, figured that he'd still be there at 93, and traded, you know what I mean? And traded 10 or whatever, 12 spots back, thinking, we still might be able to get this guy at 92, 93. And if they did, then that, to me, to Chris's point, Omar Khan for running his first draft, and Andy Weidel, too. I mean, obviously, they brought him in from Philadelphia for a reason. I think this is a spectacular move to get this guy this late.
Let me say this. I ranked my top 92 players because I was looking at these are the guys that I think that they will pick by 80. And all four of the players that they have taken in the top 3 rounds here were in my top 33. And this is pre-draft, before we know who they exactly are drafting. This is just when I looked at them, evaluated them on tape, compared my notes with other NFL draft analysts, and just looking at them. This is really great value. I can't stress this enough. They were patient, but also aggressive. They were not afraid to move. My goodness, this is there's a lot to look at here, and they got a 4th round pick out of this. Man, there's a lot to celebrate here if you're a Steelers fan, or at least be excited about to see how these guys look in rookie camp in a couple weeks here, and then look how they look in Latrobe when they get to their first training camp. And sure, yeah, let's see how bad Darnell Washington's knee injury is. But if he shows up in training camp, or if he shows up in OTAs and is moving and he's fine, I'm gonna look around and be like, y'all's crazy for letting him fall this far.
I don't want to harsh the mellow or anything, but I think it's a natural question we have to ask is, does it give you any pause now that he is officially the Steelers pick, that so many tight ends went before him that we didn't necessarily expect? What was the guy from South Dakota State, Brenton Strange from Penn State, who we didn't even know for sure whether he would get drafted at all. Does it give any of you guys any pause, or is this a house money situation where you addressed Broderick Jones, you got Joey Porter Jr., you got Keanu Benton, you got those 3 guys, and now you're playing with house money. You might as well take a bet on a guy like Darnell Washington, even though he's, at this point, one of the bigger fallers in the draft.
Go ahead, Andrew.
I was just going to say that, this is exactly what you should be doing, especially to all of you guys' point about what Omar Khan did of getting yourself back another 4th round pick. If you didn't have that, maybe I wouldn't feel as good about making that pick at number 80 when they had the original slot there. Maybe you wouldn't have felt as good about it, but this is what you're supposed to do. You afforded yourself more draft capital. And, I forget exactly which GM said it one time, but it's not about where you pick, it's how many picks you have. At some point, you're just throwing darts at a dartboard and hoping that one of them hits a bullseye. If you just give yourself enough bullets, one of these is going to hit. And this is a classic example of high risk, high reward. You can afford that. You truly can, and I think this is exactly what you're supposed to be doing. I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, but I got no qualms with the pick. It's what you're supposed to be doing, especially as you mentioned, Adam, with all the needs that have already been hit.
Paul?
Again, I'll be interested. I'll be interested to see what they say about his injury. That's what I want to hear. That's really. I'm assuming they'll bring the tight ends coach into the room to talk about this, or maybe even Matt Canada or something. But whoever they bring into the room, the question you want to ask, the question you need answered is, how injured is he? And if they say, well, he's got some things that he's got to clean up, but we think he'll be ready for training camp. To me, like Chris Carter, I just have to say, what are all these other teams thinking?
Suckers. like if that guy's going to be available to start to get a chance to play at the beginning of this season, I know that there's some raw parts to his game and he can refine more of his receiving part as a tight end. But when that guy blocks people, he mauls people. And man, they got Darnell Watt. Like, they can now put him with Zach Gentry, and there's no pressure on him to be the man right now. Pat Fryermuth's still there. Zach Gentry's been with the team for 5 seasons or whatever. So he can take time to learn. But if he does become ready, I'm lining up 12 personnel, Pat Fryermuth on one side, Darnell Washington on the other, Najee Harris in the backfield, Kenny Pickett behind this newly reformed offensive line with Isaac Samalo and Broderick Jones on my left side. I am looking to maul you with these tight ends and offensive linemen that I've brought in this year. And, if you overcommit to that, I'm hitting you deep, because both of these tight ends can get deep down the field with their athleticism. And by the way, Deontay Johnson and George Pickens are the wide receivers outside, and they can rotate in Allen Robinson and maybe Calvin Austin with that. This is a lot of great value. And again, depends on if Darnell Washington's healthy. But if he is, give him – I'd love to see how he looks in camp, man.
Does anyone – listen, we've got some contrarians in this group. I'm probably number one. I'm giving them an A for this draft so far. Is anyone in this group not giving the Steelers an A? And if so, why? And just go ahead and speak if you're going to say no. All right.
I like what they did. I really like what they did. And I think they got 4 guys that all probably dropped a little bit more than they thought they were going to drop. So, how can you not? They had 4 guys essentially drop into their lap. And they were able to spin an extra pick out of it. I don't know how you could not like this draft.
All right. The next natural question is, they're back in the draft in the 4th round. Do we know what that pick is officially yet, Chris?
132.
Okay, 132. So I think the natural next question is, what do you do now at 132 now that you're back in that hole? I'll go to you first, Chris.
Right now, this is a wait-and-see approach. Let's just see who falls to them. Linebacker is still a position that I think they could address. Edge rusher is still a position I think they could address. Slot corner is still a position that I think they could address. Wide receiver is still a position I think they could address. Safety, if they really wanted to. But let's just wait and see how this plays out, because 2 slot corners I have my eye on right now, Clark Phillips and Travius Hodges Tomlinson, both on the board. You get one of them in the 4th round. I think, again, do another happy dance, because I had those guys with 2nd and 3rd round grades. Edge rushers, I'm intrigued to see where Andre Carter goes in this draft class. Nick Herbig's still on the board. Just looking down my big board here, Tui Peloto was taken, as was KJ Henry from Clemson's there, but I have him a little bit lower than those guys. I think Zach Harrison was taken, so I'll take him off my big board. But there's a lot of different directions. It's tough to pin them in one direction or the other. And they can take another corner here. Darius Rush, a guy they brought in for a top 30 visit, still available right now. So lots of different directions. But again, it's just going to depend. We have a lot of picks between what are we at now? 94, 95,
97. The Commanders are going to 97 here.
Okay, so we still have another 35-ish picks here. Jordan Battle came off the board. That's the biggest name that I've seen. These other guys, I didn't have too high, ranked too high. So let's just wait and see. But when we get to like the 115 range, that's when I'll start like, okay, who's left on my top 92 big board here? Because there's still we're picking way past that now, and there's still plenty of guys sitting there.
I've been given the 5-minute warning on Brian Batko joining the stream. Andrew, while we're waiting for him, What's your assessment of what you think is next? Are there any names on the board that you're intrigued by?
You're saying from a Steelers perspective, or for these next couple of picks coming up?
I guess I'd go from both perspectives. I'd probably primarily from a Steelers perspective, but is there any other names that are generally on the board for you that you're interested by?
Yeah, I mean, as you get later into here, you're probably thinking they'll go with a wide receiver if he falls that far. I'd be interested to see if Charlie Jones was the guy, but one that comes to mind for me, just from somebody that I watched for the Steelers, would be Ja'Cory Bennett, the cornerback from Maryland. I mean, everybody was talking about Deonte Banks, about what he did, but I thought Ja'Cory Bennett, in a lot of ways, was a more accomplished college player. He's somebody who a little bit more physical, had better stats in a lot of different ways. I look at him as a potential guy that the Steelers, if they wanted to go get themselves another corner in the 4th round, he would be a name. Not sure that's the need that they're going to go for, but I think he's an undervalued guy who I'm kind of looking at there in the 4th round. Could be an intriguing prospect if he sticks around.
Siaki Ika is off the board. The oft talked about
and he goes to the Browns.
Huge defensive tackle. He is now, yes, a Cleveland Brown. Chris, I'm going to tap you in on that. What do you think of that pick? A, between the Steelers not getting him, and B, he's now a guy they're going to have to run into for the next however many years.
As I said before, I don't like Siaki Ika. I think he has a lot of work to do. I think that he looked out of shape in the combine. He's big, he's massive, and he could work out. But I see a lot of weaknesses in his game. I see a lot of lack of explosiveness. I see him as a guy who could end up being like, what was his name? Big Dan, the guy that was like around Dan McCullers. I see him as a guy that could be like kind of like him. He's not as tall as Dan McCullers, but I think I don't see him being a guy that disrupts too much. I think he's more of a guy there. Personally, I think that's a miss on the part of the Browns. And I'm not just saying that because they're the Cleveland Browns and they're a division rival. I've had Siaki Ika low on my board ever since I saw him at the combine. I'm not a fan there. But yeah, so hey, good for him. We just had a kicker go off the board. What the heck, Niners? Jake Moody out of Michigan. We got a kicker in the 3rd round. Look, this is how you know the teams want to go home. Not just us.
Andrew, I'm going to tap you in. This is your squad.
My time to shine. This is what happens when you let go of Robbie Gould, who was an overpriced, albeit extremely effective and consistent kicker. This is what you do when you're the San Francisco 49ers. I really don't like their strategy. What they have done for the most part here in the kind of marriage that we've had with Shanahan as well as John Lynch. They like drafting specialists. Don't really love it. These are guys you can get in free agency, especially in the 3rd round. Jake Moody was very good in college, a good college kicker. But come on, Chris, you said it. It's a kicker. What are we doing? Sebastian Janikowski as a 1st-round pick was ludicrous. This isn't much further behind. Yeah. Roberto Aguayo, when he went to the Buccaneers, it's like, why waste a pick when you can just shuffle through a bunch of different guys? I don't like this. You could have waited. Moody, Who else had him as a 3rd-round draft grade? Come on, it's a kicker. I guess I've made my opinions very clear there.
Chris, what do you think?
I echo. What the heck are you doing picking a kicker in the 3rd round? Niners. And the Niners have done so many things right, I think, recently. I love getting Javon Hargrave. I was like, my God, that defensive front is going to maul people next year. But a kicker, 3rd round, your boys copping that L. Hey, are the Warriors back up? I haven't checked back in on that score.
I have been told
lost by 18.
I was just about to say the people in the comments. That's all. That's the only reason I know.
Yeah, this obnoxious Bay Area fan over here will be glued into his television set on Sunday for Game 7 against those, whatever you want to call them, to the east from the Bay Area.
What is the rivalry situation there, Andrew? I mean, is it just because it's a one-city team, Sacramento? What's the city rivalry there? Because that's halfway between LA and San Francisco.
San Francisco and Lake Tahoe, still very much in NorCal City. You said one sport town. It's more of a one horse town is how I would describe Sacramento. Not to slander the the capital of my great home state, but there is no rivalry. The Lakers are the Warriors' rival. The Kings are the orphan. Sorry, just kind of is how it is, putting it bluntly.
Paul, you are back.
I'm back. I've had a hell of a night with this damn thing. But go ahead.
You've gone full I saw you smoking a stogie. You've gone full stogie here in the we're 4 hours and 14 minutes into this.
Well, that's because it calms me down. And this thing here has been incredible. My batteries had a hard time keeping a charge. I had wireless internet issues, so I got into my car, and of course I was sitting in a place that wasn't exactly the best place to sit, and I had some bum knocking on the window trying to get money from me, so I was like, all right, I got to go somewhere else.
Oh, where are you?
Now I'm in a parking lot of a shopping mall type parking lot. So hopefully there's no bums. But before I was down in a little borough called Pitcairn.
Brian, this is what you've been missing in the Steelers media room, sir.
I mean, unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's all I'm going to tell you. It's just, I'm sitting here trying to talk, and this dude's he's on my window right here. I'm like, my man, get away from me. Will you please? How about that? So I had to drive, and then when I was driving, I kept losing the stream, because anyway, I'm glad Brian's here.
Do you want me to tap Brian in, or I think I can speak for Brian. Do you have any football thoughts before we tag him in here?
Well, just what we were talking about. I mean, I like what the Steelers have done. I like the fact that they went out and got guys of value. I like the fact that, even if Washington is a little bit hurt or injured or whatever it is, I like the fact that they, it's a high risk, it's a high reward type of move. I actually, it's funny. The pick that I like the least is Joey Porter, but that's just me.
With that, I'm going to tag in Brian Batko from Steelers headquarters. Brian, are you in the boiler room?
No, I'm in the. This is actually their indoor practice facility. So
they finally let you in.
Yes. Well, I mean, I was enjoying the outside elements until it started raining. It was actually pretty nice out last night, but yeah, got to get shelter from the storm for this hit.
Well, I'm just going to set you up. Darnell Washington, the pick at 93. Your thoughts? What were the thoughts in the room? What was your read on the situation?
So I would say the thoughts in the room, a lot of people were just chattering about why he's still on the board, why he'd fallen that far. And I think the general consensus that kind of developed among us media types here on the South Side was just that he must have some sort of medical red flag. And you were seeing those same tweets from some national reporters. And I asked Darnell Washington about that when he jumped on the conference call with us after about a good 5 minutes of he was trying to hear us on the phone, but his draft party was so lit that he couldn't hear us or simply didn't want to chat with us or whatever was going on there. Eventually, we did get to talk to him. He was very pleasant to chat with in that regard. But, yeah, he said that a lot of teams were probing him, essentially, before the draft. He made a lot of pre-draft visits, including right here to the Steelers facility. And yeah, he said teams had concerns about some stuff with his knees. He said he never had knee injuries, but teams observed swelling, and he's a big body, and he obviously plays a position where you generally don't see 6'7", 270-pound human beings playing. So I think there was just a lot of conjecture and speculation there from team doctors all around the league. He'd had previous injuries. I think he had a foot surgery a couple years ago. He had an ankle thing in the CFP semifinal, if I'm not mistaken. But the guy did everything at the combine that he wanted to do. He did his position drills when he got to Georgia's Pro Day, stood on his combine numbers for testing. It's really not a red flag for the outside world to observe. It's something that when they do these deeper dives on players, it must have gotten overanalyzed by a lot of teams. And eventually the Steelers said, you know what, we're going to stop this slide. And it gets to a point where at number 93 overall, the risk is not outweighing the reward of bringing in a guy who can run like he does at his size, can maul people as a blocker, and can absolutely, provide another dimension for their offense.
Anybody have any questions for Brian? I'm going to defer to you guys because we got a big crowd here. This is the biggest audience we've had, the biggest crowd we've had. Anyone want to ask Brian anything?
Where do they go tomorrow, Brian? What do you think they do tomorrow? What now is left for them to do?
There's not a whole lot of opportunities to do much. Obviously, they've got one pick now back in the fourth, but those 2 sevenths, I mean, you're grabbing lottery tickets at that point. And even the Steelers' 4th round picks in recent years have not been much to write home about. That should probably be at the top of the to-do list, Paul, is hit on a 4th round pick other than Dan Moore Jr., who might be getting replaced this year. Unless somebody escapes me, they haven't really been nailing those in recent years. So let's see what they can do in that regard. I think the positions they could potentially target as far as that goes are inside linebacker or potentially a wide receiver if they think they still need to add to that room and there's somebody left on their board that they like. Maybe another visitor. All 4 of their draft picks so far have been pre-draft visitors. And then the other thing that I think is kind of a little bit of a sneaky need would just be an inside corner. Call it a nickel corner, a slot defender, whatever you want to label that position. I think a lot of those guys in this draft have fallen probably due to size concerns and maybe that position being viewed as a dime a dozen by a lot of NFL teams.
We are at the final pick of the night here, Minnesota at 102. So Brian, we'll say who Robert Smith is doing another filibuster here. So I'm just going to start with you, Brian, so that you can get out of there, get home to your family. Any final thoughts on the evening and how things have gone to this point, with 3 picks still to go?
Yeah, I mean, I like all 3 picks, honestly. This was not a year where the Steelers made a move that surprised me. I think last season, the draft, it wasn't necessarily a surprising pick based on the talent, but I didn't expect them to go with a guy like DeMarvin Leal in the 3rd round. Just wasn't sure that was really on their radar. This year, I think they make a lot more sense. And, you start with I would say the obvious pick in Joey Porter Jr., then you get kind of the nuts and bolts pick in Keanu Benton, and then you grab, I guess, maybe you label him the sexy pick in Darnell Washington because he's a skill position player and he's just oozing with this athleticism and potential. So, I mean, that's the last thing I guess I'll say, my final takeaway point, whatever you want to call it. A lot of people might look at the tight end depth chart right now and say, is he blocked by Pat Freiermuth, Zach Gentry, Connor Hayward? They might have the tallest and shortest tight ends in the league at this point with Washington and Hayward. So I think Hayward plays more fullback. Washington, if he's inactive for every game as a rookie, then so what? You're developing that guy. If he beats out Zach Gentry and you think he can help you right away, Zach Gentry's just the guy. You got a chance here to get somebody special in Washington with his physical frame and athletic profile. So it makes sense to me to go for the ceiling with this one.
Brian, before I let you go, can you turn the camera around real quick? Because there are people in the comments who think you're at a laundromat.
I'm not at a laundromat. See? Look at that.
There you go, folks.
Proof of field.
He is at the Steelers facility. Brian, thank you for this was 3 separate hits tonight. You made time for us. We really appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks to everybody watching, and thanks for you guys holding down the fort via the internet. And thanks to Paul for whatever Paul was doing before I jumped onto here. That seemed like it was absolutely scintillating content.
Absolutely. That's why people stay on until the 4th, or I guess we're technically into the 5th hour here of the live stream. That's what they're here for, right? It's some stogies and draft picks.
If Paul's going to be doing that, I mean, we might as well fire this bad boy up for the MLB and the NHL draft because it's not really going to matter the names that are getting selected. It's just going to be very turned up in here. So
who knows what was going on at Pitcairn tonight, but it was entertaining for the stream for sure.
Absolutely. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Brian. Thank you. Chris, I'll go to you next, and then Andrew, final thoughts on the evening. Chris, you're muted.
Apologies, muted myself earlier because I heard some noise with my neighbors. But just a big night for the Steelers, man. They nailed a lot of targets that I thought were really important. Darnell Washington, they're pulling. You look at him; he's huge, he's explosive. He blocks like crazy. He jumps over people. He runs through people. He can make really good catches. He can run away from slower linebackers. I think he's a matchup problem. I think that I've been saying this all offseason, that the Steelers could find a way to set up a 12 personnel package where you could be legitimately scared of Freiermuth and Washington or one of these other top tight ends, and then also have your offensive line stepping up bigger. The Steelers, one thing that I think that they've been keying in on for a while, they've noticed that so many defenses have trended to be smaller, quicker, faster to cover passing games and cover passing offenses. And they've been trying to get bigger and stronger, run the ball, and not just run the ball. Like, they need to be able to throw the ball well, but they want to have more of a run balance and have stronger guys up front so they can plow through those type of teams that are built to stop more passing offenses. Like, I think that's something that the Bengals are doing. They've gotten a lot smaller, and the Bengals are one of the teams you want to beat in your division. Now you have Broderick Jones, you have Isaac Samalo, you have James Daniels, you have Najee Harris, you have Darnell Washington. There's a lot of really big, strong dudes there who can just push people over, just blow past them, create space, and run the ball on them. And then when teams start to overcommit to that, play action, hit them with the pass. You still got some talented playmakers in your receiver room and those tight ends, Freiermuth and Darnell Washington. Both are playmakers with the balls in their hand. They can also go up and get it. I think that they are putting themselves in the position to have the personnel to be a real problem in the NFL in the coming years.
Andrew, final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I second a lot of everything that Chris just said there. I mean, in just this draft as a whole, you can't really say enough good things about what the Steelers did here. And that's not me trying to come across as somebody who's supportive of every move the Steelers make, or somebody who has the innate background that both of you guys do about this franchise's draft history. There seems to be a clear signal shift here, and that's to be aggressive and take advantage of undervalued guys, as well as take advantage of guys who are avoided just based off of injury history or potential issues or things that are perceived as being more significant than they really are. We saw that in all three of their picks, or all four of their picks, of guys that took advantage of, who either blossomed late, had great measurables. They wanted guys who are athletic, big bodies. They accomplished that in practically all of their picks. None of these guys are really undersized per se at their positions. If you're a Steelers fan, I really can't think of any way that you can complain about this draft other than if you were not a Kenny Pickett fan and wanted them to draft up into the top 3 and draft some franchise quarterback, which obviously was never going to happen. So if you're a logical fan, got nothing to complain about. This is an A+ draft. This is an A draft.
I agree, guys. I think you got 3 names at the very top that you'd be really excited about. And you added some value there with Darnell Washington, just given that there is some uncertainty. But, if you add those 4 picks up, this is probably better than I think I had imagined for the Steelers. I saw a lot of uninspiring. Listen, I do mock drafts for the whole mock draft season. I don't weigh in with as much opinion as some of you guys. I just say, hey, this is what's going on. I saw a lot of uninspiring mock drafts, and the Steelers, I think, exceeded those expectations this year. So, I'm giving this draft an A. Maybe I'll change my opinion if I study a little bit further, but as I sit here today, I'm giving them an A as well. And hey, I'll tell you who I give an A+ to is this audience. We did not know how this would go. We're ink-stained wretches, right? We write. We are not broadcast professionals. We're getting better at it. And we're working at it, but this has been a work in progress for the Post-Gazette, and we did not know how this would go. It was an unbelievable reception. It was an unbelievable effort from this whole staff. I mean, Chris, Andrew, you guys have been here with me for a lot of this. We had Joe Starkey, we had Paul Zeise, we had Ray Fittipaldo, we had Brian Batko. Half of this sports staff was on this stream this weekend. And you know what? We had our moments too. This was great. So thank you to everyone who watched. Thank you to everyone who joined. We really appreciate it. And we're going to do this more, I think, because there was a great reception and we loved it. On a personal note, I want to give a shout out to Corinne Pellish, a close family friend. She's fighting breast cancer in Colorado. I'm going to dedicate this stream from my perspective to her. We love you. We're thinking a lot about you. Keep fighting. And guys, this has been great. Thank you guys so much, and we're looking forward to doing this again next year. But who knows? Maybe we'll be doing this again for some Buccos here soon, Andrew, for the playoffs.
Yeah, let's get ourselves to Bucktober, right? That's what you guys say around here, right?
Absolutely, Bucko fever. We already went through final thoughts.
Yeah,
thank you.
Let's get out of here.
Let's
You
get
guys
out
are
of here.
awesome. This was
Thank you to
phenomenal.
everyone, and we're going to wrap this up now. I'm just going to queue up our final video, but thank you, everyone.
Thank you for checking out this content from Post-Gazette Sports. If you liked the video, please like it and subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you enjoyed it on Apple Podcasts, please rate us 5 stars on Apple Podcasts. For 6 months of digital access to post-gazette.com for just $6, click the link down in the description.